Gallic tradition. So there's a lot of actual correlation between Hellenic, Roman, Celtic, Thracian, Phrygian, Dacian, and all those sorts of lands in and around that eventually kind of came back to where we now have is Turkey. So, and obviously a lot of early alphabets were created in that basic area, like the North Italic scripts, which became Roman and Greek from the Phoenician. So there's a lot of weird sort of cultural influx that was going on in the classical period. And so studying Gaul and Breton are particularly useful for an understanding of Celtic religion and Celtic culture that is lost to a lot of people who focus primarily on Gaelic.
Would it make sense? Because it seemed like what you said about Apollo, being from the north. Would it make sense that the concept of him may have been something that traveled down from Gaul into Greece?
Absolutely, and in fact, that was not just with Apollo. Dionysus and a lot of the things that were associated with him, and Dionysus and Apollo were sort of a duality. Apollo had the beginning of the year, and Dionysus had the end leading into early spring. Dionysus was much more of an Eastern god. He was an Oriental god in that sort of sense. He was symbolized not only by things like the goat and the snake, but also the leopard, which was not really an animal that was very common in ancient Hellas. And he was very much associated with similar deities in other lands in the area, especially Near Eastern deities. So the idea of deities that became a part of the core pantheon being influenced by other nations, by other cultures, was not an unusual concept at all. Not to mention the fact that there were actual imports of other deities from other cultures. But you have to understand that this happened over periods of centuries.
Yes.
Very, very long periods. And sometimes they became a part of the core cultus. Sometimes they were sort of ancillary or even exterior or esoteric, which was generally more common. But oftentimes they actually became incorporated into the core sort of aspect. And not even in the sort of very abstract, very external kind of thing. I mean, look at the Romans. I mean, the early Etruscan religion was considerably more numismatic, and they incorporated a lot of the Greek into their own sort of tradition, but still having some of their indigenous deities. They had different classes of deities for different sorts of things, more like the classical Greek, more the Roman, and the foreign deities, which usually had its own class.
I've got another kind of idea to toss your way to chew on.
Okay.
I have kind of in my learning about the things, I bumped into, yeah, right, that's a great way to put it. I really like the idea of Fortuna, and I've kind of bumped into Thor as sort of a counter god to Fortuna, or not necessarily that they're enemies, but that the concepts that they represent sort of play off each other a lot. For example, that Thor is a god of, he supports the bold and it places challenges in front of people. If you are to surmount one of his challenges, you win his favor. Likewise, or maybe even opposingly with Fortuna, is another god that favors or goddess that favors the bold, but is
there
sort of
is,
like when you surmount a challenge, it's by her luck, her lifting you up.
There is an element of historicity to the concept that you're sort of hinting on, but you have to go a little bit further back. In Greek religion, there is a concept of the agathodemon, which is the spirit of the house and of the self, but it is also an epithet of Zeus in particular, but also Hermes and a few other deities. And it was very much kind of like in the Norse concept of the Landvites. It was honored and not necessarily given tribute, but oftentimes you would give sacrifice or you would contemplate on the good spirit. It's essentially what it means. Now, the partner of the agathodemon and his form in the mythology as an actual demon was Titch, who was the goddess of fortune. So the Fortuna was obviously the Roman counterpart of Titch, or Chiche. So the association with the Agathodaimon and Zeus was incredibly strong. So making a sort of mythological correlation between Fortuna and the Agathodaimon as Zeus would make sense if you're trying to correlate Thor in the very basic aspect of a thunder god. Because the actual hymn to the Agathodaimon mentions Zeus in his form as a thunderer. So it's a little abstract, it's a little bit of a stretch, but it is definitely something that Agathodaimon was also a way that they would say it as a single entity. Agathos daemon was usually used to refer to the day of the month that he would be honored.
The way that
the lunar cycle.
What I was hinting at was as more of Fortuna or Thor as a challenger and Fortuna as a helper if you have her favor.
Well, of course. Yeah, well, Fortuna and Nemesis had a very interesting relationship because Nemesis is really about retribution. Fortuna is about luck and good fortune. So that sort of aspect does exist, but not in the same way that maybe you're doing.
Right. Okay.
You could make certain attributions through core deities, but Titch and Agathos Daemon and Nemesis and a lot of these are daemon. They're on a lower level in the mythology. They're not even demigods. They're spirits, as opposed to deities. So they did have elements of worship, but they were usually viewed as a part of the retinue of particular deities, in the sense that, like Peitho, the daemona of persuasion, was associated with Aphrodite, and the Erates, Eros, Anteros, Himeros, all these deities of desire were also associated with her cult, her cultus.
All right.
Another example of that obviously would be like elves and dwarves in Norse mythology. They're a lesser spirit, as opposed to ultimately all gods and all spirits are daemon, because the word daemon just means spirit. But traditionally speaking, daemon usually refers to a class of spirit that's underneath the core deities and even the titans and all those sorts of other ones in levels of power. Did that all make sense, or do I need to readdress something?
I think I dropped right there at that very last bit.
I was just saying that.
But I was following you so far.
Okay, well, yeah, I was just basically saying that it's classes of spirits. Most mythologies have some form of them. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and I understand that to be the case as well.
Mm-hmm. But ultimately, a large majority of different spirits had some aspect of cultus and were given some element of veneration, if not full-blown worship. Eros is a perfect example of that. He's a lesser spirit associated with, but he had more of a cultus than, say, his brothers, Himeros or Anteros would.
I assume there was a cult of Fortuna, given that Caesar was.
Yes.
That was his god or goddess.
Oh, absolutely.
So, hey, you're the Hellenist. Where would I start looking for information regarding that?
A website that I always give to people as a starting point is theoi.com.
Okay.
It is huge. And it gives, it cites sources, it gives you resources from which to read, and many of those resources are actually there. You can read the core myths for free. It's
I feel like looking up things about Greek mythology is going to be like shooting fish in a barrel compared to what I've been doing.
Well, the value...
much more readily available.
Well, the value for you as somebody who's more Celtic and Northern in your focus is that it can help to put proper context to some of the things that are missing in the tradition.
Yeah.
It could really help you with that. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that Hellenic and Roman cultures had much more of a cultural influx from the Near Eastern and Northern African kind of cultures, Egypt and the like. So there are certain trappings that they sort of adopted. For instance, Hesiod, the writer of Theogony, is actually quoted as taking great inspiration from the Egyptians and the Babylonians in the construction of his classical version of the myths. But ultimately, there are various different forms of myths, many of which we probably don't even have. We'll never know about. That would have been not only located in specific city-states, but down to families or specific areas or even people. So there's a great deal of actual flexibility when you get down to it. Obviously, the most important thing is the core framework of orthopraxy. How you actually perform rituals, how you go about worship, is far more important to these ancient cultures than specific truths.
Got it. Do you know anything about, like, off the top of your head? I mean, I'll be looking up the information in the site you provided, but about whether or not the origins of Fortuna may be Near Eastern or Northern or African, or originated in Greece?
With a lot of the lesser known or less influential spirits, there's far less more preserved. A lot of times they're only preserved in small snippets, certain parts of certain writings. A lot of what we've actually had to put certain things into context have actually been through the tragedies. Because the tragedies, which are essentially theater, were people kind of playing around with different ideas. And sometimes they were doing so sarcastically or comedically, but oftentimes they were doing so seriously. And we're touching on sort of cultural norms that aren't always evidenced in the myths. Like a lot of the specific spirits that you find in Greek mythology are only mentioned by name in Hesiod's Theogony. So your guess is probably as good as mine. If there is any real element of some other cultural influx, it's really going to come down to linguistics. So I would recommend that you look into the words, where those roots come from. A really decent sort of Wikipedia aspect to that is Wiktionary.com. They give some basic kind of gives you ideas. So okay, this is where this word is. This is Proto-Greek. Here's Proto this and that and whatever, and it gets into Proto-Indo-European. So you can take those words and then look them up and find cited source material that can get into linguistics. But it's a rabbit hole, dude. Linguistics really is the core aspect, and it's a huge freaking rabbit hole.
Yay, rabbit holes.
Welcome. So how are you all doing?
Wishing I knew what the heck you guys were talking about, but it's fascinating to hear such knowledge.
Ocean and I come from a more neo-pagan background, and we were actually discussing an aspect of neo-pagan tradition, modern neo-pagan movements, that focuses more on historical aspects. There's something called polytheistic reconstructionism, which is a methodology from which to approach pagan religion through more credible historical anthropological sources, and taking from that an actual living practice that makes sense in modern times.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
A real big problem in the neo-pagan community is credibility. There's a lot of stuff you'll hear from...
Oh, it's a mess.
There's a lot of it that is a mess. I mean, to use a lot of words that a lot of atheists I've heard in here use, there's a lot of woo. Just like... You know what I mean? Just
I really don't like that term, but I think it does apply to a certain extent.
It does apply in that. Yeah, I absolutely detest the term. I actually had an hour argument about how much I detested that term with quite a few many atheists.
What term?
Woo.
Woo.
I absolutely abhor the term.
A lot of atheists here on Google Plus and also on Reddit and some Facebook groups use the term woo as a derogatory to describe any sorts of very vague spiritual concepts that they don't understand.
What's the term you're using?
Woo. It's WOO. Woo.
It's an onomatopoeia. Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people will refer to my beliefs as woo, and
Yeah.
it's just like, oh well, great. You've
To
just given me
dismiss
the
it.
I don't understand you card.
Yeah.
But you know,
But getting back to the core concept of what I was trying to explain, this sort of differences here. There are a lot of modern pagan traditions that are not historical, that focus far too much on mysticism and magic, and don't focus on the actual religious aspect, don't focus on cultural relevancy to specific peoples. They don't actually have good historical correlations between things. They don't study comparative mythology or comparative religion.
it's less focus on historical context and more focus on what color candle will work for the spell I'm doing.
Yeah, it's true. It's a lot of Barnes and Noble spirituality. I don't like my life, so I want something that doesn't challenge me and doesn't make me think.
Yeah,
It makes me feel good.
See that.
Yeah.
So is it to use the term pagan? I know in generally people just will refer to it as just against anything that's not Jewish or Christian or whatever. But it really sounds like what you're talking.
Sometimes Islam is included in that, but
Yeah,
the Catholic Church did consider Islam a form of paganism for a long time. It's generally not accepted as paganism now, though.
I guess my question is, outside of that general usage, I'm wondering where the historical roots are for what you're describing, because it sounds so very specific and learned. I'm wondering when it started to develop as sort of a systematic belief structure.
I can feel this. Okay. The earliest sorts of attempts to look at pre-Christian religion really come back to the 19th century. The earliest sorts of aspects for that were usually forms of occultism, Western esoteric traditions like the Golden Dawn and Thelema and things like that, which were very loosely pagan, which were more sort of hermetic Christian forms of mysticism. But by the time you got to the 20th century, you started to get traditions that tried to produce an somewhat authentic version of middle-age witchcraft. Wicca came out of that in between the 30s and the 1950s, depending on who you ask. So the pagan movement kind of started in that. It was very underground. It was different witchcraft traditions that were kind of doing different things. By the time you got to about the 1970s, people started looking at the idea of what do they actually believe historically. One of the first ones was Egyptian religion, Kemetic polytheism, followed by Germanic polytheism, heathenry, Asatru, and the like. By the time you got to the 1980s, you got Celtic polytheism. And the 90s and on has been Hellenic, Roman, Canaanite, Mesoamerican, Slavic, Baltic. Technically, Baltic was around even earlier, but it's become more in the public consciousness in the pagan community. And there's some stuff that's really, really obscure, like Sumerian polytheism. So really kind of starts at the latter part of the 20th century.
And it's only been recently that we've been able to actually, because if I was trying to find this information in the 80s or even in the 60s especially, the main stuff that I would have come across looking at Druidry would have been
University.
Well, yes. I'm talking about what's his face that is also kind of blamed for the Zeitgeist movement. He wrote a lot of stuff on Druidry as well.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about. But, and then also these several authors that would write about Celtic heritage as kind of a way to find yourself, but it wasn't historical, the stuff that I've found. Especially the stuff that was written in the late 19th century and the early 20th century. it was more about trying to kind of create something to differentiate yourself from the establishment French or the establishment British.
Yeah.
But lately, there's been a lot more archaeological investigation into these ancient cultures, which has opened up a wealth of information that
as well
still
as technology.
isn't. It's not as much as like I can look up stuff on Druidry and not find as much as I would be able to on, say, the Romans, but I can find way more than I would have been able to 20 years ago.
Yeah. But
you mentioned Sumerians, though.
Yeah.
So,
it's a very, 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 very small part of the pagan community. Tiny.
I guess I'm confused because I associate them with ancient cultures, and you're talking about 20th century.
The movement to restore, reconstruct, or practice something relevant to that is modern.
At least for me, yeah, it's.
I guess what I was thinking was like, finding the roots. I guess I hear what you're saying. You're talking about, more recent developments of systematizing this or whatever. But I guess my question was probably twofold. That I'm thinking, like back in the day of Hammurabi, is that considered pagan? Because the ideas of eye for an eye didn't start with the Bible, evidently. They started with Hammurabi. So I'm kind of wondering about,
You're talking about historically people writing down their beliefs, right?
Well, not necessarily. Well, I guess that would be the only way of
us having it in modern day.
Just a way of identifying the time that it was spawned in. I'm just curious. Like what was going on prior to Israel developing their ideas, because they seem to, in their history, be sort of incorporating a lot of pagan ideas.
The vast majority of cultures throughout history had an oral tradition. It was spread through word of mouth, through what we would call like a bard. Somebody who would talk about the myths, who would sing songs and hymns of particular cultures, and that is very, very old. You have to understand that for a very, very long time, people had no form of writing. For instance, many of the European cultures, like the Hittites, who no longer exist, who came into the Middle East, they adopted cuneiform, which was a Near Eastern form of writing. The early Canaanites also did the same thing. We didn't have anything resembling an alphabet in the way we would think about it until probably the time of the Phoenicians, which would have been around the classical period. So you started getting things like Greek and Roman and the Phoenician alphabet and stuff like that. But even so, in as few instances we have had some form of writing, they were usually used for other purposes other than writing down, core mythologies and laws and things like that. They were usually used for spiritual purposes, like runes or Ogham script, which we get from Celtic culture. So we've had to really piece a lot of stuff together from what we know historically and what we know from science.
Right. Well, I guess that's sort of what I'm getting at, is looking for evidence of what people were actually believing and how the mythologies kind of came to be, and how they survived over the centuries, as well as the ideas being borrowed by monotheistic structures.
Well, for the longest period of human history, we were animistic and tribalistic in our societies. So a lot of the spiritual forms reflected in that. They are much more primitive compared to modern standards. So there's a term that's often used in studies of comparative religion called numinism, which can also refer to a specific Roman concept, but for the purposes of this conversation, it means abstract. That certain spiritual forces would have been understood from a very abstract kind of context. Certain forces would have been given very general sorts of authorities and general domains from which there would have been spiritual practices, many of which we really don't know a whole lot about. Eventually, as you get starting getting into the Bronze Age, and there's more systemization of actual political structures and technology, the dissemination of mythology was a natural extension of that, because they were able to conceptualize things in a more direct, culturally specific manner. So different cultures would develop particular mythologies, which did in some ways interrelate with other cultures in the area. So there was considerable amounts of borrowing, recontextualization, reinvention, and recodification of certain older ideas that were going on for centuries, on and on and on and on. So that's largely how it goes.
Yeah, I mean that's my primary basis for my question here, is because I look at, say, like the development of Judaism to be similar to a lot of pagan mythology, and the creation of their god almost seems to be largely informed by a lot of what preceded them. The big mean guy in the sky, and the reason behind. They tried to make sense out of things that they couldn't make sense out of, and that was, they weren't the first to come up with those ideas of deities. I mean, it preceded them. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, it's just
I understand.
They just kind of developed their, instead of being really unique. I mean, yeah, it's unique because it's monotheistic, but if you really look at it and how it influenced people's lives and the legends they created, blah blah blah, then to me it seems very similar to other pagan cultures that they're unwilling to recognize actually influenced them.
Well, that's kind of the way of things with cultures. They try to make a name for themselves, come out with something that is genuinely theirs, even if there is some measure of borrowing. But that being said, many cultures did often have certain degrees of appreciations. Sometimes it was almost like a complicated relationship, like a frenemy relationship, to use a modern context. It was especially the case with Hellenic culture, because they viewed the Persians and the Babylonians and the Egyptians with a certain degree of appreciation and respect, but also with a certain degree of hostility, because they thought that they were so good at what they did that they were a threat. So, I mean, there was a considerable amount of things going on depending on what level of society you were talking about. And usually mythologies in spiritual contexts, though they can be codified through higher levels of society on the political spectrum, they're generally done so from a rural and common people perspective. That's how most mythologies historically were transmitted, were through common people, through families and tribes and the like. As society developed and getting closer and closer to modern times, that becomes more systematized in the way that you're sort of describing, with an ecclesia, with a church, with a temple, with an authoritarian power structure, which is actually in direct conflict with earlier polytheistic traditions, which were, and using the term I used earlier, orthopraxic, straight ritual or action or method, as opposed to one's doxia, which would have been belief. Orthodoxy being what dominates a lot of Christianity and Islam.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. That's why I was saying to Ocean earlier that everything comes down to words.
Fucking like words and shit.
Yep.
But it's
beautiful.
I'm interested to hear how your neo-paganism informs your practical living? Because it sounds, it sounded to me like you, like that's where you're at. I mean, it's not just you know, an area of knowledge for you, but it's actually informing your behavior. I'm curious to know how that is.
Well, in Hellenic tradition, but also many other European and even non-European polytheistic traditions, they are motivated very much by the concept of virtue, like virtue ethics, like you would typically have with Aristotle, but also with other sorts of Greek thinkers, like many of the Stoics, and also the Platonists. So it's motivated more by the spirit of law as opposed to its letter. So I'm motivated by the more abstract and more higher concepts of that. One of the core concepts of Hellenic is arete, which is excellence. Personal excellence in all things was the most important thing to a Greek, in any way, shape, or form. And there were many things that were extensions of that, like eusebia, which would have been ritual piety, kathamos, which is purifying oneself and keeping out negatives like miasmas, which could affect a person, place, thing, or concept. And obviously there are very culturally specific aspects of that, and each tradition was a little different. I mean, we could go off for days talking about how Egyptian tradition is different from Greek, for obvious reasons, culture or non-culture. But how it motivates me is structure and consistency. Maintaining an altar and a sacred space, keeping it clean, keeping the statues that I have on it clean, doing good things, doing good works, motivated by who I am and what I do as opposed to what I believe and what I think I am. And very much, particularly of polytheistic traditions, but pagan traditions in general, were very much motivated by that aspect, by doing good. And doing good in what we do, and making sure that our worship of the gods, our veneration of our ancestors, is reflected in how we behave and how we treat other people. But that's core to a lot of spiritual traditions. So there's not really a whole heck of a lot different as far as how I live my life compared to many other people who practice spirituality. What's different is how I view truth, how I view the necessity of authoritarian power structures. Most of polytheistic traditions were very local. The household cult was far more important than the church. And many times people could officiate rites as just a regular member of society. They didn't necessarily have to have a certain, badge or a certain set of clothing to perform those sorts of rituals. So it comes down more to cosmothesis, the worldview of my belief system, as opposed to how I behave.
I guess I can field it from a druid perspective if he's interested, because there's subtle differences between what you've said and how I approach it. Are you still there, Frank? I don't know. I'm on my phone.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all ears.
Okay. The ways that it kind of informs my life is there's three kind of basic things that I've taken from it. As far as my virtue in life, I kind of hold to a few tenets. One is to be on the side of human rights, and also to be on the side of nature. And then sometimes those things conflict, and when those conflict, there's kind of just asking myself questions and going with what I feel is right. Or taking that question to the gods and seeing what answer I achieve out of that ritual. Also, I kind of use another tenet is that I have a huge respect for strength in myself and in others. I'm attracted to strong personalities as a result of this. I don't really like dealing with people without confidence. And I think that kind of falls under a personal preference, but I think my religion has informed that attitude in me a lot. Because the legends that I've read and the stories that I've read through this study has confirmed for me that a major point of respect for the gods is confidence and strength. Beyond that, as far as how the gods function in my life in general, usually you could call it kind of a mind trick, I guess, but when I am dealing with a challenge in my life, I will take this challenge to my altar, which I have an altar in my room that has various gods on it. And I will take that challenge to one of the gods that has to do with this issue that I'm having. And I place that issue before the gods, perform a sacrifice, a ritual. And that God kind of works as a guide in my life in the following days while I'm facing said challenge. Which kind of references to my conversation with Kevin earlier about my what I've come to believe about Fortuna and Thor, and that I'm looking for more information on those two gods, because those have become regular gods that I go to, with Fortuna being the goddess of luck and Thor being a god of might and challenge. So there you go. There's kind of a collection of things. Do you have any questions?
Well, I'm just thinking, I didn't realize, now my understanding of well, maybe pagan religion is as diverse as other religions, but I always understood paganism to be more of a naturalistic kind of living with you know, the laws of nature, or just finding a system where you're respecting the planet and natural growth. I never thought of it as actually appealing to deities, because I thought paganism was anti-theist.
No. Think of it as both and. Like, what you said about paganism is true, but it's not restricted to that.
That's only one aspect.
Right. As far as Druidry, what you talked about is a very important aspect, and what I mentioned as far as, you know, respecting nature as being a core tenet, that is an appeal to the goddess Gaia, in my opinion. Nature is divine. Nature is the representation of Gaia, or how Gaia manifests in the physical world is nature. So respecting nature and being close to that is a respect of that deity, and is life in form of ritual. So it is. I do not know of any pagans that are anti-theistic. I know pagans that are atheistic, but and maybe pagans that have a grudge against Christianity. There's plenty of those, but they do have most of them appeal to a divine of their own. Even those that are atheistic. There's a friend of mine who's a pagan, who calls herself a mystoskeptic, where she believes in gods for absurd life practice. She's a writer, and for example, one of her goddesses is Cafina, and the temple of Cafina is a coffee shop, and the priestesses of Cafina are baristas. And she takes this ritual very seriously.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Cafina is the goddess of late night creativity and inspiration. But I know that Kevin his head is probably spinning right now, but I actually really like this. Cafina is an excellent god to me, but you know, she has a very different perspective, and it's not reconstructionist, it's not strictly theistic, but it does fit under the label of pagan.
Solitary eclectic.
Exactly.
It's not pagan, as far as I'm concerned. But that's me, and I'm a dick.
And that's a fair criticism. That it's not based in any ancient culture that would have been referred to as pagan when the term came about.
But Ocean, don't you run into the guru paradox?
What is that?
The guru. Okay, so it's not exactly the same, but the guru paradox is the idea of like a person's like, I need to find a guru, so I know the right path in life and I understand absolute truth or whatever have you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the paradox comes into play is that you're burdening the person who's seeking absolute truth to find a master of absolute truth. So the guru paradox is pretty much, somebody's waving. Kevin.
There is no absolutes.
No, I'm not.
No,
Regardless.
I agree with Kevin on that, and I'll also say that if you go to the guru, even this idea comes from the idea of the guru.
That's not
from Hinduism.
question. That's
okay,
like that's like a side aspect. That's like a technicality. It could be like you're going to a guru for anything. Like it doesn't matter. That's like you're just saying you're going to a guru to train you in a certain spiritual path, whatever it is. And the paradox comes into play when you're saying that you as a layman are trying to find truth, but you can't find truth until you find somebody who knows truth. But how are you as a layman supposed to know that that person knows truth? Right?
You rely on the sources.
You don't.
No.
And yeah, there's ways of trying to find out whether or not that guru has access to the information that you're interested in.
It doesn't matter. You're missing the point. It's just supposed to play as a paradox. The idea is how's a layperson supposed to know somebody?
Is it a paradox because you want it to be a paradox? Because
no. I'm saying it's a paradox. This is okay. I can just boil it down to like a very simple analogy. Then this is a paradox. Paradox is pretty much saying that you want to find out truth, so you find somebody who knows truth. But how do you know they know truth if you don't know what truth is? That's basically what it's saying.
Oh, right, but let me tell you about the perspective of the guru. In Hinduism, when someone goes to the guru, the only truth that he knows is that the self is God.
I was using guru in a colloquial.
Well, no, but I'm trying to explain why the paradox doesn't necessarily work, because when someone goes to a guru, they know what they're searching for, but they have no idea what that is, and if that makes sense. And that in and of itself is a paradox. But when you go to the guru's understanding is that within Hinduism is that the self is God, the self is divine, and it takes a kind of trick to understand that on an intimate level to actually achieve the form of enlightenment that the guru has and that the guru is offering. Or that offering is not necessarily the best term for that, because the guru doesn't offer it. The guru just kind of has it. But the guru in Hinduism basically just fucks with you until you get it.
So
because he knows that you don't know what you're looking for.
Yeah,
he knows that you have an idea of what you're looking for, but that's not what it is.
The point comes to play much earlier. The point comes to play is before you even reach the Hindu guru. Are you going to a Hindu guru? Are you going to a Sikh? Are you going to any other concept? That's the idea. The idea is you're looking for truth, and the burden's on you to find a teacher of truth, even though you don't know what that truth is. So
people will have different standards of what they're looking for.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's the point. But
and there is no absolute truth. That's the point that I'm sure Kevin is about to hammer into the ground.
No. I'm not going to hammer that into the ground. I think I kind of get what he's getting at on the basic.
I use too many specific terms that
okay.
work.
I understand. I'm just working within those terms. And in my answer, for me personally, what I look at as a metric is that does it apply to my heritage, and I'm looking for things that apply to certain I guess ethnicity is wrong, but certain heritages.
But how do you
certain cultures? Heritage? For me,
yeah,
that's what I'm aware of my family history.
But
that's my.
But you also mentioned. So you mentioned Celtic Druidry and Christianity, and you mentioned Taoism.
Taoism is something that I'm into because it has themes that mirror what I understand of Druidry. what I pull from Taoism is because there's something that's written down. It has a lot of the same things, and it also it has that feeling of home, which I guess is really the metric that I'm looking at. Is does it speak to my soul on that level that I'm looking for? And Taoism does that, so I kind of pull it in, and it comes and visits these other ideas that I'm looking into.
I think I can kind of field his basic question.
Yeah, go for it, Kevin, because I don't think I'm doing it.
Okay. So you know you're drawn to something. You don't know what it is. And your aspect that you're kind of touching on is, well, how do you know that you find it? The thing is, and it's particularly true of people who end up becoming a part of some kind of polytheistic tradition. Before they even find the specific culture, there are years and years of experiences that we have, many of us. And if you sit down and talk with many of us, we have childhood experiences as teenagers and adults. I've even known people who find out about polytheism when they're much older, 40s or 50s even. And there's all these sorts of signs that we get, these very specific sorts of things that we receive in the world from other people, from certain environments, things that we're drawn to for whatever reason. We read about this, we read about that. We experience this, we experience that. And eventually they sort of reach a point of egress, and they start to make sense. And everything, there's a sort of fate that kind of comes into that. Eventually you find what you're meant to find, that correlates and puts all of those sorts of experiences into their proper context. That's how the guru paradox is dissolved.
So, but it's in the framework with the idea that you have to be open-ended. Like, you can't come to an absolute truth. And whenever you do come to absolute truth, that means you've gone astray. But you're saying but you come to some kind of spiritual realization, whatever your intent was, you came to it. And your path, right? And the only reason that can be contradicted is if you come to some kind of absolutist truth.
That's how I would say, yes. From my perspective and the perspective of those I know who are polytheists, if at some point I got to a point where I thought I had absolute, that would be a stopping block. That would be a problem. Now, there's going to be other people who are meant for different things, and maybe for them and their path, that is their absolute. But speaking from polytheistic and pagan traditions, there is no such thing. It doesn't mean that anything goes, but it means that there are specific cultural kind of understandings, aspects of truths, pursuits of such.
Of course. Could you give me an example of something that would be like a big absolute truth? Like considered like a heavy kind of idea, concept.
There is one God and only one God from one culture. Period.
Why isn't the opposite the truth? Why isn't the opposite the concept of absolute truth? That there is, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to.
He just gave an absolute truth that he disagrees with.
I'm just curious.
So
I don't want to split hairs.
No, it's a point that's been brought up. That there is no absolute is an absolute. The way that that's dealt with is that there are truths, but no absolutes. There's no absolute non-truth. The opposite of an absolute truth is that nothing means anything. Nihilism is the opposite of an absolute truth.
How does atheism play into it? Not atheism.
Have you interacted with atheists here on Google+?
Wait. Not obviously, atheists do have a concept of absolute truth. I get atheists do that. But from the opposite perspective, can somebody be atheistic, not believe in absolute truth, and still be considered to have a valid point of view?
Sure.
Anti-theist.
Anti-theist?
Anti-theist, but doesn't push it on anybody. It's just like, I don't believe in God, and I think the concept of God is destructive towards humanity.
The term anti-theist
not on like a tirade.
The term anti-theist usually implies somebody who goes out and
no,
does
I
something
understand.
about it.
I'm just saying like a personal anti-theist.
Well,
as versus
I think you're just talking about an atheist.
Yeah.
No, as opposed to agnostic atheist, who allow the concept of God to exist possibility, but they have no evidence, so they don't believe in God. versus the anti-theist who's like, there's no possible way that a deity is
a Gnostic
I have a soapbox that I kind of want to throw at you right now. The term atheist, when you really mean agnostic, is a useless term. When I use the term atheist and when I hear the term atheist, what I accept the meaning as is somebody who has rejected the concept of God, not somebody who simply lacks a belief. The simply lacking a belief in where you say, does God exist? And their answer is, I don't know. That is an agnostic. If they say there is no God, or I reject the idea of God, that is an atheist.
I'm saying they would say probably not. They
probably not would fit under atheist because they have rejected the idea.
No, but my point is they're not making absolute statements. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah,
they can't say that there most likely is a God, or they can't say there is no God. They'd have to make a non-absolute statement like...
Probably not is a philosophical atheist. Because that is... Probably not is still a rejection of the idea.
But they're not rejecting it philosophically. They're just rejecting it because it's been given...
I would argue that they are, because when someone examines the idea, there is a percentage of probability philosophically that they look at. When someone says that I am X percentage certain that there is a God, which is for me it's like 80. If I were to pull a number out of my ass, that may or may not be accurate, but that is enough for me to hold the beliefs that I do. For somebody else, their percentage of certainty that there is a God goes down to 40 or so of, where they sit. At that point, they conclude that they can reject the idea and they can live without the concept of God, philosophically. And that counts as a rejection. But it has become popular today to say, I am an agnostic atheist, and it's kind of an argument trick, where it's a shifting of the burden of proof over to, since I lack belief, I am an agnostic, but I will say atheist, or I am an atheist, but I will play the game of the agnostic so that I don't have to actually defend my position. And it's a game that is played over and over and over on the Google Tubes, and it's very frustrating.
I hear what you're saying. That can make sense definitely in context.
But within strictly, like when you're dealing with philosophical thought, the term atheist means rejection of the hypothesis of God. When someone says an agnostic, that means that they don't know. They have not made a decision on the hypothesis of God. When someone says theist, that means that they have made an acceptance of the hypothesis of God in some way, shape, or form.
I don't know. I guess I'm really not as comfortable making such a clear distinction between someone who's agnostic and someone who's atheist.
Well, what I'm explaining is what the classical philosophical understanding of this argument is. Those are the terms as used by philosophers in history when talking about this subject. This new idea of atheism in conversation of saying, strong atheist or weak atheist, Gnostic or agnostic atheist is simply a messing around of terms and a result of this shifting of the burden of proof wholly onto the theist.
I would disagree. I would say it's probably reflective of society, of what exists.
What do you mean?
Well, just like you have first of all, let's just look at it from the faith perspective, someone who's a theist. Everybody will argue that there's humanity started with some kind of concept of theism. We're talking about early humanity, very small pockets of people, and they would be all practicing a very base form of religion, whatever.
Animism is accepted as the earliest form of religion.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
Right.
But the concept is you start with a proto, and then it expanded. As we are living today, we could see all the expanses of that proto-religion that started with earliest of man. So the same thing would happen also with the counter-belief system, which would be the lack of belief, which would be atheism, where you have a proto-early atheism, that, like, we could say, arguably, let's just say modern atheism that started in Europe, mainly in England, and expanded from that. And we could argue that today in our day and age, there are subgroups that are legitimate, identifiable subgroups, just like you have in religion. You could have atheists that have certain leanings, and they'd require their own categorization.
Yes and no. Hold on a second. I'm hoping I'm going onto the right road here. Okay, anyway, I guess I'll find out.
Yeah, no problem.
But with what you're talking about, that doesn't change that the philosophical understanding of the positions is modernly and has been what it is. The terms that you're making reference to, shit, I went onto the wrong road. That's what happened. The terms that you're making reference to are ones that have been created by people who are kind of philosophically shooting from the hip, that don't have the training in philosophy to actually make these terms up.
So you're saying these people don't actually exist, but
well,
rather
they exist.
They believe
they're using the wrong terms to articulate what they are.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of them, and they're very convinced of that they are what they say they are.
Fair enough. I'm of neither position, so I can't. Pardon?
I think they obfuscate.
Whoa!
Somebody else is talking, and they're kind of in
1
the
second.
Path of Abraham. I couldn't understand what your point was. I really don't understand what position you're trying to demonstrate here.
Well, I was Path of Abraham was disagreeing with the philosophical construct that I made.
Yeah, but what you were saying just
no,
seemed
I wasn't disagreeing with it. I think what you said is completely 100% true. I'm just saying there's no doubt that there's people who don't identify as just agnostic or just.
Well, no, there's people that misidentify themselves.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I wasn't trying to argue with you. I was just saying that.
But originally, Path of
Wait, Frank, you're talking over somebody who's got a low mic.
I thought he muted it.
Yeah, from the philosophical position.
I don't hear anybody else.
Yeah, I don't either. I was just trying to follow.
Oh, there is somebody talking. What's his name?
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear his points too, but I don't understand why my points are at conflict.
It's Istis.
Oh.
I'm just throwing in my my agreement. I'm a philosophical atheist, and I would say that Ocean has his terms correct, and Path of Abram does not. I think that you're right.
But you still identify as a philosophical atheist.
Yeah, I think he's saying that he's talking about a rejection of the belief that that's the position that he holds philosophically. That he can't know.
I agree with Ocean's definition.
No, I understand what the philosophical atheist is, but wouldn't you argue against the concept that you can only be an atheist or an agnostic, otherwise you're a theist?
No, not necessarily. I would think that.
Isn't there a blending?
Well, it's either you accept or reject, or you don't have a position.
Right.
Those are the only three options.
Well, I would think that there's more of a gradation, but yes, those are the three major categories.
Oh no, I agree. I'm not saying those aren't the three major. I'm just saying, like, just like you have in theism, you have a breakdown of multiple subgroups and stuff.
Oh yes.
So within atheism, you have the exact same thing. So you can't just say, I'm an atheist, and that means I'm like everybody else.
Let me explain how that works. When there would be different degrees on each. Think of it as when you're looking at classical theism, which is an all-powerful God. You would have classical theism on one side where someone who accepts that would be a classical theist, and someone who on the other side who rejects it would be an atheist. Then you would have a separate line for polytheism, or a separate line for specifically Hellenistic polytheism. And through examination of evidence on each one, you either accept or reject each premise. So I am an atheist when it comes to classical theism. However, I am a theist when it comes to general polytheism.
Right, and that's where I would differ from you. It was actually kind of interesting because I was hearing you guys talk a little bit earlier, and you guys were making a distinction between mysticism or mythology and religion, and I was actually kind of curious about what that distinction is.
Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't make that distinction at all.
Yes and no.
I say religion.
Actually, Kevin, did you hear that question?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, a distinction between religion and mythology.
I would. Oh, sorry.
Wait a minute.
I'd rather have Kevin field that.
Yeah, because he's
going to know more about it.
Yes.
Are you asking if I was not making a distinction or was making a distinction?
You were, yes.
Between religion and mythology?
Right.
Religion and mysticism?
Religion and mythology, I believe it was.
Okay.
I should have jumped in when you were saying it. My mistake.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
I find this concept interesting because I literally define religion as ritual mythology. So the concept of mythology and religion are different to me. It's like so alien.
Okay. Our word.
Fair enough. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I just see mythology as the logos of whatever religion is.
Oh God! Please don't use the word logos.
Logos, Kevin, logos, or whatever.
Religion is an action.
Religio is an action that is reflected by a mindset. It's from
right. Exactly.
Now, that being said, the distinction between mythos and religio is more in the fact that there are many stories. Mythos means stories. So mythologia is the study of stories. So there are many of those stories to study, ergo, many interpretations, many different aspects. Hence, different cultists, different mysteries, different traditions, different sub-traditions. Yeah,
but that's exactly what I'm saying, because I'm saying what religion is that ritualized mythology. So basically, what you have, like, just name a religion, and you can this principle holds true. So well, like let's say Muslims. You know what Muslims do? They do Hajj. Why do they do Hajj? Because they're imitating an act that was done in their mythology. Well, we could say Jews, like, okay, my case, Jews, we celebrate the Passover for the exact same concept. It's a ritual of our mythology. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think there was an element that I didn't elucidate that is the reason why there's confusion.
No, I think the definition of mythology was very fair. I would completely agree with that.
Well, pre-Christian religions in Europe and the Near East, Egypt, places, they weren't religions. They were cultural traditions. The concept that we have of religion is endemic to very specific concepts that don't reflect earlier traditions. Of them,
I think
absolute truths, specific structures, things like that.
Same thing. You could look at pre-Abrahamic religions, and they do the same thing. They ritualize mythology.
Sure.
You could just look at star worshippers. You can look at venerating seasons. It's the same thing. You have a certain kind of mythology, and you mark it with a ritual.
Sure.
That's what religion is.
That religion kind of has this connotation of institutionalization more than
anything,
right?
Which is usually contrary.
Then it wouldn't be religion in that sense. No, I don't.
Academically, they're going to say religion.
Fair enough.
Everyone's going to say religion.
Yeah.
But when it gets down to it, the sort of finer hairs of it, the tradition.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Good, everybody agrees.
Consensus, yes.
Always nice.
That means we're right.
No, that means we're right.
We have discovered an absolute truth. So what's I'm sure it's a very legitimate umbrage, but what is your umbrage with the word logos?
The word logos
Yes.
has been molested a lot by various different people for various different reasons.
Kevin, what is logos?
Mind.
Okay.
That which can be understood philosophically in the world with the mind. So mysticism is above that, outside of that.
Right.
That's not as well understood. So the mysteries, esotericisms, those are more heterodox. They're usually core from the they're less core to the original kind of concept. So logos is often used to describe a certain higher wisdom of a particular tradition. Depending on which philosophical school you're talking about, they all viewed logos differently. And the Christians used it to describe Christ. So when I hear the word logos, I'm like, what do you mean by logos?
Right. Gotcha.
Well, I do that quite often, where I'll ask for people's definitions, and they think I'm just trolling them or something because I asked for clarification on terms. It's pretty sad.
It is. And so much that we do is based on language.
Oh, right.
Right.
And the
Yeah,
interesting
people-
thing is that there's been research into creating languages that are completely unambiguous. And that would probably greatly aid philosophical thought.
Yeah, there are a priori languages. They're like constructed languages that are actually trying to do that. Some of those are produced mathematically. Some of those are produced as inner languages, like combinations of different languages to aid in cross-cultural communication. There's all different types. For anybody who's interested, conlang. Just look that up. You'll find weird stuff.
How does that translate? Sorry. How does that translate into, or sorry, how does that translate though? Like, it works one way, but how does it work the other way to get the point across?
How does what work?
So you could have, let's say you have a Portuguese speaker and you have a Japanese speaker, and they're both speaking this neutral language that can express everything properly. But how does that translate back to Japanese and back to Portuguese? Like, how do you...
The hope
there's
is
two different distinct semantic mappings, one from, say, Esperanto to Japanese and back, and one from, say, Esperanto to Italian and back, right?
Right.
And that's known as a isomorphism, if you want to get really fancy with it.
Yeah.
But but Esperanto is the most famous constructed language, and it's a combination of what is it, Japanese, Russian, English, French, and German, and Spanish.
And Hebrew.
Right, yeah. Like it's like 5 or 6 languages.
It was produced by a Jewish immigrant.
Mm-hmm. And then the unambiguous language you're talking about, there's a couple of them, but the most famous one is Lojban.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
Really weird.
It's a very, very simple language, but there's a lot of vocabulary. So you can understand the grammar in a couple hours, or I mean in an hour, honestly, and then it's just all vocabulary afterwards.
Yeah.
And they have weird words. They don't have like verbs or anything. It's all based on logical propositions where they have all these interesting bridi and sumpti, and it's pretty interesting. But it's very simple. It's a very simple system, but it leads to some very complex thoughts that would be very difficult to express in English, actually. So
you see,
changing the order of the words will make the dependencies of the different parts of the sentence change, so you can make very abstract concepts that actually don't even really physically make sense.
You see, this is what linguists do for fun.
Yeah.
The thing is, sorry to interrupt, but the thing is that you can put any hypothesis, and you can come up with the conclusion that you want to come up with, depending on the hypothesis that you put at first. So
bias is inevitable.
you know, if
It's contingent upon human interaction.
exactly, I agree on that point. But
All you can do is hope to minimize and mitigate bias with more communication and more elucidation of concepts, theorems, and hypotheses.
true. It depends on from where you start. Uh, you are ultimately gonna come up with the conclusion you want to come up with. So first off, when some people are having a conversation, they should agree on the hypothesis for the conversation to have a value, because if I come up with my hypothesis and you do the same thing, we uh, definitely are not going to agree on the same conclusion.
Well, I think there's a level of eccentricity to those differences, but I don't think that those differences are always substantive. I mean, they're not like always extreme differences in core hypothesis or in core conclusion of hypothesis. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to communicate.
True. I was arguing with my uncle one day, and he said that philosophers, each philosopher has his own logic, and I totally disagree. Two logics or three logics. We can't have a lot of logics. We just have one logic, but it depends on the hypothesis you begin with. You can come up with the conclusion you want to come up with.
Well,
Yeah, but
you
that
know,
isn't really true, or either how it works. I mean, just the matter of fact is that we do have multiple different types of logics that all emphasize specific types of problems that we want to study. I mean, so we could talk about, say, modal logic, or sequent calculus. All these different types of things are meant to express different types of domains to be able to more efficiently express the ideas we want to explore. So there isn't one type of logic. There's many different types of logic. Anyway, sorry, that was an aside. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are types of logic, maybe, but there is one logic. That's my point.
well, the thing
No,
is with
point was
logic.
there are many different types of logic, and actually people come up with different types of logic all the time. If it's internally consistent, then it's fine, right? I mean, you could have very trivial types of logic to very complex types of logic.
I think he's trying to make the point that regardless of the type of logic, ultimately there is logical, that is a
Right,
thing.
consistency.
There is logical consistency is a standard. But the thing is with that, I can come up to a very logical conclusion and be wrong.
Yeah. How do you apply absolute truth to that? Like it falls apart.
Whenever the word absolute truth enters I view absolute truth as kind of a useless thing, to be honest.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, though. It's the same concept.
And the other thing is, different people mean different things when they say absolute truth too. But that's another difficult thing to.
Istis, you're coming in really low.
Oh really?
Yeah, just get I think you need to get closer to your mic.
Yeah, I need to grab another mic. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
I have a question.
I took a wrong turn in Florida, and I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's great.
What were you saying, James?
I have a question for the atheists in the room. What does it really mean to be an atheist? And the reason why I want to say this is because there are people who worship real, live things. I mean, how do you be an atheist as someone who worships trees?
Whoa.
Just curious.
Okay. Well, the only atheist in the room just left, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Real live things?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Well, people worship.
I am not a theist. I don't know if I can label myself as an atheist.
Okay, well, what I want to hear a clarification of the question.
Like people who venerate Mount Fuji and stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, people worship statues. People worship trees.
That is a hyper simplification of how worship works.
No, but I think he's saying like
let him address his question.
How can we define?
No, I understand the point he's coming from because we're coming from the same tradition. We're talking about when we're talking about worship. We're not talking about people who may take it hypothetically. We're talking about people who says this thing here is divine, like people who view Mount Fuji that way. This is divine.
Even in that particular example, I'm going to say very politely, please shut up, because I want him to. He's the one asking the question, not you. And even the example that you're providing, it is still an oversimplification. So.
Not in the context. So that's the thing.
I'm going to get really frustrated with you soon.
Why?
But Idol Smasher, I believe, right? I recognize the avatar. Hold on a second. Yeah. Can you clarify your question about like what do you mean by people worshiping real life things and worshiping trees? Because that seems like a very strong oversimplification to me.
Actually, the path of Abraham was on it. When somebody says this thing here is divine, and I'm going to separate it from other things in the world, and I'm going to adorn it. I'm going to add incense, flowers, pray to it. So I want to say, how do you define an atheist when you can say that, you know, when someone's worshiping, say, a tree, do you not believe in trees? Or do you just disbelieve what he does? I mean, how do you define atheist? How can you,
that atheist would be someone who just rejects the idea of God.
Rejects the idea of all divine things. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where it comes from. They reject it. They reject the spiritual dimension of any type.
Okay, but if someone's God is, say, a forest, do you say that you don't believe in a forest?
Well, no, they don't believe in the divine aspect, which someone who worships the forest is attributing to it.
It's very different when you say a forest, but here's the thing: an atheist doesn't believe that there is something outside of nature. So you can't call a forest God for an atheist.
Well,
that's a monotheistic bias.
You can call it a spirit, which wouldn't mean something that lives outside of nature.
Yeah, most beliefs throughout history were animistic. They didn't believe in a transcendental sky daddy.
I think that's what Idol Smash was kind of getting at, where it gets fuzzy there.
No,
his articulation of it is very simplified.
Yeah.
To the point of being a little offensive, but.
Yeah. We're accustomed to that, right, Ocean?
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out the definition of how one could define himself as an atheist. How far do you have to go?
Rejection of the divine. Like, you can believe that the forest is there, you just don't believe it's divine.
Yeah, you don't believe
any divine property.
If you believe it's divine, you believe it's there, don't you?
This is where
you believe it's there, but like the atheist is gonna reject the divine property. Like there's a forest, you're worshiping it, but the atheist is gonna say you're fucking crazy for worshiping it. That's fucking weird.
Nobody said, but the thing is, I think Ocean, can you define divine then? Because I wouldn't say if it's divine, you necessarily have to worship it.
What do you mean? Because,
well, you said the atheist
people have different definitions for what divine actually means.
No, that's my point. But I'm saying you said that atheists would have issues with that because they reject anything that's divine.
Right. So they reject anything like the divine wholesale. Pretty much all definitions of it.
How do they define? Okay, how would an atheist define, or do they have to go on other people's definitions?
If we're going by the naturalist atheist, which would be like, because atheist doesn't really mean much. A Taoist can be atheist as well, and they still believe in some.
I would call them non-theistic.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly my point.
An atheist is a materialist. They believe there is only matter, no spirit, nothing. No soul, no afterlife, no gods, no spirits. Nothing that is immaterial. That is what defines an atheist.
But what if somebody? But just because somebody worships a tree, I'm not saying that I'm not talking here. I'm talking something very natural and very common in the world, and that should be respected in some sense. The trees are good, very good. But what I'm getting at here is, doesn't an atheist has to depend on the definition of other people to define himself? I mean, he doesn't matter.
I think that you're playing a word game for the sake of playing a word game.
I'm not playing a word game. The tree exists, whether you worship it or not, or whether you believe
but the atheist doesn't believe that the tree is God. Doesn't respect that it has a divine property.
It doesn't have to be divine. It's just the fact that you want to worship it, that you want to adorn it.
I think
the atheist rejects that idea in order to be an atheist. Like,
but you believe the tree.
What exactly are you asking then, beyond that?
I'm saying that an atheist can't define himself.
Yes, it can.
An atheist can only define himself by rejecting that of other people, of other things outside himself. It's an interesting concept.
That is the definition. It's a rejection.
There's plenty of cases like that. There's even in religious traditions, there's sects of religious groups that like their name, and they identify themselves based off things they rejected. It happens. Like, who am I? I'm somebody who doesn't believe in X, Y, or Z. That's who I am.
It is in its own way an affirmation. It's not really defining off of other people. It's just, when somebody else has some other idea of what God is, it goes, well, there's another thing that I'm an atheist about. It's the affirmation of the rejection of the God hypothesis wholesale. But usually the thing is that until something demonstrably proves them otherwise, that's going to be their position.
Yeah.
And somebody worshiping a tree, as offensive as that fucking sentence is, it doesn't sway them one way or the other.
But they believe the tree exists.
Yes, they'll believe the damn tree exists. They just don't believe it's fucking God.
Yeah, the tree doesn't have any properties that makes it qualified as a god.
True, to you, but not to the person, not to the other individual. But you believe the tree exists.
Oh, I understand what you're saying now.
Oh God, if it just clicked with you.
I mean, you can come up with any idea of God you want and say that's wrong. Sure, you can build a statue. You can build a clay figure of something and smash it. Easy.
My point is that the atheist doesn't give two wooden nickels what you're placing the property of divinity on. It does not. The atheist does not accept it.
But the atheist says God doesn't exist. But if you're worshiping something that is physical,
Jesus Christ, I can only make the same point 700 times.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
No, Idol Smasher, I understand what you're saying. So basically, the point is the idea of like, okay, so you could say, so like they could come to a monotheist, an atheist come to a monotheist and show me God, and you'd be like, well, I can't show you God. God's something that can't be shown. They come to the tree worshiper, and they're like, show me God, and they're like, they point at a massive redwood forest or something. It's like, that is divinity right there on Earth. We can see it, we can touch it, we can breathe it, we can live amongst it. That is divinity. So what happens is that the atheist comes to the monotheist and it's like, show me God, and like, I can't show you God. That doesn't make any sense to us. And he says, well, if you can't show me.
You went quiet, Path.
Oh, okay. I thought I had lost signal.
But I don't accept that your deity has any power or influence. It doesn't matter. They could recognize the deity. They just won't say that the deity has any influence on the world, regardless if they can measure it and view it scientifically.
I think we are missing a point here. Where, an atheist doesn't think that this life requires a deity. So he doesn't tend to believe in anything.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, regardless if it's measurable or not.
Sure.
I don't mean to frustrate you, man. I'm sorry. Really, I'm not here to anger you, man. I really am not.
I think that some people need a deity more than others, and that's the difference between a believer and a non-believer.
You believe believers require a deity, like they need it?
Yeah, that's their whole context.
But by definition, people, you know, they will keep anything they need so much. That's why it's hard for a believer to give up his deity.
How do you explain people with like Stockholm syndrome or something?
I'm sorry?
Like, how do you... I don't know how to say this. How do you define somebody who believes they require something that they don't actually require, and it's actually what they think they require is actually causing them harm? How does that apply to that situation?
I think it depends on how you see life. I mean, it depends on the personality of the person itself, because when someone feels that he's weak and he doesn't have a lot of power to control his life, well, he's definitely gonna need a deity. I don't know if you see my point.
What would be the evidence that you would see that would lead you to that conclusion, if I may make so bold?
Well, here's the thing. A non-believer that doesn't put a pre-selected or specific conditions for him to believe. He just doesn't believe because he doesn't see any reason to believe.
A lot of atheists that I've met have this misconception of the necessity of belief. I mean,
right.
many people who have a theistic belief. And let's just take out the extremists for a second. Let's not go to the crazy side. Just somebody who has religious or spiritual experiences. They have experiences, and they are drawn to spirituality as a result of those experiences. It's not that they have a necessity to have to believe in God, but rather that they are making sense of the experiences that they just have, that are there. They're recognizing the experiences that they have. So that's sort of the line in the sand of even the most progressive and abstract form of theist versus the most agnostic, the most well-intentioned atheist. An atheist believes that a theist is convincing themselves of a lie, and that many theists believe that atheists are just going like this and ignoring experiences that they have in the world. Yep. And that's largely where the argument comes from. But ultimately, if you don't have the experience, all right. That's how I view it as a polytheist. If you don't have spiritual experiences, all right. That's nice. Want a cup of coffee?
Yeah,
Cool.
exactly. I think Kevin just hit the nail on the head. That's the big difference, and in the end, it primarily it doesn't make any difference about your theological beliefs. But what I find very interesting about the concept of needing a deity is that there's so many aspects of human evolution where it was based off of the need of structure, the need of order. So the belief in a deity came after the fact from the belief in structure and order, which I guess we were in a little bit of tough before, but talking about how that might be a definition of a religion, regardless if I agree with it or not. But the idea of finding structure and order is primary for a lot of people. I can think of people that I know, and out of that comes the eventual belief in the deity.
Now, you could argue that there is some kind of necessity placed on people, either from themselves or from others, to have specific kinds of religious institutionalizations, to have certain fealty to a very specific church or a very specific kind of tradition, but on actual just spiritual experiences, they're experiential over long periods of time. It's very difficult to apply necessity to something that is there in the background. That's an atmospheric kind of condition that people have on some different kind of level. However you want to justify that scientifically, spiritually, or whatever else.
BRB, guys.
All right.
I would imagine that the wealthy, the well-off, and like the secluded of the world would in large be non-theistic then, because they have nothing to worry about. It's not like a survival mechanism. Their life's perfect and they have nothing to possibly worry about, so why would they need that reinsurance?
Well, if my sort of distinction pans out at all, how do I put this? The necessity for institutionalization is not placed upon them, so they are more likely to be able to express either alternatives that they may be experiencing or just a sheer lack of belief in themselves. They are more likely to be able to express that they're atheistic than they would not in other areas of the world. It's not impressed upon them as much.
Would the need for an elevation of a code of behavior amongst the community or a society, the public, for the public good kind of a thing, like great societies do, wouldn't there need to be something greater than everybody that the individual can find security in?
But that comes to the individual.
But
the individual finds that.
But when we find a great society, we have to elevate law, don't we? You know what I mean? When we build cities and we build societies, wouldn't we need to put the law of the land above the I mean, I know that we've always had like kings who were above the law and lords who are above the law, but in a general thinking society, a free society, wouldn't you have to elevate the law? And that might have been where we derive some of our be careful, the gods are watching. You better not. Don't take that. You'll owe sevenfold, kind of a thing. I don't know if I don't want to step on any toes here. I'm just shooting the breeze. I'll shut up now.
Laws are essentially humanistic in orientation. I mean, they're very generalized. Don't steal. For one, protection of the public trust. And societies throughout the world, regardless of religious tradition or culture, regardless of time period or region, have had some of those kinds of basic laws. And when you look at them and you compare them side by side, they're largely based on the same kinds of concepts. And yes, there are religious laws that are put down, but history has taught that oppressive religious laws actually impede the progress of society.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You always have the ones who get in the way of it, where the law should be above everybody. but you always have those that, it's like you would almost need to elevate the law above awe in order for it to be, or the concept of order in order for it to actually work in a functioning society. Just an idea about the origins of where we got these ideas.
Yeah.
I really didn't mean to offend anybody, Kevin. I don't know what I said.
I was confused.
I can explain. I can explain what it was. Ocean has a tendency to get a little more offended about it. I did find it a bit offensive, but I already know where you come from on a lot of these sorts of perspectives. You were simplifying the notion that a person literally worships a tree as a god, which has absolutely no truth in the vast majority of polytheistic and indigenous traditions.
Oh, it came across personal, didn't it? It came across like a personal jab.
I thought it was a hypothetical. I didn't know you were literally talking about...
I get it now. I didn't even know he was... And I wasn't even thinking of that. I didn't think you guys adorn trees or anything. I didn't think that was a...
Right, that's what I thought it was a hypothetical question. I didn't think it was...
There are
pointing fingers at anybody in particular.
A tree could be used as a representation of a divine form, but generally that divine form is immanent in the world and is not contingent upon the existence of that individual tree.
Sure, I just picked tree worship because trees are real and worthy of.
Well,
right, I think the point was missed is because, from what I interpreted, what James was saying is that he was giving an extreme example of how an atheist would react to a theist, and he just used like trees to give, saying like this is a real world, this is something that exists. He wasn't talking about like traditional polytheistic beliefs about how people view trees. He was giving an example about like somebody who literally believed this tree is God.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. I guess
it's a hot button issue.
Oh, fair enough.
With a lot of polytheists and pagans. Because we've, and a lot of academia has reflected this for decades, if not centuries, the sort of idea of hyper-primitivism is associated with anything before, even a year before Christianity was put into faith, that everybody before Christianization was a fucking savage with a bone through their nose.
No intelligence, there's no
throwing shit at each other and fucking in the street for some reason. You know, that kind of stuff.
There's no civilization, like no theological civilization.
And there was an idea perpetuated that all belief systems. Well, there's that too, and human sacrifice and everything else, which is still contentious for a variety of reasons. But this association that monotheistic religion is more evolved. And that everything in the world has evolved to be monotheistic. That it's the eventual result. So many people who practice pagan faiths, we view this with a certain degree of hostility, because a lot of, to mention what I was saying before Frank left, the idea that polytheism is by definition primitive. Even Hinduism is primitive. They haven't accepted the evolved truth of monotheistic concepts.
No, Jews are ancient people. They're monotheists. It's old-fashioned.
And there were monotheistic traditions in Babylon and Egypt. And there were,
Yeah.
Are there any like reconstructionists of like Mesoamerican religions, like I don't know, Mayanism or something?
Yes, it's very small, probably even smaller.
How do they view like human sacrifice then? That's all I'm curious about. That's the only reason why I brought it up. I would love how like that.
No. There is a view that there are some enduring core concepts in religions that are what we reconstruct and bring into modern day, but there are some things that are particular to certain kinds of rulers and certain problems that existed within societies, and even in certain instances how primitive their actual understanding of science was, because there are examples of polytheistic traditions that did have some pretty barbaric practices. That being said, especially with European and Near Eastern traditions, when you look at the cultures around them, many of them were doing basically the same things anyway. So that's the sort of perspective of Reconstructionism, is that they're trying to take the core concepts, the most important fundamental aspects of those traditions, and bringing them to the present. But that's done in many religions. That's done in Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I mean, you have that sort of aspect where people are like, well, what is really the fundamental? What is the core sign of aspect of faith? And that's part of the reason why there's over 1,000 denominations of Christianity, because they've been asking that same fucking question.
Hey, Ocean. Kevin kind of explained, and I caught it real quick. I really wasn't trying to be specific. I only picked a tree because I like them, and if there's anything you could worship on the earth, I wouldn't give you crap for it, be a tree. And it wasn't like that. I just like trees and Christmas and all that stuff. I really wasn't taking a jab at anything. I'm really illiterate when it comes to, and that's why I like talking to Kevin so much. He's a very knowledgeable fellow and educates and good stuff. So yeah, man, I get real sensitive about my stuff too, and I that little hammer I get hot button on stuff too. So I really was not for you, man. That wasn't. I'm stupid on that end, man. Look at me.
Fair enough. I've got my hot button issues, and that's kind of one of them.
And I explained to him the history behind that, and the sort of pseudo-academia that's been going on since the 17th century.
Yeah, not where I was going at all.
Man, Idol, you had to pick a tree. You could have picked anything else. You had to pick a tree.
Well, no, it's anything really.
He could have said that people literally worshipped a lake, and he probably would have. Yeah.
I had the same thing on that one. Especially since a lake is one of the. I mean, if you oversimplify it in the way that's, there's a record of battle with the Gauls breaking out because the Romans desecrated a sacred lake.
Yeah. But usually particular deities and lesser deities that were associated with particular rivers, streams, lakes, forests, and things like that also represented higher concepts. They were associated with some cultural abstract that they were trying to represent with something that they could correlate to a specific place or public worship. But that was very particular to Gaulish. They were very much about naming particular lakes because they were traveling people. So everywhere they went, they would attribute a particular deity to a particular lake. So there are some exceptions.
Well, thank you. That's good to know.
You're Yay, welcome. Educated.
Damn straight.
Oh, I forgot. There was another website I wanted to share with you. It's an area of syncretism that you might actually be interested in. I just need to find the guy's page. Oh, I remember what it's called. It just came up into my head. Isn't it nice when your memory actually works?
I know, right? I feel that it betrays me more often than it honors me.
Are you still on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll send it to your thing. It's
send all the things to my Facebook because then I can reference it anyway.
Well, the one that I was mentioning, it referenced the Gaulish stuff we were talking about before. This guy was actually in the group that I helped start, and he does Gallo-Roman polytheism.
Oh, okay.
Io Mercurio.
Yeah, I'm kind of falling into kind of a Britanno-Roman.
Then you might really enjoy it because he really goes into depth. And like I said, that area would allow you a lot of syncretism because the Gallo-Roman period wasn't just Celts and Romans. There were also Indo-Iranian peoples like the Sarmatians and Scythians, especially in Western France, but also the various various Germanic peoples like the what eventually would have become the Teutons and the Franks and the Goths and Ostrogoths. So, and there are actually quite a few Gallo-Roman syncretists out there who do a mixture of all three cultures. That might actually be a really interesting area for you to study. Hey, Ruben. I'm sorry if I came off a little harsh there, but I don't have any sympathy for a non-theist who's complaining that they're alone. On Google Plus.
What happened? Did I miss this?
Yeah, he said, "You're all believers here, right?" And Ruben says, "No, not me," because Ruben's an agnostic. And he said, "Now I don't feel alone." So I said, "Yeah, because it's not like Google is swarmed with atheist rooms."
Well, yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah. The fact this even exists and the group that I run is a freaking miracle.
Right.
He does.
Hell, the fact that I've bumped into you
Wow.
is pretty crazy. So, and we have Ruben to thank.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Ruben has his fingers in many suits.
I feel like I say that to myself all the time whenever I find a new programming language that I'm astounded by. Oh my god, I can't believe this actually exists and someone thought of it before I did.
Are you doing Linux?
Oh yeah, I've been running Linux for years.
Which
and
version
I'm a
do you
programming
use?
language designer, so obviously you can see where my interest in linguistics comes from.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I actually did a little experiment with a really old computer because it just would not run anything. So it's running a low RAM version of Ubuntu.
Nice.
I think it's Lubuntu. It's one of those.
Oh yeah, yeah. With LDXE.
Yeah, it's an LDXE platform. I don't remember the specifics. I have a bunch of links. But man, it runs. It's great. I turned like a 10-year-old computer into something that runs.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
do music on it, and browser.
And we've got a computer like that too. It kind of hunkers along, but it's it's actually alive.
It's really good for emergencies.
It is alive.
So like if I need to move stuff over, and my computer's running either it's not running, or I'm running a bunch of especially my laptop. What do you call it? I'm spacing out here. Diagnostics. Like if I was running diagnostics or like a shit ton of updates on it, and I needed to have some kind of laptop, it's good enough for me to take to Starbucks and actually run Wi-Fi well. So I could actually browse with it very, very effectively in low RAM.
Yeah, that's it's really great, and I mean I'm just really happy to see how much it's grown over the years. Like pretty much every phone now runs Linux. But the other thing is though is that with hardware, I think hardware is probably one of the most neglected parts of computing in general. I mean most of it, gosh, we're still running x86 and ARM, and these were made to run assembly, and people retrofitted C compilers to them eventually, and other compilers to that, and computing hardware hasn't really, or at least the external interface to it. And there's many types of different computing architectures that have kind of gone by the wayside.
Oh yeah.
I think are gonna come up again.
Absolutely.
As very important pieces, especially in terms of things like security, because I mean most of our security problems are because of our use of x86 and C as our main programming things. I mean, buffer overflows and these kind of things, and that'll go away if we just actually made it a switch to a more modern hardware architecture, and I think that's gonna happen pretty soon.
It comes down to a lot of sort of economics and stuff like that because of who owns what hardware and distributes it for these computer companies.
Yeah, this is a problem of economics as well, called path dependency, and that's a big problem.
But to bring it to relevancy to what we're doing here and what we do in a lot of these groups, we are very dependent on technology. The fact that I can find a person like Ocean who has the same kind of deal as me philosophically, the fact that you can find people who are in the same programming language, the fact that I can talk to Frank here about music and actually meet somebody who really knows their stuff is pretty freaking amazing. I mean, we couldn't do what we're doing here in Hangouts
All of the
5 years
comfort of
ago.
your own home.
All in the comfort of my own home. On a desktop that's not even that great, I'm running decently.
I'm on my phone.
And
Yeah,
he's
I'm
on
my
his
phone
phone.
too, actually.
I run this all the
I'm on my
time.
phone on a goddamn road trip.
Yeah. So we have to be able to appreciate that, and I think it's a philosophy of technology that's largely been missed. I think that's a lot of reasons why, like, people are going back to like 80s and 90s concepts a little bit, music and subculture and media, because there was an enthusiasm for technology. People were excited about what was coming up, the future now. You know?
Oh yeah, I mean,
and we missed
I
that.
was actually just talking about this where I was reading about a new it's not implemented yet, but it's a new Bitcoin idea or like a cryptocurrency idea of maintaining a stable price for the Bitcoin, because most people really don't care about like the philosophy of how Bitcoins work, and like 'cause
Yeah.
they want something that they can use in a store and it stays pretty much the same price all the time, like, and there's no inflation and all that kind of bullshit.
Which is
And
a little impractical.
and well, so there's two there's obviously in all economic exchanges there's two sides, the supply and the demand side, and the problem with Bitcoin is the supply is rather limited, and
Mhm.
so what people have been thinking about is maybe making a dynamic supply variation based on either external or internal metrics. So like external ones could be like pinning it to the an inflation adjusted gold price, right?
Yeah.
Or like number of or like for an internal one, like the number of transactions inside of an exchange, right? If there's a lot of exchange, or if the price is all of a sudden going up, then just make a couple more bitcoins automatically
Yeah,
without
and I think
an open
internal is
source
better.
program.
I think internal is better because it reflects flow, which
Yeah,
is really
exactly.
important in economics. And if there's too much flow, having that little cap that sort of moves down or moves up, depending on your point of reference,
Right,
can
right.
really help with that.
Yeah, exactly. And when there's not enough Bitcoin transactions going, you can sell off your Bitcoins to it just well, there's been different ones. So far, there's only been ones that have only been able to dynamically increase their the currency. Nobody's been really able to agree on how to dynamically decrease it. Using only internal metrics, because people don't want to base the amount of bitcoins based on stuff outside. They kind of just wanted on the inside, internal metrics.
Well, we
So
might
that,
have to do a synergistic solution where
yeah, yeah.
it's both internal and external, internal for the up and external for the down.
Well,
Because
right,
at
and I
some point
think
we
that
might have
probably
to.
the most interesting one would be, so instead of having a dependency on, say, the U.S. dollar cost of gold inflated for inflate or adjusted for inflation, maybe some sort of bag of currencies that are you take the average of those prices with some kind of method to be able to add new currencies if any of the fiat currencies disappear, right? And so something like that could be a really good external indicator, because the price of gold can be determined by uh, any there's plenty of factors that we could look into. So any ones that seem the most stable, and I'm sure that people could come to some sort of agreement. And people are already working on this stuff. It's really cool.
Welcome, Adius. I actually raised it. Can you hear him, Frank?
No, it still sounds like he's a long ways away.
I can hear him just fine. So I don't know. Maybe there's a.
I think that you're turning him up in your control room and not in the Hangout toolbox and not the control room. Does that make sense?
So I would have to do it in control room.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the Hangout toolbox, that's just for you.
Okay. Well, he's up.
In the control room?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've been hearing him, but it is still fainter than, say, you or Frank.
Well, Frank would also have access to the Hangout toolbar, right?
Yeah. Turn up ISIS on your Hangout toolbar.
It's the red and white with green and gray. It's third from the bottom.
And then there's going to be a little like sound symbol, universal sound symbol. You click that, and it'll have different levels for each person in the Hangout, and you can turn ISIS up.
Yeah, sorry guys, I couldn't find my my other mic.
Yeah.
It's all good. Just get as close. It's like the closer you are to whatever mic that you have, the better it's gonna work.
Yeah, here. This
That's
is
much better.
Is that much better? Okay, let me see.
Better.
Huh? How about this?
It's better than it was.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can kind of adjust it. All right. Well, I'll try to like speak into it, I guess.
I used to work sound on films before I started moving into doing production work, and the objective is always get the mic as close to the face as possible.
Yeah, I think this pair is just pretty broken.
That's much better. Much better.
Aces.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send a link in the sidebar. Will you be able to see it?
No, can you put it in the outside actually? Because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I can hear you much better now.
Okay, side. This is going to be a link to a microphone I'm currently using. It's called the CAD U1 Dynamic Recording Microphone. It's like $20. Free shipping if you get over 25.
The one
Nice.
one you've been using is pretty damn good. Might grab that one. I've been looking at getting the Snowball.
It's basic, but it works great for this.
Right now I'm using Bose on-ear headphones with a mic.
Nice.
But you know, it's decent. It's not great, but it works for what I'm doing. It plugs into a phone.
The CAD U1 comes with its own tripod. It's foldable. And
I got the mic 98K for use with Apple things.
Nice.
And it comes with its own little mini tripod as well, but I want to get a scissor arm for it.
Yeah. Well, this one is USB.
Yeah, so is the 98.
Nice. Jack mics usually work pretty good too, if you get a good one.
Now, Kevin, you and Ocean are getting echoey.
Are we?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm on a shitty mic, so.
Yeah, but you sounded clear as a bell when you were driving around in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, well, that's weird. I'm still driving around the middle of nowhere. But
You're getting farther away, 'cause that's why there's an echo.
damn it!
You sure it's Astus, Ruben?
No, I mean,
Might be me.
I'm hearing an echo of myself, which means that it's coming off somebody else.
I mean, I have headphones on, so I don't know.
So do I.
Who's the culprit?
Astus sounds clear. You guys sound have echo on Ocean and Kevin.
I hear echo from you, Frank.
What's that?
I hear echo from you too.
Yeah, I hear echo from Frank as well. Who else is in the room? Blah. I don't see the levels coming. Oh wait, I see ISIS come up. I think ISIS is the culprit.
Oh, is it me?
Yeah, I think you're echoing, dude.
Really?
Yep, because when I saw Kevin on screen and then I made
well, I
a
have
loud
headphones
noise
in, I don't
and
know.
then switched to you.
All right, say it again.
Hold on a second. Kevin, say something real quick.
Hey.
Blah. Yep, switches to ISIS still.
It is me. Oh,
Yep,
dang.
that's you.
Huh. I guess my my wires are really messed up or something. I don't know. This is
You're,
good-
if you're using headphones and you have your headphones turned up really high, the sound can still make it to your microphone. It's happened to me a couple of times.
All right, let me see.
It's a good sound if we were recording music, but it's kind of annoying for talking.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it's workable.
If you just mute yourself when you're not talking, ISIS, it'll work out.
Welcome back, Lindsay. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. I don't hear any echo.
Cooperation.
Hey, Kevin, I want to ask you a question, or you and Ocean, if you don't mind, about when you mentioned altar and worshiping different gods. Do either of you care to elaborate on that? Because that's a foreign uh, concept for me, and I'm just curious what that means for either of you or both of you, if you're willing.
What exactly do you want to know about it?
Well, you just mentioned like bringing something to an altar and
Right.
going to a particular deity. I mean, I just don't understand that concept. I just was wondering what that's all about.
I have an altar that is interactive, and then I have there's items on it that I'll move around. The the way the altar works, and this isn't the same with all pagans. Obviously, there's going to be different schools of thought on it. But the way that mine works is that I have a collection of gods that sit on it, and I have 4 different gods on the altar, different items that I will put somewhere. Like I have an offering bowl for Lakshmi and Fortuna, and the mainly for Lakshmi. But Lakshmi will receive a coin when I'm bringing an issue that is related to Lakshmi, because that's a ritual that is associated with her. You bring her a clean coin and put it in her, and she owns it then. The item that is given to her stays on the altar. And then there's kind of a prayer or relationship that is spawned from that offering, and then it applies into life when you leave the altar. It's very general, and I don't really know how to get more specific than that, other than like going into, say, like a specific thing that one would take to Lakshmi. But
I can help.
Sure, go for that.
For sure.
My explanation was kind of messy.
A little, yeah, but it's okay. Okay, so in like Hellenic polytheism, but it's similar in other forms. You have an altar space that has different kinds of statues on it and the like. In Hellenic, you actually have a Kernops bowl, which is for basically holy water. It's usually purified with herbs or a salt or a mixture of the two. Oftentimes, they would actually take an herb bundle, light it on fire, and plunge it into the water, and saying a few words to purify the water. And you usually purify yourself, kind of how you might do it in Catholicism. It's very, very similar. It's largely where they got the idea from. Oftentimes, you'd also sprinkle the space and the setup. That was one of the first things you would do. There's also a candle that's sacred to Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. It's often lit. She's given first and last sacrifices and libations. Now, the core aspect of ritual is usually prayer and hymns, reading of hymns, recitation of your own prayers, speaking to them, your devotion. And sacrifice and libations indoors are usually poured into a bowl to each individual deity that you're worshiping. But sacrifices are usually very simple. A lot of times it's bread, fruit, nuts, any kinds of foodstuffs that you have in your home that you want to provide to them. You would put it on a plate, offer it to them, speak of it that it's offered to them, and then after the ritual, usually you would actually consume that. You're giving the offering as a spiritual sacrifice. It's meant to reflect your devotion to them, to reflect your charis, which is the grace, the reciprocal relationship between gods and man. So it's meant more on a spiritual aspect than it is on a literal, actual sacrificial aspect. It's far less simplified than people want to make it out to be. But the actual practice itself is very simple. Would you like to see what my altar space looks like?
Sure.
There you go. In the back, there is Hermes, Artemis, Apollo, Aphrodite, and Zeus. and in the front is Dionysus and a chalice for him for specific wine rituals as concurrent with the Dionysian mysteries. I have lots of candles there, incense holders, purification barley, and the offering plate, and obviously the large candle is for Hestia. I also have some other things on a side table, like the libation bowl, the purification water, other candles, other incenses, and any other particular offerings that I might want to make to specific deities, or the Agathos.
That's Hermes in the back?
Yep. To you, it would be in the back right.
The back right.
Yeah.
Who's the muscular figure on the right?
On the right up front?
Yeah.
That's Dionysus. Dionysus. Yeah.
I believe I sent a picture, or I posted a picture of my altar onto your Facebook at one point, Kevin. Do you have access to it?
I think you did. Did you put it on my page?
Yeah, I put it on your post, the post of your altar on Facebook, I believe.
Oh, then it would be under my photos things. I should be able to pull that real quick. Just give me a minute here. Thing is with Facebook is it usually takes a while to load. Okay, it should be under my albums. I think it was timeline. It was a timeline photo, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the photo that you're displaying right now.
Okay. No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't?
No.
Let's see.
Each tradition is going to have its own altar configuration, and even within the same tradition, there will be differences of opinion, and it's also contingent upon your specific practices. For me, the back of my altar are my household deities. They're part of my common worship, my household cult. Dionysus there in the front is a special deity, and he is whom I engage in mysticism with. But that's my specific path.
So were you developed these, or you chose these for a unique personal reason? They're not like this is a common assembly of figures?
Those took me 7 years to assemble, over years and years of spiritual practice, self-reflection, meditation, and worship.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Actually, the vast majority of them are from Greece, except for the 2 bronze statues, which I got from museum replicas. Or was it museum collectibles? Museum collectibles, that's the one. They make some really good reproductions.
So that's fascinating to me. I never saw it or heard of anything like that.
Yeah, well, we keep to ourselves, usually.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Understanding is a wonderful thing. I just wish that more people on my end would be a little bit more understanding that there's going to be those differences, especially with Christians.
Yeah.
Not every single Christian is there to hate you. But it's understandable to an extent. There's been a lot of discrimination coming our direction for quite some time.
Oh, absolutely. And who's this character on your, what is it, avatar? What is that?
It's a funny little thing that I created. I've been working with this program called GIMP. Asus is probably familiar with it. It's like a kind of third-party sort of Photoshop. It's sized down. It doesn't have a lot of potential, but what I did is I took a coin picture, did a bunch of modifications. I got a picture of my head, cropped it, applied it in a bunch of layers, and produced a coin emboss kind of filter, and produced my own coin. I've been doing it with a bunch of friends. It's kind of like a side project. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool things you can do with programs now.
That's really cool.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I wanted to make it look good on Hangout, so I produced the transparency around it and created a circle of this kind of like brown cloth texture around the edge, so that when it's in Hangouts, it really looks clean.
All right, there we go. I just sent you a copy of it in Facebook Messenger.
Okay, I'll have it up here in a second. Just let me save it. It's beautiful, by the way. Let me, okay, that's on my desktop. I should give you the Minicam thing. I got a full version of it. I got it from a friend of Ruben.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like it.
I think I still have it in my Dropbox. So here is Ocean's AltaSpace.
Wow, I recognize Nataraj.
Mm-hmm. In the front there, you have, is that Odin that you have there in the front?
That would be Thor.
Oh, it is Thor. Oh, yeah.
See the hammer?
Okay. Yeah. It's a bearded Thor. I'm not accustomed to that, but that's a very nice version. And let's see, you got Aphrodite?
Yes. As Aphrodite, Poseidon, and Freyja is behind Thor there. That's on that side.
And you have the angelic figure as Fortuna?
Yeah, that's Fortuna.
Very nice. And you have Cernunnos in the back right.
That would be Herne.
Well, Herne is...
The antlered figure? Probably, yeah, synonymous with.
With Cernunnos.
Next to the bull is sitting cross-legged as Lakshmi.
Yeah, very, very nice. And that's Vishnu in the center?
Center is Shiva.
Shiva. Oh, yeah, I forgot the other pose. Yeah, very nice.
And then the far side there is Gaia.
Very cool.
Now, these all look like they've been produced by the same artists, or most of them.
Some of them have. Some of them have not.
The Southeast Asian ones, not so much.
Right. I've found them from various places. But a lot of them, the Greek and Norse have the same company that made them. Yeah, but the Eastern ones are not. They're two different companies that built them.
I've always liked it. It's very pretty. You have a full bronze statue kind of set up, and yours is that warm wood, so it goes really well with it.
Right.
Are you still going to use that setup on that table, or are you thinking of moving it at some point?
Table what?
The table that you're using for the space itself?
I'm confused. There's that's on top of.
Are they gonna stay in that place?
Yeah, they stay there. They stay there. I've actually removed. There were some things posted behind it. I've since moved it, and there's an arrangement of necklaces now above the altar of different necklaces that I've worn over time with different symbols. And there is actually now a wooden Christian cross in the corner near Herne.
Interesting.
Just as a respect for where I've come from.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Especially considering that the cross has very long histories in many different cultures.
Right.
Especially European.
But I was a very serious Christian for a long time, and two of the necklaces over the altar are Christian crosses. Simplified
Nice.
Protestant cross.
Nice.
But there's a reverence that I hold for my own past and my evolution of beliefs. There should be a Celtic cross somewhere. That will probably be an addition later. As of yet, that has not been added, though. But it should be.
Is there such a thing as competing deities?
In what sense?
Well, I'm just wondering if people, choose their own gods to worship, if they might, mistakenly put deities next to each other that maybe have counter.
Don't like each other?
Yeah, counter influence or something.
I have suspicions of that. That's why I aim to learn as much as I can about what I put on my altar.
Yeah.
Something goes on my altar when I've passed the phase of curiosity about it. Like Fortuna took a while to actually get onto the altar. I've actually had the statue in my home for a little while because I thought that she was interesting, but she didn't actually go there until I had learned a little bit more about her and what she represents. And the placement moves around. As the right in the picture, it's more of an aesthetic order right now, but there is a high tier on the altar and a low tier on the altar, which doesn't necessarily mean that one is more reverent than the other, but there is kind of an understanding that I have on which tier a god is put on there, or which elevation rather than tier. But yeah, and then the giant thing in the middle is a candle, and there is different candles and incense burning areas. My sacrifice on the altar is usually a stick of incense or a cone,
which was used as sacrifice in many different cultures, especially the Greeks. They were very much about using frankincense as an offering.
And the candle is lit during and after a prayer, or candles.
Yeah.
Now, how long do prayers generally go for, or you can't say?
It depends on the subject matter and what is being presented.
I mean, from 5 minutes to an hour and a half, or?
Anywhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, a whole ritual, beginning to end, usually lasts about 45 minutes to an hour. If I'm really taking my time, I'm not rushing myself, I'm meditating, taking the time. But I also read traditional hymns. I have a book that I actually wrote in by hand, and it has all of the Orphic and Homeric hymns that I have specifically for the deities that I worship. So, but there's also, informal prayer, like words from yourself, words of the heart, which are of the most importance, really, at the end of the day. And a lot of traditions don't have that afforded to them. Like the Norse and Celtic traditions don't really have a lot. So, a lot of prayer is informal.
I was just thinking about atheists' position that they might think us theists, or probably do, think we're crazy, but that the reason behind it, they might have a psychology that, when you use the word heart, it reminded me of how they might perceive us, that if you put your heart into something, then you're whether that deity exists or not, that you're going to reap the benefits of having born your soul, so to speak. And I after coming across so many things I question in the Bible, I kind of wonder, maybe I'm in that position.
The most compassionate and the most compassionate kind of view that I've heard from atheists about spiritual practice is that it's meditation, that it's about self-reflection. So, I mean, if that's all that is for them, I mean, I can appreciate that. I can respect that. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, really, that's what your spiritual practice is about in the first place, is growth, personal growth. So, but at the end of the day, I don't worry myself too much about what atheists think about what I do. It's a waste of my time.
I generally hold the same position as far as what they think about what I do. I like engaging with them.
Yeah, I mean, debates are one thing.
Right. I think it's a good mental as well as spiritual exercise.
Sure.
And it can be a good test of knowledge. If I'm taking a concept, I kind of want to see if it makes sense to people with different worldviews, and see what their response is.
Absolutely.
So, because I may think that something works, but I could be completely wrong by missing something that somebody with a different worldview is going to pick up on and point out something, and that has evolved my understanding of where I stand on a lot of issues spiritually.
I want to show you something, Kevin. Do you recognize this? Can you see this?
Yes, I do recognize that.
Who is this?
It looks like oh, let me take a look.
I think it's some Buddhist deity that's usually it's depicted androgynously and usually in some form of repose.
Yeah.
Is it Tibetan? It looks Tibetan.
I'm not sure. I used to know the name of it, and I was interested in the idea that it was always depicted in a restful state, and so that I found that to be very similar to my own concept of Jesus, which is why I bought it. But I forgot the person's name, or the deity's name. And then, of course, that's why I knew Nataraj. I have this that I like.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you got the same.
Yeah, I was really interested in this, so the dance and
the dance of destruction.
Yeah, I was kind of studying Hinduism and Buddhism for a little while, and I just found those both very interesting.
Now, what do you call that? You have a different name. I was calling it Shiva earlier, but you were saying.
Yeah, it is Shiva, but I think it's usually when Shiva's in this.
In the dance. Yeah.
In the dance, I think they call it Nataraj.
Okay.
Or at least that's the one I learned from when I was studying it.
I didn't run across that term when I was reading up on Shiva.
Oh, really?
Shiva interested me, and I had gotten a couple of books on Hinduism and Shiva in general. But I haven't read the one specifically on Shiva, but I've gotten a general idea of what he is.
Yeah.
And a lot of my information on Shiva comes from Alan Watts in his lectures on Eastern philosophy and theology.
Yeah, Alan was a big influence in getting me interested in this stuff.
Yeah, he's huge.
Yeah.
Very big influence on me and my path that I've come to now.
Yeah.
It was actually I was listening to Alan Watts when I decided to quit my job and start doing what I'm doing now.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he seems like the kind of person you just want to be around.
Oh yeah, it was a very pleasant voice.
Yeah.
And very intelligent and very reasonable.
Yeah, and just his manner is just lovely. I mean, he's just gentle and funny and.
I always picture him, like whenever he's explaining things about theology or philosophy, it's always with a smile, and that's something that I really appreciate about him.
No, absolutely, and that's always been one of my things that people get into arguments of what's a better way to live and
right.
Blah blah blah. I really don't care what you believe. What I care about is how you live. And when I see somebody like Alan, it's just he's just magnetic, he just draws you to him.
Right. And one thing that I really like about him is that he, like in conversation, he seems to, and his lectures are more like a conversation than anything.
Right.
But when discussing a concept, he kind of walks in the back door if you know what I mean, very often.
Yes.
And in a way that's surprising, and it's like, oh wait, I didn't think about it that way. That's interesting.
Yeah. And I think that's
it kind of plays with how your mind works, and I really like that.
Yeah, and I think the way I look at it is he always had sort of a childlike wonderment about what he was observing, that I think often he would just start talking and he wouldn't really know where he would end up.
Where he's going, but he gets there.
But it wouldn't matter. He would end up somewhere that was just lovely.
Yeah. A lot of times when I'm discussing Hinduism, I'm parroting Alan Watts.
Yeah.
Because that's where most of my understanding comes from. That and my brother's fiance has a Hindu tradition. She isn't Hindu herself, but she's from a Hindu tradition, is knowledgeable on it.
Are you
so
familiar?
When I have questions, I can go to her or the books that I've got access to.
Are you familiar with James Hillman at all?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he's a fairly prolific author. He's retired. I think he's still alive, but he draws a lot of his ideas on polytheism and Hinduism. But he looks at them as more like archetypes or prototypes, or just what's the term he uses? It's been a while now. He's not worshiping them as deities, but he just sees what they represent as being essential to the psyche.
That comes from Carl Jung's work, and Joseph Campbell, who also kind of was a part of that sort of archetypalism, which is it's a more abstract view of deity. It's one that many traditional polytheists hate. I'll just use that word, hate, because it diminishes the sort of power of the gods and their meaningful worship.
Yeah, see, that's.
I can see that.
And that's why I was surprised to see what you and Ocean are representing, is because that was my understanding. I got it from Jung, and then I got it from Hillman, and somewhat from Allen. I don't think Allen even really speaks of them as living deities, because he kind of ended up being more Taoist.
He's a Zen Buddhist with a heavy Taoist influence.
Yeah,
and Hindu influence.
Right.
But
so that was
which is what Buddhism is. It's kind of Hinduism and Taoism kind of mating, and having a bastard child. But his view on the gods, as I understand it, is that the self is God.
Right.
And that you are the whole universe. You are the operation, which is something that I appreciate, and it functions. Like, I agree with it, but I believe in that and. If that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I've often said there's probably no more powerful word than and, because people often put things in nice little boxes when really there should be a joining of things, and the word and, of course, does exactly that.
I need to turn around. Whoops.
Are you lost?
I just went the wrong way.
Ah, okay.
Or I missed my exit. So
You've been in the car for a long time. Is this?
I'm heading from Georgia to Florida.
Oh, okay. So that job interview I thought I was going to have tomorrow morning, Kevin, got canceled.
I'm sorry.
Shut it.
I know. I woke up this morning to a message I'm sorry to inform you, but your interview has been canceled. Thank you for your interest. I'm like, oh my God. They must have met, I'm hoping they just met somebody that they fell in love with today and it's not because of something else.
Well, that's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah.
A lot of people would take it personally.
Well, I did originally, and then my sister kind of texted me that, oh, it's probably just, they were doing interviews today and they ran into somebody who just perfectly fits the bill, so they're just not going to look any further. Which, as an administrator, I've done that before, so I definitely know what that's like. You meet somebody who perfectly fits what you're looking for, you just basically stop interviewing.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that's what it is.
Well, keep looking.
Yeah,
Don't stop trying.
because if not, I'm going to have to go back to counting heads of lettuce or something.
I think you'll be all right.
I hope so. I may have to set up an altar to Natarajan and whoever this Buddhist is here. Is Ocean trying to speak to us and we're not hearing him?
No, no, no.
Oh.
I might have done something that made my car make a loud noise. Oops. I don't know if the brakes were meant to have that happen to them.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the kitchen to get something.
So, Ocean, you were a Christian.
Yes.
What type?
For a period of time. A blue one.
Blue?
No, I'm fucking with you. I kind of went on an adventure in my Christian days. I started out a Baptist, was baptized a Baptist, and from there eventually became an Episcopalian, and from there, which I have a lot of respect for Episcopalians. From there, I was a Celtic Christian for a period of time, and then after that, a Druid. And then my Druid has gone. I hate to call it a phase, but I guess whatever. The Druid phase has been going on for about 6 or 7 years.
Now, as far as your own strength and inspiration, is there any comparison of what's the last 7 years have represented than prior to that?
What do you mean?
I just mean like maybe you found more strength and inspiration in the last 7 years. It doesn't compare at all to what you were experiencing in the other constructs.
I experienced something as a Christian. I'm going to be honest with myself that there was something there. What I got the spiritual side of Christianity. What didn't make sense to me was the structural aspect of it, like how God functions and Jesus. Like that whole build that Christianity has just didn't work with me after a while. It didn't make sense. There were so many concessions that I had to make within the Bible's relation to reality and Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit's relation to each other and the universe and me. It seemed so very small. Like it was trying to get somewhere. It's a good attempt, but it doesn't cover what I'm looking for. And in because what I was looking for was a relationship with God, and while Christianity offered that, it did not. There was something missing, and that something missing I felt was found when I was in Celtic Christianity. Because Episcopalian was closer, Celtic Christianity was kind of it. I was like, oh well, this bliss, I found something. But I found out that the things that spoke to me, that where I felt that relationship with God was the strongest, was not the things that were Christian about Celtic Christianity, but the things that were Celtic about Celtic Christianity. And from there, I felt the need to investigate more. Where are these ideas coming from? And ultimately, that was the native religion in the land that Celtic Christianity came out of, which is Ireland and Scotland, which ultimately comes down to Druidic beliefs.
So can you elaborate, like, what is it about the Celtic that was serving your purpose?
Oh, I'll give you an example. While I was in a Celtic Christian church in Scotland, there was a ritual that was practiced called the laying of hands, in which the congregation, instead of sitting down in the pews, everybody gets up and there's a gathering in front of the pulpit, in which people that need any sort of spiritual healing kneel in the middle on these knee pillows with a Celtic cross on them, and the congregation gathers around them and will lay their hands on the circle of people that need healing in the middle, and there will be kind of a hymn or a chant that is sung. And that does not originate in Christianity, but it is a practice that has been in this church for a while. So that is an example of something that is very interesting to me as a healing ritual, but is not Christian, and that was something that I felt was very powerful. However, there are Druid Christians. Like, you can be a Druid and a Christian at the same time. There is not an issue from the perspective of a Druid with being a Christian as well. There is an issue, more or less, on the side of the Christian with being a Druid as well. If you start out Christian, it's hard to be Christian and Druid, but it is easy to be Druid and Christian.
No, I'm sorry, I missed the ritual that you said. It just sounded to me like a prayer for healing.
Yes, but the action of it with the gathering in the middle, does that make sense? Hold on a second. I seem to have confused myself. Oh, nope. Here we go. Okay, what was your question?
I'm just curious what the gathering in the middle seemed to speak very resoundingly to you, and I'm just wondering how that is so different than what you might experience in a Christian healing prayer.
I have not been in a Christian healing prayer that was that much of a ritual.
Is not what?
There was that much of a ritual. I'm not familiar with that in Christianity. I've been to several different kinds of churches since my leaving Christianity. I've been to your big mega churches. I've been to Baptist churches. I've been to Episcopalian churches. I've been to Lutheran, Presbyterian, so on, even Catholic. And I have not. This is not a normal experience in Christian churches. This is something that I've only experienced at one church, and that was the Celtic church.
Can you explain the ritual again, please?
Well, instead of sitting in the pews, the congregation that needs healing goes up to the front. And this is similar to what happens in some churches when, it's like, come up to the front if you need to be saved, if you want to accept Jesus Christ into your heart. And then there's like a moment that's similar to the laying of hands ritual with a priest, a pastor or a deacon or a priest with their hands on the person who is giving their soul over to Christ. But that's like a one-time thing. It's kind of like a pre-baptism. But this is just for like general healing. If you're already a Christian and established as a Christian with being saved or whatever, you then go down to the front of the congregation, and then the rest of the congregation then gathers around you, and it's a group ritual. It's very communal.
Oh, that's very common in my experience in Pentecostal.
Oh, Pentecostal? That
Yeah.
makes sense. There was they charismatic. Was it a charismatic church?
Yes.
Okay. Did that ritual have to do with the charismatic aspect?
Yes.
Okay. This was not a charismatic situation. It was more just kind of a passing of energy, very similar to Reiki, except it was a group thing.
I see. So there weren't any prayers spoken out loud?
There was a hymn sung
Uh-huh.
at the time. With the priest leading the prayer, or the priest leading the hymn. It was not a point where there was any charismatic speaking in tongues.
Right, but now in your pagan practice, you don't experience that anymore.
Well, it is the source of it. The reason why I don't experience it as a druid, if there was a group of people like me, then yes, this would be a regular thing. But because I'm a solitary practitioner of a religion that is supposed to be very communal, there's a lot of things that I'm kind of missing out on myself. And
I can relate to that.
Right. If I have a chance to go to a Celtic Christian church and have that communal experience again, bet your hands down I'm doing it. Even because as a druid, going into a Celtic Christian church, people will go, hey, give you a hug, shake your hand, hey, welcome back, whatever. Celtic Christianity is very welcoming, and it's basically universalist. This salvation is not necessarily with accepting Jesus as your savior and that being a direct path to heaven. All that stuff is kind of muddy in Celtic Christianity, and there's more of a focus on, Jesus is involved, and Jesus is a spiritual healer, and a healer of your soul and acceptor of the burden of your sins. But it's not as clear cut about that being the pathway to heaven, or not doing this is damnation to hell.
Right. That's kind of where I'm at right now, because I've got a real problem with the Old Testament, and because of that, I'm wondering about the things I've held to be true for my 35 years as a Christian, and so I'm being open to different ways of understanding Jesus.
Right. Well, I suggest giving Celtic Christianity a look. There's only one church that I'm aware of. It's a Celtic Christian church, and it's on an island called Iona in Scotland. So it'd be quite a pilgrimage in order to actually go there. That's like how much research I did. I went around the fucking world. So anyway, there's that.
I would recommend that you study Gnosticism and pretty much everything that was taken out of the Bible.
Gnosticism?
Yes.
Yes.
Or not the Gnosticism.
The Gnostic Gospels.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been reading about Gnosticism for years now, and there's a lot of it that does coincide with my thinking, except
It's too negativistic for you?
yeah, and it's too dualistic for me.
Well, there's many Gnosticisms, remember.
Right.
Many different ways that it was viewed. There was no one Christianity.
Right.
That was much later.
Until Pauline won out, and then there was every attempt to make it so there's one Christianity. Frickin' Constantine.
So,
Yeah.
what brought this up? I was gone.
Oh, I went into kind of a thing about my path to Druidry.
What got you from?
To sum it up quickly, it was a pathway. I started out as a Baptist and moved into Episcopalian Christianity, and then moved into Celtic Christianity. And then Celtic Christianity, the interesting things about that that were a bigger appeal to my soul, so to speak, was, or I thought that the things in there that were Celtic enhanced my relationship with God more than I felt the Christian aspects of it did. So I wound up looking into, okay, well, where do these concepts come from? This is interesting. And from there I bumped into Druidry, because that's the tradition from which these things were borrowed. It's in an area of land that my heritage comes from, Scotland and Ireland. So I was very interested in learning more about that. And eventually it was just like, oh, well, this kind of fits what I've always thought. So
yeah.
There we go. It was like I kind of discovered what I was rather than converted.
I was going to say, utilizing him, not part of the conversation necessarily, but I was saying utilizing the term Gnostic as an umbrella term is kind of disingenuous. Because, I mean, you could look at Sethian or Valentinian Gnostics, or very much rooted in the old Orthodox Church, and they're diametrically opposed, so how much more so than Gnostics who are not rooted in the Orthodox Church, how much more they would be opposed to Valentinian or Sethian Gnosticism.
Paganism as an umbrella term also contains lots of diametrically opposed systems of belief. It's a family of systems. Gnosticism is the same way.
Gnosticism refers more to the core theme of those traditions and their relationship to Orthodox Christianity, which is essentially heterodox, which makes the category itself heterodoxical. Very diverse, not necessarily agreeing on different things. So it's no surprise that there would be many aspects within that would be diametrically opposed, because they were very radical, or at least we view them as very radical in context to more Orthodox forms of Christianity. I don't think it's disingenuous. I actually think it's honest, because there were many different historical forms of Gnosticism, and there are still Gnosticisms that exist, albeit in minority groups throughout the Middle East. But yes, the category is not substantive; it's general.
No, I never said Gnosticism is monolithic.
No, I have reached my destination, so I'm going to go ahead and take off. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. I thought this was a very, very productive conversation. I'm glad to have been here.
Great.
Glad to have you.
Peace.
Take care.
All right. See ya.
Still there, Frank?
Yes.
Good.
I was going to ask you if some of the hymns that you I don't know if you recite them or sing them. Are they your own melodies?
I don't speak Greek, at least not fully, so I don't sing them. I just recite them as poetry.
Uh-huh. So any of your musical compositions, are they in relation to any deities?
My relationship to Apollo, but also Hermes and Dionysus in particular, have motivated that. But there are many other relationships to different deities that have influence, my creativities, but I wouldn't say necessarily directly. And I would be very hesitant to make that sort of that it's necessarily because of one thing to dedicate any particular piece or a song or writing or drawing to any of the deities. So I really viewed it more of an influencer than it is directly. You know, there's a saying in ancient Greece that Hermes will help you get your wagon unstuck, but you have to push it. It's through your own efforts that success is made, that you cultivate excellence. And really, our relationship to the gods is more of us reaching a point of excellence and reaching them in their domain in a sort of symbolic or allegorical sense. And that is how we cultivate relationships. We grow closer to their godliness and not us becoming godly. That idea, us being gods, is hubris. It's arrogance. But I can only speak from my perspective here, so don't take anything I say completely at face value.
No, absolutely. My own musical creativity comes directly from my understandings of Jesus, and I'm my most prolific and expressive and memorable when I'm making, at least in my mind and in my spirit, a connection with Jesus.
It's wonderful.
It is. I just would like to find a place where people would welcome it, because it's just me on a lonely island for years and years.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for Christian churches, I mean, I could recommend the Episcopalians, and they're a really good group of people. I know a lot of family friends who are Episcopalians. They're a very open church.
Yeah,
and the Quakers. Don't forget the Quakers.
Yeah, Quakers are.
I mean, they've been in the center of pretty much every human's rights action since slavery. So they have a very rich history.
And there's many different types, so look into it if you do go into any kind of Quaker thing. But the friends are actually cool people.
Yeah, I'm personally not a Quaker, but I have some friends who are, and they're really cool people.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think the Episcopalians, I would probably theologically be more aligned with them, but as far as practice goes, I don't know if there would be a venue for me to do my improvisational music, which is what I'm looking to do.
Well, I have a friend of mine, Jeff, who I've known for a while. We've kind of not necessarily fallen out, but he's been real busy, and I lost a bit of contact with him. But he's a gay Christian, and he's a member of a church out in LA called the Metropolitan Community Church, and they're a gay affirming church. And they're more kind of eclectic in the kinds of Christians they have in there, because their core church was built off of several active members in several different churches that came together to produce a more progressive Christian church. But in that church, they have a lot of events and activities, and he's actually the music director. Music and like decorating kind of director. I know it's a bit of a stereotype there, but they have a lot of really cool music. He took me there to see his church, and they're really cool people. Very, very open and awesome. So there are churches out there. You just got to look for it, if that's what direction you want to go down.
Yeah, and that's partly why I moved into the New Haven area, because I thought it would be more of an opportunity to find employment as well as a diverse choice of churches.
Yeah, definitely.
And there is an Episcopalian church here in Brantford, which is just next door to New Haven, so I'll probably give them a visit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just got really, really tired of the fundamentalist view. It's just too much for me. Just can't take it.
And the more people in your situation who turn against that and go to places where there are people who are interested in real community, who are meaningful and tolerant and accepting, the better things will get. I'm definitely, even as a non-Christian, I'm very much in acceptance of that. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, diversity just in itself is just a good mirror of humanity, so, you know, it just makes sense.
Yep. So just don't give up. Just keep trying and take your time with it. Be patient.
Yeah.
So how you doing over there, Path?
I'm good, no complaints.
You tired?
Relatively, it's 2 a.m. here, so
Yeah.
I have to get up at 5:30 to pray, so. But I'm kind of wired today, so I don't know. I might just like marathon it. Might as well.
Understood.
Pat, are you familiar with the Noahdites?
The Noahdites?
Yeah.
No, never heard of them.
Oh, Noahides. Never. Thank you.
Oh, Noahide. Yeah. I have many Noahide friends. Yeah.
Yeah. I just Reuben invited me to hang out with them the other day, and it's just again, I always enjoy experiencing different perspectives. It's not one I think I'll find much of a home because they revere the Torah more than I do. But it was good to sit with them for about 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, for sure. Generally, Noahides are good, rational people. From those that I've known.
Yeah.
Good for conversation, at least.
Yeah, it's just amazing the different orientations. It's just it's mind-boggling. I'm just so thankful for these kind of hangouts that Reuben has made available to us because you know it's an opportunity that generations before us never had.
Absolutely. And it's that kind of enthusiasm that keeps this stuff going and keeps the right kinds of people in the hangouts.
Right. For sure. No doubt.
So, Kevin, where'd you get all of your learned knowledge here? You sound like you have a doctorate in neo-paganism.
Years and years and years of self-study.
Wow.
Going to libraries, looking up source material, books. Just give you an idea. Greek Religion by Walter Burkert.
Uh-huh.
First edition. So, and I have all kinds of books. I have a bunch of books like sitting right here on this shelf. And I have a whole stack of books in there. I have several books on Christianity, Gnosticism, Hinduism. I have a whole section of books from Penguin Classics, all the classics. I have Hindu texts. I have a bunch of philosophy books, and yeah, so I'm constantly collecting information and studying new things.
Wow. So this has been going on for what, 20 years?
Yeah, just about. Just about 20 years, yeah, since I left the Catholic Church.
Good for you.
It's exciting to me. I've always had a thirst for knowledge, and I always learn something new.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the areas where my understanding of Jesus is different from traditional understanding, is because when I look at his words, even though we don't know if they're necessarily his words, but the basic gist of what I get out of him is just sort of an embracing of mystery and drawing individuals into active, acts of discovery, and so that's really, I think, the fundamental thing that I think is just what makes life so interesting, is that constant discovery.
Definitely.
Yeah, I going to interject and say I could definitely relate, because for just about maybe the majority of my life, I was of a different faith tradition than I am now. But definitely the ideas that like I really connected to with my previous faith tradition is definitely still the same basic core concepts that I also appreciate in my current faith tradition. So I can understand that kind of transition where you accept like these kind of like basic principles, but you like move towards maybe a different spectrum from other aspects of that still same tradition, but you keep these core principles the same that you like. This is very interesting, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, and there's a lot, especially with Greek religion, comparing it to my Catholic upbringing, because there's a lot of, at the very least, Greco-Roman or Hellenistic ideas that are present in Catholic religion, even down to the small elements of ritual practice that are incredibly similar to classical Greek religion. So, and the similar mindset, a similar philosophical aspect, a way of living, living of virtue, of modesty, and all those sorts of things that I found in my religion of birth. And when, people ask me, so what is it exactly then that moved you away from, Christian traditions? And I always tell them, it comes down to the core belief systems itself, the fundamental aspects. And for me, it's always come down to about six different kind of core aspects that I basically rejected from Christianity, even as early as 9 and 10 years old. Orthodoxy, absolute truth. 2, original sin, necessity of salvation. 3, the heaven and hell duality. 4, the monotheistic kind of dogmatism and its sort of aspect that it's this natural progression of all humanity. 5, the authoritarian anti-mysticism that kind of comes about, that anything that has to do with personal experiences of the divine, your household worship, having an altar, having esoteric practices is wrong. And 6, all the reasons why people have issues with Christianity generally on the topical level. All these sorts of archaic social conventions and historical inaccuracies and biases that you see, anti-women, anti-gay, that kind of thing that people have issues with.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a different thing. We'll probably have to rewatch the Hangout again, but definitely at least when I was counting at least 4 of those aspects that you mentioned, I definitely have issues with as well.
Yeah, I would say, most of those I would agree with too. The heaven and hell thing just seems ridiculous to me, and just the categorical sort of dogmatic, pedantic aspect of Christianity just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, it just doesn't seem life affirming. So that's why I just don't abide by it.
Yeah, I don't want this to turn into a bash Christianity hangout, but I mean, original sin is like, that's something I can't wrap my head around. That's something else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a and I think historically, original sin, just the idea of it, I think it came out of the early church fathers, right? So that's like 3rd or 4th century stuff, I think.
It's even later than that because many of the Orthodox churches don't accept original sin. So it's not even like a widespread Christian belief. It must be a little bit later. Or it could have been like an earlier church father, but it didn't catch on till later because not even all the Orthodox the Orthodox churches accept original sin as a theology.
Yeah.
Which always makes me laugh because some of the sort of restorationist style Christians, the ones who think that they are getting back to the core of Christianity, a lot of these like non-denominational types, you know, kind of charismatic Christians, they're taking that as a core belief that can't even be traced to the 2nd century. So it's just, it always makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's so funny because they think they're like this new Reformation movement, you know, but they're just Western Christianity that was originally based on Catholicism and evolved into Lutheranism, and then it evolved into American Protestantism. But they think they're returning back to the Bible, but they're just rehashing like recycled arguments.
Yeah.
Just in the modern age. But I don't know much about Christianity, so I can't speak on it so much. So. That's what it seems to me, at least.
One of the things I came across recently, I think it was from a book by Burton Mack, who wrote the New Testament, and I think it was he that was referring to the idea of a suffering hero of some sort that had its roots in Greece. Does that ring any bells to you, Kevin?
What exactly?
He was saying that the idea of Jesus being sort of this suffering Messiah, or you know, that in one person you had the, you know, divine virtues in one person or something. He was seeing that as very easily accepted by Greek people at the time because their culture had some mythology or understanding or the importance of a suffering hero. I probably have the wrong term, but something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain mythological figures and demigods that had some of those aspects that were there. Theseus, in particular, was a very heroic figure who went through a great deal of suffering to succeed, and he was actually honored in several different festivals. Not to say it's directly correlated with that figure. I mean, a lot of the core ones that people will mention are, you know, Dionysus, but there's also, you know, concepts with Apollo, even Hermes to a certain extent that have correlations to the Jesus figure, depending on how you want to look at that and from what angle. But I mean, the idea that that would have been more accepted among, you know, the Hellenistic cultures. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And a lot of the Germanic and Celtic cultures during the migration period were completely against that. Arian Christianity was big for a long time. They actually rejected the idea of the divinity of Christ. They saw him more like a demigod or a sort of ascended hero than they saw him as a sort of co-substantive with God.
Yeah, Arians were a big problem for the early church. They had issues with Arian.
Arian with an I instead of with a Y, for those that are looking it up.
Yeah. There's a difference between the two, yeah.
Arius as opposed to, yeah. Anyway, weird little things. And you have echoes of this too. I mean, there are Unitarian churches, which are fairly modern, that have a different view of the Trinity. So, I mean, elements of this have been preserved in various different traditions. There are also old Catholic and liberal Catholic churches that broke off from Catholicism and still exist to this day, having a rather different view of Christian doctrine. So when I told you, Frank, that there are many different kinds of Christianity, I wasn't kidding. I mean, there's a lot of different churches out there you probably don't even realize are in your area. And some of them wouldn't even be considered Christian, but still incorporate Christian ideas.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere that there's like upwards of like 300 different denominations or something.
It's over 1,000.
Oh, way more than 1,000 too.
Oh, really? Wow.
Like Catholicism breaks down into a bunch. Orthodoxy breaks down into at least 2 camps, and those 2 camps break down to a bunch. Once you get into Protestantism, it's like you're getting into the 4 figures easily.
Well, that's the first I hear that. Okay.
Yeah, there's different kinds of Catholics, there's different kinds of Orthodox, there's different kinds of Protestants.
Yeah. Yeah, when you know, my own beliefs, probably like all of us, are just organically developing, and then I came across something on the web that was described as Taoist Christianity, and I thought, oh, okay, now that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, there's about 40,000 denominations, roughly, depending on which estimates you go by and how you reduce them.
Oh, really?
I wonder if they differentiate denominations with schools of thought. Because I would like to make the I make that differentiation when I talk about Judaism. Even when I talk about Islam, I talk about the differentiation between a sect and a school of thought. But I don't know about Christianity. I very rarely talk about it.
Yeah, that's usually the thing with, at least with my interaction with Christians. It usually falls in 2 camps. People who disagree with me, but we can have a conversation, and those who are batshit crazy. And the latter I avoid. So I usually don't have to deal with that kind of crazy. Most of the Christians I've talked to, though, have been pretty respectful and are usually very well educated. So there's a lot of room for learning from one another.
Yeah. Well, when people don't communicate with each other because, you know, they just decide not to because they've identified, you know, identified enemies in the other, it reminds me of, you know, our own politics, you know, extreme liberals and extreme conservatives. I mean, God forbid that they would agree on anything, because then it would be giving in to the evil side. You know, it's just part of our culture, unfortunately. It's just this categorization and demonization of anything that is not what you are, and which is obviously not very pluralistic, which, as far as I know, is kind of the foundation of democracy. So it's kind of strange that what we're living in. It's almost theocratic in a way, because you've got belief systems, you know, that are governing the country that are really intolerant of anything that challenges that belief system.
Yeah, on many different sides, not just the 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. That's why it's important to get to know people. and actually have conversations. Because a lot of this dialectic goes on from afar, if that makes sense. Either through social media, through the media itself, through the internet, or, you know, whatever else you want to talk about. But a lot of it definitely seems to be going on through, you know, technology.
Yeah. Because really, if you put, the way I look at it is if you put private beliefs aside, we all really want, overall, we all really want the same thing, but we're not willing to put our private beliefs aside and really try to make those private things public, and that's where the problem lies. You know, we all want clean air, a good environment, opportunity, peace, freedom, pursuit of happiness, whatever you want to call it. Why can't we just agree to that? The differences we have about what kind of altar we're setting up in our private homes shouldn't matter in public policy.
Well, it shouldn't theoretically, but everybody wants those same basic things, but they all want them through different measures, and those different measures they want them is the private aspect. So like I could say I want world peace, but I want world peace through my perspective, what I define world peace as being. That's why it's complicated, because I have my own. I could say let's just bring us back to the hangout that we're in. Like I could say I want world peace, but I want it, and you want world peace, but I want world peace through my faith tradition. You want world peace through your spiritual tradition, and they're at odds. So like the idea of like we could all want the exact same thing, but the methods we want to get there are so radically different that it's hard to compromise.
Well, a lot of what makes that difficult to compromise, at least from a faith-based perspective, and I'm being honest here, really comes down to the Abrahamic faiths, because they are the only faiths in the world, and they're largely in the majority in a lot of places, that really have that aspect of a sort of world peace for my religion aspect. Most traditions throughout the world have been culturally specific. That's not to say they didn't fight with one another, and that they didn't think that they were better than other people in some aspects, but it was far less of an issue.
I would disagree with that, because the idea of world peace, I think, is relative to the human experience. Nobody wants to be in a state of conflict at all in any front. But specifically speaking towards this context is the idea of is world peace kind of like world peace in the concept of world unity, an Abrahamic notion. I wouldn't necessarily agree to that.
No, it's not.
No, but specifically speaking, the concept that there's peace comes with absolute truth is also, I would argue, is not a fundamental Abrahamic concept from being somebody of one of the Abrahamic faiths.
So you think that if Christianity and Islam weren't as powerful as it was, and somehow the situation in India were different, that Hindus would think that they would want Hindu truth perpetuated throughout society, a world peace of their design?
Well, I think the issue I have is what you just said, is that you equated Hindu truth with world peace, and I wouldn't associate a theological truth with world peace. I think they're two separate things. I think world peace is a political manifestation, and my faith truth as theological, and I think they're not necessarily intertwined.
And I don't think they are, but I was under the impression that was what you were sort of arguing.
No, I wouldn't argue that.
Okay.
But I would, in the complete honesty, for the sake of argumentation, I would argue that it'd be a much easier path to bring about world peace if it was through the guise of theology, because I think theology plays to the emotions and the irrationality of man. But I don't think it's necessarily the case that world peace will come about through theology necessarily, but I think it would be the easiest route, but I don't think it's a necessity.
I have a very different view on that. I actually think the opposite. I think that trying to enforce the theological truth towards that path would actually be horribly dangerous. And
I agree.
I say we don't disagree because I don't think you can enforce theological truth. I would say that would be detrimental to the cause.
Yeah, fair enough. Welcome back, Ruben. Can you hear us? Cool.
But Path, why would you? Didn't you just say that you thought a theologically based solution would be the easiest?
Yeah, I did, but not if it's enforced as like doctrine. It would have to be agreed upon by the individual.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be that would require a world religion that most people would agree with, right?
Religion, I wouldn't say religion.
Or theology, I don't.
Okay, yeah, fine. Like maybe a theology, like agreed upon principles of conduct to construct a society. Yeah.
That are based in some part in a religious structure.
It's difficult for me to say because I don't really understand the concept of religious structure. I might, but maybe I'm interpreting differently, so I can't say 100%.
Then let me rephrase.
Yeah, please.
Say, if there is this sort of value set that this world peace would come about through, or well-structured society that has clear spiritual underpinnings, would it be a sort of interfaith aspect coming from different sorts of aspects, and there's all agreed upon principles that world religions would agree upon? Or does it come from some specific religion?
I hate to be. I think it both, like, it's the same thing I was saying before. I don't understand the difference, but I'll just say from my faith perspective that the concept of world peace would be in like most blatant terms, not factoring the technicalities that would change stuff. The most blatant terms would be like all of human societies would agree on base principles, and those base principles would be rooted in some theological aspect of what is universally right and wrong and how societies should govern themselves. But whether that imposes upon the individual theology of the society in itself, I think that's a different question.
Well, I mean, even if it wasn't just a minority of belief among certain individuals that conflicted with the general populace, let's just say that we lived in a world with a great degree of religious plurality, to such an extent that there were state religions in various different nations that were very, very, very different. Like you had one nation that was pantheistic. You had another few nations that were polytheistic. You had some that were monotheistic. You had some that were like Buddhist or Jainist tradition that were transtheistic. Just assuming that they're all state religions and that there's not necessarily like an atheist nation, because that would be really difficult for this sort of analogy. But just assuming that there was this great plurality on state levels and that they all came together in this sort of summit to establish these rules from a theological base with the diversity of theisms that exist, that are written down in your philosophy books. How would that even come to pass? I mean, there are some pretty big differences in theological positions and how they come to certain conclusions based on their theology.
Yeah, I agree, but I think the concept of a structured society should overrule theology. So we can. So this, I guess, is where it might get a little complex versus other monotheistic religions. Is the idea of so like if you ask me as an individual, I would say all societies should run under monotheism because that would just make the operation much easier because you have a common ground. Like I'm not saying based off of some intellectual standpoint that monotheism makes more sense than polytheism. I'm just saying, like, if you want to run a society, and I was going to say it'd be monotheism because everybody would be on the same structure and everybody would just, like, they'd be on the same point of view, just make things run smoother in the sense of diplomacy. But it doesn't necessarily have to be monotheism. It could be polytheism, depending on who the point of view is. It doesn't make a difference. But the concept of being on the same theological grounds is, I think, the point of, let me rephrase that, being on the same theological or philosophical grounds is, I think, the key to of unity of humanity, because that means that there's a common basis of humanity, which has been lacking since the beginning of time, because we had tribalism, we had clanism, we had xenophobia, we had racism. It's kind of like we had religious conflicts. It's the idea of making difference between two parties in order to state that my goal is greater than your goal. So the concept of, I would say, the base Abrahamic religion, which I would lay claim to that as being part of the Hebrew tradition, is that what we want is the unity of societies to run ethically, but the ideal form is through monotheism, ideally because we believe in monotheism, but because the concept of all nations having a base kind of concept of belief makes it easier to run the world as a whole when there's less division in that sense. But it's not, I wouldn't say that morality comes from monotheism versus polytheism or atheism. It's utilized as a uniting agent.
Well, even if you were to argue this on a state level, let's not even, since it seems to obviously be pretty complex, sort of argue the idea of a cross-cultural, cross-nation, international kind of value set.
Sure. It's like almost theoretical.
So, even on a state level, this is probably what would happen. Say you have Buddhist nations, you would have Hindu nations, you'd have Muslim nations, you'd have potentially Jewish nations and Christian nations, potentially different varieties. Pretty much anything that's not a world religion in that scenario that you've kind of talked about would be null and void. They would have no place in society. And not even just, hey, you're practicing a minority religion that only a handful of people practice, but any other world religion that's not the state religion. So if you were a Hindu in a Christian nation or a Muslim in a Buddhist nation.
Well, I agree with that concept, especially because within Judaism, the concept of our faith, it's really difficult to define as a religion because our faith is more so a constitution, national identity. So, like, the idea of if let's say, like, all things were perfect in a Jewish mind frame, we'd have our own land, we'd have sovereignty and the stuff. So if a Jew who's born into our land and into our faith, which is by definition our government and constitution, if they don't want to uphold by those laws, then they would leave our land, and they would live somewhere else. And they would
when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Right. They would live as the way they would want to live, and that would be their own relationship with God. It'd be non-consequential. So if there are these ideally speaking, I would say all these individual nations or city-states or states or provinces or whatever, they would be governed under monotheism just because of my concept of a one unified concept, but that's irrelevant to the conversation. But if they were to say that you have like a Hindu stand or a Buddhist state or yet an Islamic caliphate, it would make no overall difference between the governing principles that would govern each nation, as far as I'm concerned. you have to agree upon some terms. I think it's like what we see with the United Nations, but I think what I would suggest is that the United Nations would be governed based off of philosophy and theology rather than politics and sanctions. So that's my concept of, or at least what I would say the Jewish concept of world peace is that people agree upon base morality and ethics versus politics.
Well, there's a lot of history that has taught us that that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, but I'd also disagree. It's never been implemented before on a global scale, since we're living in very.
But we know that it doesn't work on a state level. That when there's a state religion, whether it's pagan,
but we're not talking about state religion now. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's held upon a global scale, you have conflicts of opinions. You have debate versus a monopoly. Once you have more voices, you have more conflict. Once you have more cultures, you have more views, and that's what keeps it balanced.
Well, the problem is it would come down to numbers. Like in America, the vast majority of numbers are from Christians. So we would almost to have this sort of breakdown that you described, state religions with their own religion, and then maybe a potential world ethic or ethos that they all seem to follow for some particular reason. It would be contingent upon numbers, and anybody who's in a minority would. We have that problem in politics already with our current system.
But that's how you have to build societies. So you have to build them off the majority versus minority. Like there's no other way of getting around it. Like, for extreme examples, you could throw out pedophiles. Like, at one point, you have to say like one person's values in society does not outweigh the majority. Like, it's hard to say, but I mean that's always the case. Like, you can't govern a society otherwise because it just makes no sense.
Yeah, but you would still have conflict. It's like the Supreme Court. You have a decision that's made.
Yeah, for sure. There's always conflict. There's no doubt about that. There's always going to be a conflict and strife.
Yeah. So I don't know. It just seems to me.
Judaism's utopia. Like I'm just speaking for myself, but the concept of utopia in Judaism does not leave out the concept of that humans are still going to be humans, and there's still going to be arguments, and there's going to be issues like that. Like, if you have two individuals, there's not going to be harmony. There's still going to be conflict. That's definitely part of the utopian society. Like, debate, if you would want to call it that.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard your utopian vision here, but I guess my original reason for bringing this up was it seems to me that in spite of all of our private differences on how we perceive reality, truth, deity, whatever it might be, when it comes down to public policy, we actually are in agreement with what we want. When I heard what you said, that
exactly.
the methodology of getting there is the difference. Okay, we disagree on methodology, but maybe we could work harder on methods that we could agree on, seeing as we're willing to put aside our private concepts of truth, reality, eternity, divinity, whatever, in order to experience that common good, which we actually really do agree on. That was what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with that, and I wouldn't argue with that in the least bit. That's definitely what I believe for sure.
Yeah. But it seems like it seems obvious. As I'm saying it seems like ridiculous that I'm even saying it. But yet here we are. Generations upon generations, just killing and being violent and exploiting and misusing each other and not working for the common good.
Take care. I mean, on some level, I do agree. It would be nice if we had nations or cultures that had consistent indigenous tradition, to take it from that sort of perspective. But it's just not practical in modern day. We have way too many people. Our nations are very, very diverse. I mean, it's just not a possibility. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm arguing a bit from my own bias here, practicing an alternative spirituality. And people like me would be the first to go in a state that was completely run by any religion that wasn't that.
Yeah.
Even if it was a Buddhist nation, I would be viewed with some degree of contempt for having a difference of opinion if state-run religious aspect was an international, multinational sort of complex that everybody adopted. Every nation I'd be in, regardless of what it was, unless somehow there was some weird isolated island that practiced Greek religion for some reason, I would basically be ostracized from every place I'd want to live, or I'd have to keep quiet about it, all my practices.
Yeah.
There would be no public assembly.
Right.
You know, and as a person who values democracy, I'm against that.
Yeah, and it's oh my gosh, I don't know. It just seems so sad that we're at this point in human history that you know, so many decisions get decided you know, but you know, might makes right, you know. I mean, haven't we learned anything? I mean, give me a break. I mean, how is that any different than divine right of kings? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's sad because you know, we're sitting here talking, and there's people in the world right now being slaughtered, exploited, injured for just lack of tolerance, lack of respect. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
And that's why, to me, it's just, I keep coming to this, but it seems like such an obvious thing, but evidently it's not so obvious, you know. It's like, you know, like Christopher Hitchens used to say something like, you know, we're just you know, we act like we're just one chromosome away from apes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, in fact, probably the apes act better than we do. But yeah, situations like this, having an interfaith hangout, etc., are, you know, that's the right direction.
Definitely.
You know, because people, you know, as you know, violence breeds fear. I mean, difference and lack of understanding breeds fear, and fear breeds violence. So.
I agree.
I'm interested in how the Romans and Greeks ended up mirroring each other so much in their, you know, their deities. You know, there's Mercury and there's Hermes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you have any background on that, like how the acculturation occurred, where the two cultures, which times were in competition with each other, ended up just adopting each other's deities?
Well, it already had happened before, and even within their sort of cultural memory with the Babylonians and the Assyrians. They kind of piggybacked off of the earlier Sumerian culture. And a large part of that has to do with technology and resources, and especially in the case of the Babylonian Assyrian complex and Samaria because, well, they had writing. You know, writing was such a huge thing in those cultures, and it allowed a great deal of advancement, both in culture and in technology. But I mean, it was a whole host of other things. You know, actual resources and land in which they were, and years and years and years, centuries even of warfare and conflict, and kind of cultural influence of one another and contact with one another. So these sorts of things happen gradually over a long period of time. Do we know the first thing that brought it about, what the actual catalyst was? No. I mean, we have some general ideas about it. But a lot of it really has to do with just being in very close proximity for a long time and seeing certain things that they admired in a culture that was very successful and had things that they wanted to exploit, and put some proper things into context. We do know with the Romans that their earliest traditions were more nuministic. I used that word before. It basically means they saw their deities more abstractly, as forces and less as personages, as the Greeks did. So it was a very natural sort of osmosis, where they were filling in a particular gap that was present in their own tradition and building upon what was already solid, you know, but building off of an existing foundation that they already liked. But it's also important to realize that the Hellenic cultures and the local Etruscan and pre-Roman cultures, pretty much everyone in that area, they were very similar. And they came from so a lot of the same earlier cultures, going, you know, thousands and thousands of years back. So really, as much as they were different, they were also very similar. So the kind of intermingling that was going on wasn't all that unusual. It wasn't even all that unusual with the Greeks mixing in with the Egyptians, both culturally, technologically, and everything else. So there's plenty of examples of it going on, and it's usually all for the same kinds of reasons: proximity.
But there's no evidence of the development of these gods prior to either of their cultures, is there?
Very little.
Yeah.
We don't even know a lot about the Minoan culture. We don't even know a lot about the Mycenaean Greeks, more or less the Minoans. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So there's still a lot of study going on, and we're learning new stuff all the time. So, but there's a limit.
Similarly, that's why I asked you about Hammurabi influencing the Jews, because clearly the code predated the law of Moses, and I'm just kind of like wondering, well, where did that come from? You know, where did the Hammurabi concept of eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, and they had, I don't know, he had like 500 different laws or something in his code. I'm just curious, like, you know, what influenced that?
Culture. Really, when it gets down to it, culture. That's the best way to understand certain laws that are written down, certain virtues, certain mythologies. Go back to what we know about culture, anthropology, both physical and historical, like forms of anthropology. Go to what we know archaeologically. Go to what we know about languages, and you really get to get a really in-depth picture that just the words themselves might not tell you, or that what you'd be able to receive in just a regular translation. This is a large reason why a lot of well-studied Christians learn these ancient languages, or at least learn lexicons of these ancient languages. Go to core sources, try to find original translations, really get into the historical aspects, try to find, you know, cited source material, because it really comes down to those finer details when you're really trying to figure out why things were the way they were. But it's also environment too. Environment plays a big the way people develop and the sorts of cultural norms they develop is really built off of where they are. Perfect example, the ancient Sumerians. Part of their sort of worldview was that civilization was the purpose of human existence, and that ultimately it was a sort of offering to the gods, that it was the greatest achievement, that our greatest achievements in the world were in honor of these incredibly powerful deities. In the Sumerian worldview, the gods were these celestial incredibly powerful kinds of entities. It's largely where a lot of Lovecraft got his idea with the Cthulhu mythos, hence its sort of similarity. So, why was that? The Fertile Crescent wasn't really all that fertile. When they got there, it was harsh, very harsh, but they were an incredibly industrious people who built some of the largest structures known to man that nobody else anywhere was doing at that time. So their cultural norms, their mythologies, their language developed around centuries and centuries of the kind of environment that they were placed in, the kind of environment that they forged out of their people. So that eye for an eye thing probably was built off of the same kinds of ideas of like, shit's difficult. You screw with me, I'm going to screw with you. I don't have time for this shit. So it's not easy living in the desert.
Yeah. And probably that being the case, may have had something to do with the development of the concept of deities, because the harshness of what they were dealing with, how are they to make sense out of that, especially if they were coming out of an area that was less harsh, they move into area that's harsh. It's like almost, how do we make sense out of this? Well, the gods must be angry with us, or the gods must be challenging us, or this is an opportunity for us to become more like the gods, or something like that.
Grow in our expertise, become greater, and all that sort of thing. And you saw that with many other cultures in the area. The Egyptians, the Greeks, the Canaanites. There was very much the similar sort of ethic, because living in the Mediterranean, there are some harsh climates. It's warmer throughout the year. They don't have as harsh of winters. The seasons are different. You see a lot of that sort of reflected, especially when you talk about Demeter in Greek religion and her role in the mysteries, her sort of mourning of Persephone's loss with Hades when she goes into the underworld the other half of the year. So a really good way of understanding these things is look at the area, go down to history. What was that place like? What was there? What was the local flora and fauna? Get what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just, you had so many answers earlier, I just was hoping you had the answer to this one too.
That's both one of the most frustrating things about, being an autodidactic pagan, but also one of the most exciting, because this is just what I know now. What will I know tomorrow? And what will they actually discover tomorrow that they didn't even know, that the people who know better than I do know? Yeah. So I would say keep looking. But from what I know about like the Greeks and the Romans particularly, getting back to your earlier question, it largely comes down to the way those cultures viewed each other. So there's some eccentricity there that definitely is worth exploring.
Yeah. Like just to me, the whole advanced nature of the ancient Egyptians itself is fascinating. It's like, well, where did this knowledge come from? And what did that knowledge look like before it came to fruition in the Great Pyramids? What were those developmental challenges that led to that kind of ingenuity?
Definitely. I think a lot of times when you're looking at these monolithic structures in the ancient world and these sorts of crazy advancements that we've only just now been able to understand, you have to realize that some of the same kind of impulses we have now in the modern day were present in ancient peoples. And we're always constantly challenging ourselves. We're always trying to leave a mark, on the world. We all want to be remembered, regardless of what we believe. So though it may not be all of the eccentric, detailed, complex religious and social, cultural, political reasons for the building of structures and the advancement of society, it does really a lot of times come down to some of those very basic human emotions.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it, if I remember correctly, I thought somewhere along the line I had read that our earliest record of a culture having religion was with the Hindus, and then I read something else that contradicted that. Do you have any info on that?
Well, what we've been able to find out archaeologically is there are evidences of religion going way back into like Neolithic times and even earlier. There are suggestions of it. We even believe that the Neanderthals had burial rites. So, as far as recognized religions that we have record of and have suggestions of existing prior to it being written down, it's kind of a bit of a toss-up between Hindu cultures, China, Middle Eastern cultures, most especially, Samaria, Assyria, Babylonia, and also early Canaan, and Egypt. I mean, a lot of the cultures that had that level of technology, they had the right zone, that had forms of writing, they all kind of were from that sort of line, which, ironically, at some point follows the Silk Road. So you have, North Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. These were cultures that had writing systems, they had means in which to write, they had the right social and political structures to have official religions, and we've been fortunate enough that some of them have survived, some of them barely so. But it's very likely that there were religions throughout the planet, in almost every culture on the planet, that existed long before that. They were just transmitted orally.
Yeah, and because of that, I'll call it a historical fact. It always kind of struck me as, I wouldn't say disingenuous, but it always just bothered me that people like Christopher Hitchens, who I admired greatly and loved dearly, would just dismiss religion out of hand, which I understand him. Part of why I love him is because I understand his position, because of the danger and the narrowness and the limitations that religion has influenced, in human history. But at the same time, if what you're saying is true, and I believe it is, then it's just part of human nature to seek beyond what is easily tangible and measured. And if that's the case, then embrace it. Don't just say anybody who believes in anything that can't be measured is an idiot.
Well, a lot of the atheists that I've met over the years and the writings that I've read by several different atheist thinkers and regular old people writing on blogs have all reflected a Western bias. They're upset because of the religion that they're surrounded with or raised with or had hammered in their head, which is almost always, 9 times out of 10, Christianity. So as a result of that, and you will see this 9 times out of 10, go into any room that has a bunch of atheists, they will almost always operate from that bias, that every religion is ultimately Christianity. The only one that matters is Christianity. The only one that I study and try to disprove is Christianity. And that's it.
Yeah.
Most of them will never go further than that. Most of them will not study anything else other than that. And the only level of study that they will do is to find logical inconsistencies in dogma, and less into actually looking at what those people believed and where that came from and the languages in which they were written in and the cultural context in which they were written in. Because they don't give a shit about that. They're angry. They're just angry.
Right.
And they don't understand why not everyone else feels the same way they do.
Yeah. Well, I definitely understand the anger, when you see, the exploitation that's occurred in the name of religion, of different religions over the centuries. So I totally get it.
Oh yeah, and they're completely justified.
Yeah, but
Completely
like you
justified.
said, not everyone has had, you know, everyone is operating out of their own bias based on their experience. Therefore, you know, I don't judge them for it, and I can't expect them to have the same ideas and respect I do of faith-based lives, because that's my experience, not theirs. So.
Absolutely. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It really kind of comes down to the progressivisms of society. That as these very rigidly orthodox, backward, archaic versions of, most specifically, the Abrahamic religions, mellow the fuck out, and become a little more reasonable and rational, the impetus for these kinds of extreme militant kind of atheists will be a lot less. They will be able to take a breather. They'll be able to live and not feel like they're being oppressed and that people are fucking with them, and they're not able to run for public office. They have to hide that they just don't believe in God, which they shouldn't have to do. So yeah, I think eventually that will change, and it'll affect everyone. It'll make it easier for Christians to be Christians without having to feel like they need to be held to this standard of fundamentalism. It'll help alternative religions to become more credible themselves, but also to be taken more seriously. And it'll allow atheists, agnostics, deists, and agnostics to be able to live in the world and not feel like they're being judged. So I think that's where society needs to go. What we need to be pushing for is progressivism in religion, not its eradication and not its theocratic positions, not the extremes.
As an open atheist in the room, I'll endorse what you just said wholeheartedly. It was well said, and I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like I said before. There's a biblical adage, or I don't know if it's originally from the Bible, where it's from, but just knowing a tree by its fruit. If it's producing something good, good. If it's producing crap, then you got to question it. And like you said, if you can make such a blatant or blunt statement as you just made of the three most influential religions in the history of the world, then the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't know too many people that would be able to refute that sort of wide brush you just used there, because historically the evidence is there. What are you going to say to refute it?
It's practical. And most people that I know that. And there's a lot of good regular people who feel the exact same way. The unfortunate thing is the way our power structures are right now, the way our politics is oriented, the way everyone feels, our sort of cultural bias, our mixture of apathy and self-entitlement is not allowing progress to occur, is not allowing for conversations to occur. Despite the fact that we have technologies at our disposal in almost every aspect of life that allow us to communicate on such an amazing level in no other time in history.
Yeah, but instead people are fascinated by sharing updates with each other on the shape of their dinner that they just made or something.
Instagramming their dinner.
Yeah.
Or sharing funny cat pictures.
Yes.
I love me some funny cat pictures, but that's not all of my life.
Yeah, my cat's a genius. Look.
You got to mix it up. People don't do that.
Yeah, and not only that, as part of it, I think, is the fear of conflict. Like, for instance, you have like all these kinds of rules on Facebook or whatever, where you can, people get banned and, this and that, or if you're on a certain site and you're being, you're challenging people and you get booted off. there has to be a level of accepting of the conflict, because unless you're going to allow for that expression, then you're not going to get to any possible solutions if everybody's assuming some kind of a straitjacket that won't offend anyone.
Ground rules, set ethos, whatever the group may be, whether it's offline or online, whether it's in the public circle, the private sector. It's a refining thing. You have to gradually define your parameters of interaction. That's how good groups are run. They need to be rigid enough to be stable, but flexible enough to accommodate change.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing like in a classroom. When a teacher sets the rules with the students, the best rules that really work are when the students and the teacher together can kind of come up with something and own it. Because like you said, there's things that everybody can agree on, and then there's areas where you're going to have to be willing to be flexible. It's John's turn to talk, Mary. I know you don't like what John's saying, but it's time for him to talk. And if you can learn that in the classroom, then you can learn it in other social opportunities.
Well, absolutely. And the analogy you use is particularly piquant, largely because in forums on particular subjects, there is always new populations that come in. And it's particularly the case when several years have passed and you start getting young bloods, people who are completely new to the subject, whether it's music or philosophy, religion, whatever the case may be. And a lot of them bring both enthusiasm and a bit of aggression. So you have to make sorts of adjustments each time you get a new class into your into your group. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I know it's been an archaic kind of usage. I'm not from the 50s, but hey, it worked.
Yeah. I mean, every group has its own unique dynamic.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, it's like when what's his name came in, the Idol Smasher there, and was getting all.
He's intense. He's intense.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I understood he apologized, but he did really kind of come in with sort of a chip on his shoulder, because it was sort of like he was trying to trap any atheists in the group that prove that they're. I don't know, that they have no way of defining themselves. That's what he was saying. I mean, how could you? I mean, you're coming in intending to make a very sharp statement that is not likely to be supported by most of the people. So afterwards, when he apologized, I was like, oh, well, okay, we'll take the apology, but. He kind of came in sort of wanting to make his particular point.
Very good, Idiot. That is absolutely true. That speaks to his views. He is a Westerner, like many of us here, and when he came to his philosophical agreement for himself, it was Noahidism in a sort of righteous Gentile sort of perspective. And he's taken it pretty intensely with the very name he uses, Idol Smasher.
Right.
He thinks of himself as a righteous monotheist, and that aspect defines him on such an essential level. So he views any other deities as these falsehoods. Even though the term idol, or its sort of concept, can more eloquently and sophisticatedly be used to describe idols and concepts and behaviors, which is largely what it refers to. Worshiping money and sex and those sorts of things that most people, or that I've met who are actually, priests and bishops have said that really a lot of that stuff refers to. Same with a lot of rabbi. So he found something that works for him, and he's a little intense about it. It's like, when you've been struggling for a while, and you find that nice little niche that works for you in something, and you get really goddamn excited about it. So don't take too much of what he says too seriously.
No, I mean, I've made that error myself. I mean, I come from a fundamentalist background, and I've pissed a lot of people off and caused a lot of unnecessary harm in my life. So I totally get what happens when you've got it figured out and your mission is to inform others of their error. I've been there, and that's why I reject the whole anything that produces that kind of behavior. That's where my question starts.
Well, his core person, his his character is good. I mean, we've had some very, very good conversations. I just think he needs to cool his jets a little, let the fire die down a little.
Yeah.
And once that happens, then he studies more, because he's only very briefly gotten into this within the last few years. So give it some time, and I think he'll mellow out a bit more.
Yeah.
But he has some good days, he has some bad days.
Yeah, I mean, just by his behavior in the hangout, he wanted to make sure that, he said something conciliatory, because it was evident to him, that he was pushing Ocean's buttons. So that in and of itself is a good sign. There's a lot of people out there, pastors included, who would never apologize for that kind of behavior, and they would feel, to use your term, totally righteous and justified in what they're doing, and that's the cross that they have to bear, the rejection of people who don't understand the truth and aren't as enlightened as they are. I mean, it's just, that's, again, when you bear that kind of fruit, that's why I wonder what kind of tree are you,
Well, to some degree, we've all been there, even with things that actually make sense for ourselves, even things that are consistent, whatever the thing may be. So he's going to be coming to a point pretty soon where he's going to have to take a look in the mirror.
Yeah.
And I hope that comes from him soon, because he could ruffle too many feathers here pretty quick and not only piss a bunch of people off, but get himself really off track and kind of ruin the progress he's made as a person. Because those of us who have known him for a while have seen those sorts of improvements, and we'd like that to continue. But you got to be a little delicate with him sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I respect your perspective on it, and it just reminds me that of something I've observed recently, where I'm watching all these debates between atheists and Christians on YouTube, talking about the historicity of the Bible and all. And more often than not, it's the atheist that demonstrates a more calm, understanding, measured behavior. The Christians usually very easily excited, get defensive, start taking things personally, then start attacking the other side. And more often than not, the atheist is more chill, and that just always kind of made me laugh.
Well, there's a few sides to that, other than the fact that every little hangout's a little different. The mechanics are different. The chemistry of the different individuals is going to be different, time of day and everything else. But the second thing, and this one that I've particularly noticed in a lot of these sorts of hangouts, is that there are quite a few atheists who like to bait, not necessarily debate. They like baiting theists that are particularly crazy. They like bringing in the craziest ones they can, because it entertains them.
Yeah.
So now, are there people that come in who just, I'm a Christian, and come in and it's like foaming at the mouth? Yeah, that happens a lot. You get people who suddenly crazy, like Suddenly Susan, another crazy, stupid reference. Yeah. But so there's a little of both going on. But yeah, a lot of the atheists I've met have been very measured, stoic even. So yeah. But there's quite a bit of the opposite too. Don't kid yourself on that one. There are some angry ass atheists out there.
Oh no, yeah.
Well,
I see that. Go ahead, Steve.
As a former angry atheist, I'll agree with that. I'm much better now, though.
That's
you
good.
You sound good.
So, do I need to just go up to him and be like, "Have a Snickers"?
Yes.
I'm gonna do that. I'm a dick.
That's funny.
Yeah. Why a Snickers?
There's a Snickers commercial thing. It's a kind of trope they've been using where have a Snickers, and they usually use a like an actor who's just being crazy, and then they say, "Have a Snickers. You're so and so when you're hungry," and then they eat Snickers, and then all of a sudden they turn into just some regular dude.
Okay, yeah, I did see that. I know what you're talking about.
So do I gotta be like, hey, have a Snickers? You're Richard Dawkins when you're angry. When you.
To your point earlier, I've had several militant atheist friends that lived in the South. I'm in the Deep South as well. And the reaction was more to the fundamentalists than it was the more theologically liberal Christians, or even politically, but usually there's an overlap there.
Absolutely. And the Hindus and Buddhists and alternative people and all that.
What's funny was they went from militant and like day to day, it was like part of their identity, their persona. They moved to places like San Francisco or Portland, and within 6 months, their blog posts or Facebook pages went from anti-religion this, anti-religion that, to nothing about it. And I'm like, do you even get involved in the atheist groups out there? And he's like, no. I have no reason to. They're all, everybody's laid back. So that goes back to what your point was earlier about the more extremists riling up the atheists, which creates a bad situation on both sides. So as the fundamentalists kind of die down, not die off, I'll say die down, in terms of fervor, the atheists as well should lower in counter response.
Yeah.
Not all of them, of course, but as a generalization, I think that holds true in my experience.
Even as a theist, as a non-Christian theist, with my obviously default disagreement with there being no God, I have to say that there is a very meaningful sociological purpose of atheists in society. They do a really good service for those kinds of crazy. I have to appreciate the kinds of things that they do as out of the goodness of their own heart.
Kind of a counterbalance, I suppose. Counterweight.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps the goalposts shifted equally on both sides, perhaps.
Yeah. But hopefully that'll die, and it won't be needed as much.
I think I personally go for the honey over vinegar approach, but it takes both kinds.
It does. Though I wouldn't want to taste honey and vinegar together.
No, I agree with that. The
no, actually, they're very good together.
You serious?
Yeah, I came up with this great chicken sauce that
it had to be a marinade.
Included honey, vinegar, some kind of hot sauce, and some garlic, and it was just great for a chicken stir fry.
I'll have to write that one down. I might actually try that once I get my freezer.
Yeah, because they balance each other out. The honey calms the vinegar down, and the vinegar brings the honey into a less overbearing sweetness.
Sweet. So you were saying, Steve?
Well, and an interesting side note is some of my best friends are conservative fundamentalists, too, which is interesting. The key there is you just have to have a mutual respect for the person and, be able to, we debate and discuss things all the time for hours at end and still go out and have a beer, get some lunch together at work or something. We get along great. Even though we're diametrically completely opposed, I'd invite them over for, a football game or whatever, and we get along great. If he was my neighbor, great. So part of it's just the keeping it personal as opposed to taking it personal. And I think people get a little carried away, like you said, when they get their feelings hurt or if they feel attacked or persecuted, and then once one gets defensive, the other one gets defensive, and you end up in a downward spiral there that unfortunately falls apart pretty quick. But
definitely. There's a little of both going on, though, too. You understand? And I mentioned this before, from the side of somebody who's not a fundamentalist, whether they're an atheist or, like I mentioned before, like a pagan, like myself. We're not doing much to our cause by being, like, atrocious, by being in your face, by being ridiculous, by being uncouth and all that. Given certain circumstances, it might be warranted, but appreciating some of the sort of propriety and decorum that some of these people are actually into, if for nothing else, when you're in their presence, can be a very valuable asset to reaching some kind of compromise with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's a good example, Kevin, of kind of what I was getting at before about finding, solutions to world problems or even local problems in your community. Is you're identifying, a behavior that we all can get behind and respect, and based on that, a mutual respect in that agreed upon behavior, then solutions can come out of that. It doesn't matter that one's an atheist and one's a theist. And so I was just trying to make that, expand on that in a more politically useful context, and that for some, but we don't do that. Instead, we antagonize, and I know better, and our whole system is set up for Democrats to humiliate Republicans and vice versa, and so we don't practice these conciliatory kind of means of communication.
Perfect example of how that can work, and even in unexpected ways, is what was happening a few years ago when I was still living in my hometown. We used to walk down, my buddy and I, because he lived down the street from where my apartment was, to the park. And this nice rural town, very small kind of town. And a lot of times over there, you would have like the kids playing basketball or whatever, and they actually had, through the city, they would have little events and stuff like that going on. But a lot of people use the park. They walk around the track. They play ball themselves or whatever else. There's even a tennis court. And down the way from that, if you kept going and you walked down around the hospital, there was the Starbucks, and there was a lot of stuff in that downtown section that people were doing. There was a lot of traffic going in and out. And for a good while, easily like 6 months or so, there's a bunch of like random, like almost like street preachers who had swarmed the park and were just making a fucking mess of everything. They were going up to random people, trying to give them pamphlets and shit. And it seemed like it was one new non-denominational church after another. And there was this one time, the last time I saw them, they brought in these speakers and they were like singing and preaching, like almost grandstanding their religion here in the park. Now, that being said, there's a lot of Christian churches in my neighborhood and in that city. There was for a long time. A lot of older communities and older people there too. But they were the first ones to be like, these people are causing a public nuisance. They're disturbing my kids. They're trying to do stuff here in the park, and it's very unchristian of them. And they were out in like a flat second. They've never been back.
That's cool.
So, I mean, it can go both ways, I think, as much as, maybe people who are non-Christian, let's say, can appreciate the sort of like social propriety aspect, I think Christians can kind of respect our aspect that maybe, I don't know, the public circle should be fucking secular. You should keep that shit to yourself and keep it behind church doors.
I agree with that even when I was still Christian.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Again, that's a perfect example to me. That's why I like the Taoist stuff so much, and I love the yin and yang symbol, because it's just so speaks so much to the need of finding an organic balance that is unique to every situation. So you can't just make blatant rules necessarily they're going to apply to everyone, but given the dynamics of that group or that community, then you create a balance that allows for conflict and the giving and taking, and that's how diversity becomes one. It's not like a dualistic either or a black and white. It's sort of this fluid moving from one side to the other. That's why I love the image of the yin and yang symbol. But I was going to say before about, we were talking about Christians being antagonistic or maybe intolerant of other people's or less tolerant of diversity. The way I look at it now is like they really can't help themselves. They lost the ability to see clearly when they decided that everything in the Bible, their interpretation of the Bible, is the Word of God. And as long as they're coming from it with that perspective, then yeah, it's no surprise that women aren't as esteemed as men. It's no surprise that there's racism. There's no surprise that there's homophobia. I mean, it's in the book. So if they're going to look at the book and especially their own interpretation of that is the preferred interpretation as the Word of God, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get that kind of behavior. They can't help themselves. They're not the book. The book does not read as a manual or a blueprint for tolerance and diversity. It doesn't. Sorry. So they're just, they're up the creek without a paddle.
I kind of have, I'm a Christian, and I kind of have, I completely understand what you're saying there, man, and I struggle with some of that sort of stuff as a believer. So,
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a Christian, and I just, there's just so many things in the Bible that are just reflective of early primitive cultures that were growing in their understanding of God, and they just didn't have what we have today, which is an understanding about sexuality, a respect of women. I mean, look at the Old Testament. I mean, it was part of the reward of taking over another country violently was raping the women, and there's no commandment against raping. So obviously, if you're going to start from that primitive of an understanding, then it's going to take some time before the book is finished or they finish compiling it, that a lot of those values were still in there, once the final chapter was added to the book. I mean, it's taken us 2,000 years to respect races. I mean, look at women. Women didn't have the right to vote until it was only 100 years ago, or less than 100 years ago. Or, it was only 30 years ago, I think, that the first KKK murderer was actually sent to jail. I mean, it's just, we really haven't come too far in our primitive way of understanding social groups.
So Frank, how do you put that behind you and still maintain your faith?
Oh, because I just look at it like to me Jesus was the exemplar human, and humans being what they are, F stuff up all the time. Therefore, it's no surprise to me that they couldn't get things right in the Bible. But even with as much that's messed up in the Bible, you can still, to me, get the general concept of Jesus being a servant of all. That he came to love, and he came to heal, and he came to teach. So then that's primarily what he did, and that's what we should do for each other, is look for opportunities to heal, look for opportunities to teach, and look for opportunities to serve each other. That's it. I mean, that's just where I land.
I'd like, Reuven's just made a comment in there, and if he could help me understand that, that would be great, because as a Christian it would make me feel better. When you say Tanakh, that T-A-N-A-K-H, Reuven, is that like, what is that? Are they the early book? Is that the Old Testament books?
No, the Torah is the Old Testament.
Oh, yeah.
The Tanakh is the oral Torah.
I don't know. Reuben, I'd like to see that because I've looked at it in several passages, and there's certainly there's no commandment or direction supposedly given by God where women that are desired are treated with any respect. They're just treated like cattle. They're just, they're chattel. So they're part of the war booty. You take over the country. You take over the women. There's some things in there that say, well, after you've taken her to be your wife, after 7 years, if she doesn't want to be your wife anymore, then you have to let her go. Oh, well, how magnanimous! I mean, give me a break. So whatever you've got to say, Reuben, I'm willing to be taught, but from what I've read, it's very patriarchal, very misogynistic, and I haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise. And if that's not the case, okay, if you want to debate that point, just the bloodthirstiness of the Old Testament is ridiculous. Every time God is revealing himself to say, I am the Lord, so that they may know I am the Lord. What is he doing? Killing people. You don't have as many passages of God saying, so that they may know that I'm the Lord, I will heal their land. So that they may know that I'm the Lord, I will bless them. No, the majority of passages in the Torah or Tanakh, whatever, are God revealing himself by murdering people, having people slaughtered, and especially everybody. What did he do with Saul? He put Saul on his shit list because Saul left one person, I think it was, alive when God had commanded, kill every woman, man, and child. That's just ridiculous. If that's the way God is, then I don't want to have anything to do with him. But my personal belief is that's just the Jews' creation of a nasty God that was more formidable than the gods of their their neighbors. There's no a divine being would not order people to kill every man, woman, and child because they're in the way of them inheriting their promised land. I just think that's ridiculous. And the fact that people still honor God in saying those things is really disturbing, and that's why we're a troubled world that there's people who still think that God was behind those murders. I'm off my soapbox.
That almost sounds like a Marcion-esque interpretation where the Marcionites believed the Old Testament was a lesser evil God and not the God of Jesus. Discounted the Old Testament because they couldn't reconcile the good loving nature of the New Testament version of Jesus with the Old Testament violence and bloodshed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with everything about Marcion, but as soon as I read that, I said, "Yay! Hey, somebody understood what was going on. Good for him."
There's a book. Oh, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
Reuben's just made a point in the chat there, but
yeah, I'm on the mobile client, so I can't see anything in the chat, unfortunately.
I'll read it for you, mate. It says, he's addressing Frank. What would it take you to take up arms against your neighbours? Would child sacrifice be enough? How about consistent raids and enslavement? How about 4 centuries of violence against your people? That is what Amalek did, and that is why they must be destroyed.
That's the story. I don't personally think there's enough evidence to believe it. But I'd have to research that more to know. But my understanding is Amalek was just created as sort of this devilish
scapegoat.
What's that?
Scapegoat.
Yeah, and it just always used, you know, that the term just ended up being, you know, assigned to anybody that was in the way of God or in the way of Israel's expansion, and they were just made out to be this horrible thing that Reuven is delineating here. I don't know that for a fact. I'm not a scholar. That's why I come to these things to hear what scholars have to say about this stuff, but it's I don't know. It's just I just find it absurd. And the fact that Jesus, you know, came, you know, supposedly was sent by God to sort of introduce the world to be face to face with God. I just, like Marcion, I just see no comparison. There's no similarity between Jesus' kindness and his message of mercy to this Old Testament retribution and God of violence. I just don't see any similarity in the two at all.
There's an interesting interpretation in an anthropology of religion book written by Robert Wright called The Evolution of God, and he goes into the slow transition of the Middle East from polytheism into monolatry into monotheism, and he discusses the Canaanite along with the Babylonian and various other gods, and he makes a comparison of Yahweh to one of the gods of war from the earlier pantheons as being a Jewish adoption of that. From that vantage point, the violence and bloodthirsty contents of the Old Testament make perfect sense if you view the writings of that particular, I think it was the priestly version, I have to go back and double check my notes, but if you go back and view it under that light, it makes perfect sense. You know, they would order the slaughter of men, women, and children, and you know, if you think of them as Ares, the god of war, as opposed to, you know, Jesus as god of love, you know, when you look at the evolution and the anthropology of it, to me it actually makes sense why it's in there.
I'm not following you. It makes sense that the origin that I don't follow you. What makes sense about God ordering murder?
If God is a god of war, you know, a god of war would obviously have no qualms with ordering murder in the course of combat.
Okay.
Picture Ares for the Greek pantheon. I mean, if he did the things of the Old Testament, people wouldn't have trouble squaring the circle of a loving God doing that, because Ares wouldn't be, by definition, a loving God. You know, so if you picture Yahweh as a god of war and look at the history of how he came into the pantheon and how he got adopted by the Jewish culture, then that actually makes sense, the violence.
I actually take it a step further and say the reason why, not even just the duality, but the sheer schizophrenia of the biblical God is actually evidence of their polytheism. That there's many different gods that are presented in the Bible.
Yeah, there's references to the Council of the Gods and various other plural forms in the writing.
Elohim.
Exactly.
And they will argue that till they're blue in the faces. There's not many gods.
Yeah, I recommend that book, The Evolution of God by Robert Wright. If anybody comes across it, it's definitely worth the read.
Yeah, thank you for that.
No problem.
I hear you, see your comment there, Reuven, but what evidence is there that this Amalek story, as presented in the Bible, is historical? I mean, it just seems to fit so much into the mythology of early Israel, of just, you know, they're the chosen ones, and anyone in their way is the enemy, and every time we beat the crap out of them, it was God's will, and blah, 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 blah. And just the overall violent beginnings, just to me, just really bring the whole thing into question as far as being, anything worth honoring or respecting. I mean, what's to respect, really? What's to respect in this Old Testament story? I mean, it's even the early Abraham stuff. What was it God was saying to Abraham? Was mostly stuff about, I will give you this land, I will make you the father of many people, and then Isaac, I will give you many people and make you father of many. There's no like communication of God saying, I want you to love the way I love. I want you to serve other people with a humble heart, the way I, to reflect who I am. No, all these early ideas of God are all about like separate, the laws creating the difference, showing the difference of who Israel are, to separate them from their enemies, and making this God out to be so impregnable that he just, no other God can compete with him, and that most of their what they're focused on are just military conquests, and it's just I just find that to be just absurd. I mean, that's why I don't know. It seems to make more sense the violence that Israel was facing, that they created this idea of God. Basically, yeah, they're in a violent, area, and there's constant border disputes and developing cultures, so they had to establish their identity. But it's all very self-oriented, violent, survivalist based. It's not based on love and serving humanity. That's crazy. Yeah, Reuben, that's my point. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's from the Torah. But you look at the early history of Israel. How much loving your neighbor as yourself is in there as they're slaughtering the throats of women and children who are not circumcised? I mean, how about that ridiculous story about pronouncing the word shibboleth? There's supposed to be thousands of people crossing a border, and because they couldn't pronounce the word shibboleth, they were murdered. Well, that sounds like loving your neighbor as yourself. Yeah, right. The book is ridiculous. It's like finding anything good in that book is like finding a needle in a haystack. That's just the way it is. Sorry. No, slaughtering women and children is in the Bible. Do I have to get my concordance out? Oh my Lord, help me. Oh, how about it's the term, what is it? Herem, H-E-R-E-M? That means the slaughtering of every living thing, right? Complete annihilation. That's all very convenient. What you're referring to there about Joshua and Jericho. that just sounds like an ideological redaction. I mean, they're just trying to make sense out of past legends. There's no evidence that anything that you're referring to is historical. So
what is it he wrote? I can't see the chat. Sorry.
He wrote the Talmud makes it clear that when Jericho was taken, a road was kept open for all those who did not wish to fight. So from a Jewish perspective, no innocent was killed by Joshua. And he's saying he's not disputing that. He's saying that's only the interpretation. Well, yeah, that's the interpretation I just find so offensive. I think that when you look at the Bible scholars, even though they a lot of them disagree with each other, for the most part, they've put most of the Bible, especially the Old Testament, into its proper context, which is it's basically written, very late, probably between the 7th century BC and the 4th century BC, by competing schools of thought, some pro-Moses, some pro-Aaron, some pro-Judah, some pro-Northern Israel. And the Bible's full of contradictions because it's reflecting those different hypotheses of what actually occurred. So we don't really have any historical record. We just have a record of these disputing legends. And the disputing legends couldn't even, the redactors who put the book finally together didn't even have enough sense to put it in a more humane context of loving your neighbor and being good to those, good to people you don't know, and learning to live with difference and that kind of thing, like the morality that we have today. Yeah, I'm kind of imposing that, but I'm just saying, if you had the opportunity to create a book that was going to be considered holy, I would think you would want to clean up the stuff that says, make sure and murder every living thing, cattle, man, woman, and child. And if you don't, you're not obeying my will, because only when everyone is murdered will they know that I am the Lord their God. Give me a break. Those redactors revered those legends so much that God was this God of war that they left it as is, even though there were contradictory stories on what actually happened and who did what. They didn't think of making it more loving. They left it bloodthirsty, misogynistic, and homophobic. Thank you. Ruben's asking me, if it's not historical, why does it offend me? It offends me because you have people hating each other, killing each other, creating violence against each other based on their interpretations of this supposed sacred book. You've got Jews hating Muslims. You've got Christians hating anyone that's not Christian. So I don't care that it's not historical, as long as people are considering it God-breathed and it's the source of their violence and their inability to get along with each other, then yeah, that's offensive. And if anything, at the very least, it's not sacred. Say this book is sacred and it has spawned violence, hatred, unwillingness to work with people that don't believe the way you do, and that's God's will. No, that's wrong, and that's why we're screwed up, is because people are still believing in their idols, and in this case, their idol is the book.
I think it's a mixed bag on the historicity. I think the general accepted consensus is, as of about 1st and 2nd Kings, and forward in the Old Testament, and I say for the Old Testament because I'm not really familiar with the Jewish versions of it. From that point forward is where they say that the historicity becomes a bit more accurate and a bit more plausible, as opposed to obviously when you go to the older stories.
Yeah, I'm not discounting the whole thing by any means, but I'm just saying overall, there's so many inconsistencies and contradictions of just, being loving and holy and reasonable. I mean, it's just, why isn't one of the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not rape? But there's don't lie, but you can rape. I mean, raping should have taken the place of one of those commandments. But there's nothing in the Bible that is consistently clear in respecting the sanctity of another person's body, that under certain circumstances you don't have the right to just take it and do with it what you will. No, it's more of an attitude of, you're the chosen people, beat the crap out of these people, and abuse them while you're at it, because you're the chosen people, and they're disgusting. So there's no there's no respect of humanity in the Bible, really. It's it's misogynistic, it's homophobic, it's violent against identified enemies. That's not very humane, in my opinion. So that's why I reject most of it. And I'm glad the historical scholars have come to these conclusions where we actually have evidence that a lot of this stuff was written very late and does appear to be mythologized, because a lot of things just didn't occur, like the Exodus didn't occur, and so I don't know. I just it makes me crazy when I think that people are being violent with each other and thinking that God is behind it, and their book supports it, and that's why we have violence. Really. I mean, Kevin said it earlier about the Abrahamic religions. I mean, who can say that we haven't witnessed a lot of unnecessary violence, even to this day, that is primarily spawned out of these monotheistic extremists.
Frank? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Could I just address your point of this rape thing, like there's no commandment for rape? There doesn't need to be one, because there's a commandment not to commit adultery or, fornication before marriage, and that would sort of fall into that category, because you're having sex. So it sort of doesn't need to be specified, in my opinion.
To say thou shalt not commit adultery?
Well, to a Christian, we're not meant to have sex before marriage, right? Or commit adultery. So raping someone would break that law by default. So it doesn't need to be specified that thou shalt not rape.
Yeah.
I agree that if it's single, then that's a little different.
Pardon?
If you're a married man, obviously the adultery would cover raping somebody else. Although you could argue spousal rape might be a little more subjective. But what about the single men that were not married?
Well, as a Christian, as a single man, I'm not to have sex with a woman before marriage anyway. So that's, again, covered under that. Fornicators will not inherit the kingdom of God, it says. So,
Yeah, I mean that's a reasonable point. So I just happen to just see so many examples of just a disrespect of women when it came, really, in the Old Testament primarily, and it just kind of dawned on me that it wasn't as part of the Ten Commandments. But yeah, your point's well taken.
it's kind of like how Jesus says the whole law is summed up by the two laws: love your God and love your neighbour, kind of thing. It sort of like covers everything. and that would cover rape too, because that's, you know, not loving.
I forget the exact verse, but love your neighbors in the Old Testament quite a few times too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not sure.
Yeah, Reuben had mentioned that. I think it's from Leviticus. But yeah, I mean, obviously, in my opinion, I mean, I'm a Christian. I think things improved when Jesus came on the scene. But you know, even when he did, I think the writers, the early Christian writers, put hellfire and brimstone on his lips just to make sure that this new Jesus would be remembered in the context of the Old Testament God, who didn't take kindly to anything that wasn't exactly what he wanted. You know, the Jews are chosen. Okay, then we have the new Jews, so to speak, that Paul referred to in Christians. So it just transferred from one chosen people to another chosen people, and if you're not them, then you're to be destroyed, or you're going to go to hell, and you're going to be tortured forever. So Jesus came with a little better message as far as loving and being of service to others without all the violence of the Old Testament. But I think the inclusion of hellfire for anyone who's not a Christian was the early Jewish communities of Christians keeping that Judaic sort of tradition in the writings, and that's my own opinion.
But I think Reuben makes a good point in the comment there, that a lot of what Jesus was saying did come from Jewish law. I mean, he was a Jew and he followed the law. I mean, and he said he comes not to destroy them.
Yeah, Matthew 21, I have not come to discard the law but fulfill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I look at that as Matthew is a particularly Jewish gospel. I don't buy a lot of what's in Matthew as being, or the sort of vengeful God that is portrayed in Matthew is not portrayed as much as in Mark, Luke, and John. And I think the reason is that it reflects that Jewish community that was bent on the vengefulness of God.
But Frank, it sounds like you're kind of cherry picking to create your own sort of version of Christianity, a little bit.
No, I'm not cherry picking, brother. I've been eating from many trees for many years, and this is what I've come up with the best I could do. I think God honors our using our spirit, our heart, our mind, and the wisdom that our experiences bring. And when we take all of that together and respond to a book like the Bible, we should be able to determine the good from the bad. And the whole book is not good.
But the Bible also says that all Scripture is good for teaching, instruction. It doesn't say that this. I can't remember the proper verse. Someone might be able to.
Yeah, it's all Scripture is inspired by God and good for teaching.
Yeah.
Blah, blah. I mean that's like a circular reasoning. That's just like that's just something. That's somebody's opinion who wrote that. I don't think it was Paul. I think it was somebody that came after Paul. It was attributed to Paul, but it wasn't written by Paul. I just find that to be ridiculous because you know, if that's the case, then we should say, you know, gays are going to hell. We should just say it. You know, gays are going to hell. That's what the Bible says. So.
But it just sounds like
that particular verse is 2 Timothy 3:15 or 16, I want to say. All Scripture is God-breathed. That particular one is considered a non-Pauline letter,
Right.
But I recall it somewhere in one of the Pauline letters as well, though. But I'd have to double check.
Thank you, Steve.
No problem.
Then how do you know then, Frank, as what you can trust in the Bible and what you can't?
Just by.
How do you get your foundation?
What's that?
I mean, how? Well, that's all. I've finished. Sorry.
I didn't hear your question.
I mean, how do you, when you read the Bible as a Christian, then how do you decide what's God-inspired and what isn't? Then.
Well, in the same way, you know, when your mother tells you to do this or do that, you do it based on what you think is good for you, and when you think she's just speaking out of her ass. I mean, you just, some things resonate with you as true, and some things resonate with you as false. And
everyone is going to interpret it differently, though, because you know everybody sees things differently. I mean,
absolutely. Everybody sees it differently. There you go. That's where I'm at. Instead of there's one way to interpret the Bible, and this is the one way you should live. That's craziness. You know, I think the way I look at it is, you know, God wants us all to enjoy life, enjoy the mystery, seek divine guidance, and do the best we can in loving and serving each other. And how that works out just depends on everyone's own growth and their experience and the culture they come out of. It can't be something that's you know, easily described, because every culture is different, everyone's experience is different, and that's why Jesus says, you know, don't judge. Yeah, I mean, I think to me it's pretty easy to determine like what's good and not good in the Bible. The stuff about, you know, God introducing himself to the nations by kicking ass and murdering nations, no, that doesn't sound like the God that's taken care of me for the last 35 years. Sorry, I might be misunderstood, and maybe God is a badass like that, but I don't think he is. I don't believe he is, and my understanding of Jesus is Jesus isn't like that. So, I don't know. I just take it, you know. I don't know. I agree. I agree more with the atheists who criticize the Bible than the Christians who worship it, because the atheists who criticize the Bible, the ones who are educated, are usually basing it on, you know, data of historians who've determined, you know, what was said by particular groups of people, how certain ideas developed over time, and you can kind of find a pattern of different schools of thought, all the way from, you know, the beginning writings of the Bible and the Jewish culture, all the way through the Christian culture. And if you study those original texts, you can get a pretty good idea of how it developed the way it is. And it certainly didn't develop by being divinely inspired, like every word being divinely inspired. And if it did, and I guess my point is, if it was all divinely inspired, I think more people would resonate with the truth of it and embrace it. But they don't, because it's misogynistic, homophobic, and violent.
As the resident atheist in the room, I'll go ahead and say you're doing my job for me quite well, so, you know. Just kidding. Joke.
You're good, Steve. Revan's put in there, war is war, not murder. So, I mean, like, you can't call it murder when it's a war, you know what I mean? I mean...
Well, yeah, the Bible doesn't, obviously the Bible is not going to present it as murder, but I say it's murder. If it's unnecessary deaths, it's murder. And the way a lot of these battles are depicted in the Bible sound unnecessary to me. And the extent of the violence that's demanded by God, that every living thing be slaughtered. The word in the Jewish language is herem, I think it is, H-E-R-E-M, herem, is total annihilation, is genocide. So, okay, you could say it's war, but last I heard, we thought of the victims of Hitler's ideas as being genocide and being murderous, not just casualties of war. So that's kind of how I look at the way God is portrayed in the Old Testament is he's not unlike Hitler. He's deciding to favor a certain people at the expense of others and to totally remove this other group of people by slaughtering them. So I don't really see any difference. I don't see any difference between that and Hitler, really.
The difference is Hitler's not God, and God knows things that men don't. And a lot of those people that they went to war with were very violent. They sacrificed their own children. You might be able to say
which is propaganda. It can't be verified.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely the story. I mean, I hear you. What's your name, Michael?
Even if we grant him that point, I'll take a middle ground here. Even if we grant him that point, the whole purpose of combat is to defeat your opponent. If one side's soldiers kill the other side's soldiers in war or in battle, I agree that is not murder. But if they then continue to kill women and children, even in said war, that is murder. So there's kind of a fine line between who you can kill in a war and who you can't, differentiating war crimes of genocide versus standard combat.
Yeah. Well, my point though, Steve, what I was trying to get to was, okay, let's pretend it's not propaganda, and this is true. How do we know that those children's, like God knows the hearts of people, right? So how do we know that he knew that every one of those children would not grow up and be the same type? You know what I mean? So
I'm not going to presuppose that God knows everything. I'm going to look at what there is, what we can see, what we can touch, what we know about history, what we know about these cultures. And the vast majority of the evidence suggests otherwise.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk from a Christian's point of view, though. Like,
I think if they said, we fought these people and it was a war, and war sucks, then people wouldn't have the objections they do. The objection is that they wanted to malign these other people that they were fighting with and make them out to be these horrible, evil devils. If they were just saying that they went through this war and that God was with them in their war and that they would help to protect them, that was one thing. But they went out of their way to make these other people look like caricatures. Horrible people that were sacrificing babies and eating hearts out of goats and shit.
Social Anthropology 101, in out-group theory, basically says you have to dehumanize your opponent or your enemy in order to encourage whatever you want to have done in the name of your in-group.
Sure. Everyone did that.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the Jews. Everyone did it.
But that doesn't mean it's correct in every case. I mean, this could be a case where it is an exception.
I don't think, even if I would argue that your case is valid and it could be an exception, but I don't think that gives it a green light to say, well, there could plausibly be a reason why God did that, ergo it's good.
All we can judge it is on the merits of what God gave us as our human intellect and our judgment, and we can't judge it on anything beyond that. So I think it's kind of special pleading to write it off as God knows better, so we just have to accept it as writ canon. You know what I mean?
Well, probably from a non-believer's point of view, yeah, that's fair enough.
Well, even as a believer, Frank's a believer, so you could. Depends on what vantage point you're looking at it. Non-believers obviously are almost required to go that way, but even believers, I see divisions in in that particular theology.
Yeah. To be honest, I haven't studied it a lot, so I mean, I'm not really capable of debating this point, but I'm just trying to inject a few comments in. But so I'm not trying to defend that point. And when I first came in here, I heard Frank, and I actually thought he wasn't a believer because of what he was saying, but I still agreed with him, and I said, you know, I have problems with when I read these things, thinking, is that something of a loving God? But then I haven't looked at it too much, and it's something I need to look at.
Or yeah, no, so, and even maybe even a better example would be part of the law was to murder disobedient children, or to murder.
It's one of the 613. I don't know the exact number, but I could Google it. I think the exact wording is if your child talks back or disrespects their parent, they should be put to death.
Exactly. Or murdering adulterers. You know, murdering homosexuals, adulterers, and disobedient children. I mean, we don't even have to talk about war.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does seem strange that that was a law, but then when Jesus stopped the people when they were going to stone that prostitute and said, who hasn't sin cast the first stone, so it does seem very contradictory to me, the Old and the New Testament.
Yeah, and that I agree with you there, but even that story evidently is, most scholars see it as added later, like it wasn't part of the original manuscripts. I mean, it's a great story, and I wouldn't put it past the Jesus I believe in, but even that story is under some skepticism.
The verse is Leviticus 29 and 20:9 part to clarify. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. Such a person is guilty of a capital offense. But from the New Testament standpoint, I mean, I carry around the Thomas Jefferson Bible, which is pretty much is the red letter essentials. Where Thomas Jefferson, everybody knows the story, I'm sure, of where he cropped away anything that wasn't verifiable and just went with pretty much Jesus' philosophy and teachings. So there's a lot of stuff I like. It's the Thomas Jefferson Bible.
Okay.
But he also exclude
Yes, that was the Bible that Thomas Jefferson took out all the miracles of Jesus. It's the life and teachings of Jesus Christ. It was basically all of his parables and his allegories, minus the miracles.
That's the one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thanks. How do you say your name? Estes.
Yes.
Now that's cherry picking, Michael.
What's cherry picking? Oh, reading that Bible.
What Jefferson did.
Yeah, definitely it is. But I'm interested for another reason. But yeah.
I mean, I see why he did it.
I'm not trying to say I'm going to make a Bible.
Yeah, I see why he did it, because miracles are not verifiable, and he's just, what is it from the Bible that we can use for social development? So I see why he did it, but that's cherry picking.
Yeah, from a philosophical standpoint, I find it fascinating.
Yeah. Raven's put in the comment there, in ancient Israel it was incredibly rare for a man to be put to death for any crime, even murder. So while it's certainly unusual for those verses to be there, they evidently were more a threat than an actual law.
That's very well possible. I don't know one way or another.
And I've heard that too, that arguments along that. Reuven, how do you justify these things then? These wars, these genocidal kind of wars and things? These verses about stoning your children and murdering your children and things like that, because they must. I mean, they're there. They must happen, even if it is reality. But how can you think he's a loving God and then see the need not to justify it.
That just seems obvious to me that this was Israel's way of establishing their difference and establishing their uniqueness, that they would create these kind of laws and a God that would say things like that, kill adulterers, kill disobedient children, kill homosexuals. Those don't sound to me like inspired words of God, that's all.
Yeah, that's Frank. See, that's a good point that Frank makes, Reuben. It's like you're saying there that those laws were for Israel, a country that has not existed in any real sense for 2,500 years. That still doesn't take away, God's supposed to be the same today as he was yesterday. So Frank is actually pointing out the contradiction that the New Testament God seems to be very different from the Old Testament God.
Except for the hell parts. They made sure and establish hellfire for all those who weren't holy and pure.
I have to head out, guys. We'll see you guys later.
Take it easy.
It's good talking. Well, it was good listening. All right, later.
See you, buddy.
There is some theology that states that annihilation isn't necessarily a torturous place. It's more of a separation from God rather than a fire and brimstone, wailing and gnashing of teeth. So there are some theologies that have tried to address that. C.S. Lewis was a big proponent of that particular viewpoint. Yeah. But if you go to the fundamentalist interpretation of the scriptures, then hell is a place of suffering, and maybe not necessarily fire, but definitely anguish.
Yeah, they put those words right on Jesus' lips, where the worm dies not, and where there will be gnashing of teeth or whatever the hell it is. They put they put those words, I think, specifically on Jesus' lips intentionally to create a context of Judaic tradition, because the Judaic tradition is sort of this vengeful God. Don't mess with God. Don't mess with God's enemies.
Reuben's put here, sure, but the laws cannot be enforced without the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin abolished the death penalty in 28 CE. But I still bring up my point that God's supposed to be the same then and now, so to say that they abolished it doesn't really change the fact of what Frank's saying, he's still the same God, but he's, I kind of have to agree with Frank,
Yeah, to me, just the historical record is just that there was a progression away from violence. There was the initial context of being in a violent area where you're bordered by enemies and the threat of enemies, and in time, things became more civilized, and people started to come up with ways and laws of respecting difference and respecting individual humanity. And so it was just a natural progression to move away from that. Therefore, to say that these words are inspired, eternally inspired Word of God, is just contradictory.
Well, because of just been a post hoc rationalization, we felt it strategically advantageous to invade a nearby tribe, take over their area, and so we're going to either convince the masses to support us, or do it and then go back and explain why we do it, using justification that it was a commandment from God, and it may not have actually been such, more of a political manipulation of that. As one possibility.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Reuben's put in the side there, the verses concerning the striking or cursing of one's parents resulting in death is understood to be an especially extreme punishment. since cursing or striking a person are not punishable by death. That sort of seems like you're contradicting yourself. Is that right? It sounds like in one breath you're saying that there are verses concerning striking and cursing of one's parents rolling in death, but then you say cursing or striking a person are not punishable by death. And then you say, however, when a parent is involved, only then does it become a capital crime. And then you say there aren't any examples from the post-exile period of children being executed. It doesn't matter if none were actually happened. It's still the point I think Frank's making is, even if none were punished like that, it's still a commandment in there, and that seems very contradictory to the loving nature of God. Whether many were punished by it or one was or none. Then he says, point 2, the covenant between God and Israel is eternal. The laws as we see them in the Torah are the providence of men. They are to be understood by the judges of the day, and if the judges no longer see fit to punish something that was once punished, there is no sin on the part of the judges. God is a just and merciful God, and he has no issue ceding his authority to judge to the righteous of Israel. Are you saying that these laws are the laws of men and not God?
I kind of gathered that he's saying God says this is an issue, but it's up to men to decide what the punishment shall be. Whether it's nothing or whether it's death, that's up to the judges to decide. Either way, you violated the law, but the judge can issue a sentence based on their discretion. Kind of how I gathered that, but Reuven can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thanks, Steve. The laws are, point 3, the laws are for men to interpret. He says, yes, Steve, that is correct.
Cool, thanks.
So they're not commandments of God, they're the laws of men.
That was more like guidelines.
Frank, that would, yeah, so that means, Frank, that they aren't, that's not God giving those laws to men. He's, you bring up some good points, Frank.
Well, they've been bugging the crap out of me for years, so I'm sorry to be railing the way I was railing, but it's just to me it's just obvious why we have so much violence in the world is because people are buying into these concepts as God-given, and it'd be better to say they're not God-given, and we've learned and we know better now how to treat each other, and we don't kill disobedient children.
Well, actually, Reuven has just said that in a way. He says God does not say kill the adulterer in your midst, rather he grants the authority to do so to the judges if they see fit. So that's a good answer. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, and I think that's I've debated some apologists that have said something similar to that, and what they did is they grouped the Old Testament 613 into 3 categories: ceremonial laws, as in how you should worship, what you should do with the sacrifices, etc., and then more appropriate to what we're discussing, the moral law, and then also the civil law. And I think they said those particular laws that Reuven's talking about there fall under the civil law category, and hence the judge's interpretation and discretion, as opposed to the moral law, such as the Ten Commandments.
So, Frank, that would mean that, the things you're trying to attribute to God are actually not. They're actually from men. So you could say that the God you are saying is this horrible genocidal person is actually not, because I think Reuben's given a pretty good argument to defend that he isn't.
No, I don't share your respect for Reuben's answer. It's you know, these are.
Well, he's admitting that it's of his people. You know, it's their laws, not God's.
Well, that'd be good. Then we should call it the word. We should call it the word of men then, and not the word of God.
Well, no, because
it's the word. It's the word of God. It's the word of God, supposedly, that's giving the commandments to stone people to death for various things that we mentioned.
I think it sort of sounds more like he's giving them the free choice to choose how they want to deal with this, rather than saying these are my orders.
Yeah, but I don't. That's his interpretation. If you just look, I'm trying to look up some verses here to give examples, but you know the Bible doesn't read the way Reuben is interpreting it right now.
Okay.
In my opinion.
And that could be a difference between the original Torah writings versus the multi-language translations of the current English Bible, Old Testament. So there could be some verbiage, textual criticism analysis that could be applied to that, in ancient Hebrew versus Greek versus English. But even if we conceded the 613 points that Frank brought up, his other, I don't know if you were here for that or not, Michael, but the other parts he was talking about were not so much the laws, but issues where Joshua and some of the other stories where they go into the Amalekites, Hittites, Amorites, or various neighbor tribes, Canaanites, and basically we're told to kill everybody, including the children. And I think that's one of the things we got as an issue. I think Joshua 6:20 or 22, along with Deuteronomy 16 or 20:16, I'm sorry, and also I want to say 1 Samuel 15. All three of those have stories, and I'm sure there's several more that I just can't recall. Of basically where they're like, don't leave any living soul alive, women, children, animals, nothing. Basically, utterly decimate. And so even if we concede the 613 to Reuben, it still doesn't address the, what seems to be commandments from God to commit genocide. And that was one of the things I had a problem with as a Christian when I was still Christian.
Okay. How do you address that, Reuben?
I think he addressed it earlier when he was referring to the Amalekites as being, a threatening, bloodthirsty neighbor that had to be dealt with.
Right.
But as evidence from the story of the Egyptian Pharaoh, God can easily change people's hearts, harden or soften as needed. It seems to me that if you go with what Frank describes as the loving God, the easier thing to do would be soften their hearts and let them come over more to a Jewish way of thinking than, and stop doing whatever child sacrifice or alleged atrocities they were committing internally to try to rationalize why they should be wiped off the planet.
Exactly.
That is a very good point.
That's exactly it. In fact, there's verses that specifically say that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that he wouldn't repent even after he sent the plagues on him. Or I don't know. I'm trying to go through here and try to find places like that. But in many cases, the God in the Old Testament is said to have hardened the heart of an enemy. So that kind of doesn't really give them much of a choice, does it?
Yeah, I hear you, mate. I hear you. Frank, the fact that you believe that and are still a Christian shows you have great faith in Jesus.
Very good, Michael. Thank you.
And I respect that, because you could have easily gone and said, "Nah, I'm over this."
Well, the reason is because in my life I've just gotten so much support and help from my faith in Jesus. To me, that's the evidence that He always gives me. You know, when I'm depressed, depressed, He helps me get happy. When I'm lazy, He helps me be productive. When I'm being judgmental of other people, He helps me, you know, keep a more objective view. And so it's I know my own thought is these things aren't coming from me, because me left to me, I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to be backbiting people. I'm going to be critical, blah, blah, blah. But somehow when I turn my attention to Jesus, I get the sense of overcoming myself. But if you
I so resonate with that. Yep.
If you just leave me to me, I'm no good.
Bro, I so am with you there, man. I've had drug problems, and prayer to me has helped me so much in the last couple of years. God has blessed me so much that I can't deny, and yet the things that I read in the Old Testament disturb me. But like you, I've kept my faith because, and just thought, well, I don't understand that yet. I'll just hold off on that. But because every time I pray, I just see the power of this stuff working in my life, of Him changing my heart. Man, I'm glad I walked into this hangout. Thanks tonight.
Well, I'm glad you did too. But it's more than just it's more than just an intellectual search for historicity in the Bible, because like you said, if that was it, I would have given up on faith completely. But
absolutely, man.
After 35 years of time after time being given the strength to be better than myself, I feel like God has demonstrated His commitment to help me out.
And do you pray a lot? So prayer's a helpful thing for you?
Well, my idea of prayer is just kind of staying open to communication with God. So throughout the day, I might want to do a certain thing, and I might feel like God's telling me to do something more productive. So in that sense, that's sort of my prayer.
But do you talk to Him like? Like,
yes.
God help me with this issue and da-da. Yeah. Oh man. Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Because you know what? I've been listening to these atheist versus Christian hangouts, and I keep having this bad feeling that, man, these atheists have got a good point here, and but I still have my faith, and I'll never let that go. And I've thought, how can I reconcile the two? And you are actually speaking to me like you're showing me how it is possible to have both. So I'm probably not putting that very well, but bro, thank you.
No, absolutely. I'm encouraged by everyone on the Hangout. I'm encouraged by what you're saying. I'm encouraged with what Steve is saying. I'm encouraged by what Kevin's been saying. So yeah, it's we can be good for each other.
Yeah. The other thing is, what did I say? It's gone. Never mind. Oh yeah, I don't even go to church anymore, and in fact I've stopped reading the Bible lately. And you know what? Since I've had just prayer and me and God getting down and dirty with my heart, that's when I've made the most progress.
Yeah.
So I've already ditched the churches, and then I probably haven't even read the Bible in so many months, if not, you know what I mean? And all I've done is pray and spend time with God, and suddenly my life is just swinging around, and now I come into this hangout and you're telling me this, and it's like the final piece of the puzzle for me. It's like, just like I thought I don't need the church, I'm actually thinking I don't need the Bible now. It's just the direct relationship with Jesus, with God, you know, and that's where I've found the most progress in my walk.
Yeah, and that's
God
sort
bless
of
you, brother.
yeah, and that kind of answers your own question about, you know, well, how do you know what to believe and what not to believe in the Bible?
Yep.
It's the same thing. You know, nobody's telling you what to do exactly in your prayer life, but you're figuring it out because why? Because you have the mind and spirit to identify the right course, and that's pretty much what I'm saying is that the Bible, unfortunately, because it's so filled with stuff that just isn't relevant to our life today, it ends up messing people up because they have to believe, their faith tells them that they have to believe the whole book is good, and therefore they can apply this monkey wrench of logic to things that are not logical. It's not logical that God would be this violent and be this vengeful. So that's pretty much what I was trying to get at before, and you're already experiencing it by just being in direct communication with God through your faith in Jesus. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Oh, bro, and that's where I'm at too. And you've just made me realise it, and you've pushed me just convinced. I think God's made, you know, I believe God works like this, and I was in this hangout for a reason tonight, because that was my final issue, was these arguments about this vengeful, nasty God. I mean, oh man, this is awesome.
Oh, good. Awesome.
So all I need is me and God and prayer, and that's it, man, and He will show me the rest.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm a happy man.
Yeah, and you probably feel like the world is like, the weight of the world is taken off your shoulders.
Yeah, bro, it really does, because I couldn't, and that's why I would never engage with atheists in these debates, because it was just like, I can't answer that because you're bloody well right, you know? So I just had to think, well, I don't know everything, but I couldn't also deny God either, because He's done so much for me and I can see it in my life. So I was left in this kind of middle ground but now I really believe that dude, awesome.
Yeah, and you know, what's crazy about it is, like I've been saying, is I've actually been encouraged by non-Christians, atheists, all kinds of different people who are inspiring to me, like who's this gentleman here, Steve, and Steve's an atheist, and Kevin's a neo-pagan, and Reuben is evidently an agnostic. So all these people from different orientations have been really helpful in just encouraging me to continue the path I'm on, which is really just being open to communication with the people you're confronted with, and anybody can help to enlighten and show you a better way or this or that. But as long as you're trying to lock into, the Bible, like word for word, it's gonna mess you up, because God is a living word. Therefore, what is He saying today? It doesn't matter to me so much what He said to Paul. What He said to Paul wrote down, and what He's saying to me, I'm trying to live. So it's not related to the Bible, really. It's just related to responding to things that produce life in you. Respond to things that are producing life. And we all can identify what those things are. but it's going to be different for me, and it's going to be different for you. It's going to be different for Steve, different for Kevin. And that's the exciting thing about it to me, is that we really can, people from different faiths or even non-faiths can actually be witnesses of life in each other.
Well, it's funny. It's true, man.
Well,
But it's funny because. Oh, sorry.
I just said, well said.
Yeah. When I first joined Hangouts and started, I was seeking Christians, obviously, for fellowship, right? And, you know, the likes of G-Man and Nephilim Free and all that. And I just felt totally unwelcome by them, you know? And they just, I don't know, there was something weird about it. But then I met these atheists, and I have so many atheist friends now that I hang out with, and we laugh, and they welcome me, and they don't care about my belief, and I don't care that they hassle me about my belief, and they're just beautiful people. And it's like they have more love in them than these fundamentalists. Like, I think I made a comment, and I was watching a debate with G-Man and some atheists, and I said, well, really enjoyed the debate, good comments on both sides. And G-Man attacked me and said, you know, basically insulted me and just said, well, you must be pretty weak, but I can't remember the exact words, but you must be pretty weak-minded not to be able to make your mind up one way or the other kind of thing. And it was just like, wow, man, you're meant to be my brother in Christ. But yeah, I go and hang out with atheists, and like, no kidding, man, I can hang out with these guys for hours and just laugh and have fun and learn from them, and it's fantastic.
Exactly, and that's where I think I was saying to Kevin earlier that, you know, there's the scripture, and you know, just because I'm railing against the Bible doesn't mean there's not good things in it. Believe me. You know, where it says that you can know them by their fruits. So if someone's, it doesn't matter what somebody's believing, if they're coming off to you as being unwelcome, unkind, judgmental, cynical, skeptical, you know, whatever it is, then they're drawing from a source that's not good. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. You just sort of respond to life-giving behaviors, and I think that's where it's at.
Yeah, right. Yeah, God bless you.
Yeah, you too.
God bless everyone here.
Yeah.
Steve, do you reckon, you said that you were a Christian once, do you think you could be a Christian again, a la Frank and Mike Styles?
I'd be more inclined. To me, if there is a God and he is a loving God, he'll judge us based on if we made the world a better place, and if we did our best to treat our fellow man well, you know, do unto others as, you know, do unto me. Basically, as Jesus said, you know, he who clothes the least of me clothes me, and, you know, there's a lot of good scripture verses that come out of there. I don't like the hell aspect, of course. That would be something to reckon with. But, you know, that's a separate issue. But from a lot of, kind of like the old, I forget if it was the Dalai Lama or who said it, that said, I like your Christ, I do not like your Christians, they're not very Christ-like. And, of course, that's not all. Obviously, that's referring to a certain subset of them. You know, so there's bits and pieces of what I like. I'm still more of a methodological naturalist, so it'd be hard to add in some of the, you know, the faith/supernatural aspects of it, of course. But, you know, from a philosophical standpoint, you know, there's quite a bit in it to be commended.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this is awesome. It just feels like my whole life has just been, in the last year or so, is just slotting into place bit by bit by bit by bit. And prayer, man, Steve, honestly, man, if you could just open your heart up to that and ignore all the rubbish, like Frank's been talking about, all this. Sorry, I'm not sorry, he hasn't been talking nonsense, all the good stuff he's been talking, and ignore this nonsense in the Bible and just have a relationship with Jesus, man, I reckon you would start to see some new supernatural stuff happening in your life too. You know, like, I've had drug problems and all sorts of things that I haven't been able to solve, and just a broken man, and then calling out to God in prayer. And this didn't even need the Bible or anything. It was just this relationship that Frank's talking about, and the way things have just aligned themselves in my life to make me where I am is just amazing. And I know it's God because of the timing and just, I don't know, I'm getting a bit excited, so I'm not explaining it well. I don't know.
You're doing fine.
Yeah, I'm just excited because I feel liberated now.
That is awesome, and it's so cool to be a witness of it. So I'm really honored to witness your new path here.
Thanks, man. You always have a place in my heart, Frank. Thank you. Man.
That's awesome.
See, Reuben, all the good you do by bringing us all together.
Yeah.
I've learnt a lot from Reuben too. Reuben's got a good heart.
He's a good guy.
I don't know. I thought he was ready to stone me, but okay, I'll take your word.
If he puts up on me, I'm sure your views are a lot easier to digest than mine. I do keep a steady supply of lightning rods on hand, though, just in case.
Yeah. So does our loving God, evidently. He just loves to beat the shit out of people.
Well, I figured that covers me for Thor, Zeus, and Yahweh, you know, so that way I'm covering all my bases, you know, from the polytheistic versions and pagans. And
yeah. There are far too many bases for you to cover on that one.
I know.
Just let you know.
You'd been too quiet, Kevin. I had to draw you back into the conversation somehow.
What? Polytheism? Huh?
Exactly.
Well, Steve, can we hear a little bit from you? Like, what's floating your boat?
In what aspect? I'm sorry.
Oh, just in, you know, are you a polytheist or you're atheist?
I'd say, you know, splitting hairs over definitions, I'd say I'm an agnostic atheist or a weak atheist, depending on what's being presented. You know, from a deistic standpoint, I'd say I'm closer to agnostic and less certain, so less, you know, atheistic. Once you start defining traits onto what the creator or God would be, I start adding more and more towards the atheistic side of it and away from agnostic. Obviously, if you apply traits, that gives you the potential to add either contradictions or inconsistencies or just unprovable things that, you know, when you can assert, but it's hard to justify or rationalize or be able to prove. So it just depends. I'd say agnostic atheist would be the easiest way to describe it, but yeah, it is splitting hairs over definitions, though.
So how long have you held this position?
2007-ish, maybe. So 6 years.
And overall, what's your assessment? I mean, do you feel like you're getting the? I mean, I'm just overall like comparing to how you were when you were a Christian to now. Are you as productive? Are you more understanding? Are you more loving? Or I'm just curious, like, if you compare how it's affected your behavior, and if you could see if you could make a comparison with your Christian days with the last 7 years. Just curious how that's going for you.
I'd say overall the same over the long haul. I mean, there was a period where I first lost my faith that I was pretty angry, and I was one of those stereotypical angry atheists. But, you know, that's kind of the transition pains. I'd say growing pains is probably not appropriate. Transition pains, and, you know, those come and go usually for most. And, you know, once I got past that angry phase for a few years, you know, then I just got more into the acceptance and, you know, accept people for what they believe as long as they don't cause harm. And, you know, I mean, that's kind of where I draw the line. I don't care what somebody believes as long as they don't cause harm with it. I don't care what somebody's motivation for good is as long as they do good. You know,
Right.
So it's one of the. It's only when people start pushing things on other people through law, through government, or treatment behavior, that's kind of where I start to get a little more riled up, per se. But that is the minority of the people, although they are the ones that get depressed the most. So you watch the media and it starts to seem that they are the majority because they may be the loudest of the minority. But most Christians I know are great, honest people. Most Jews I know are great, honest people, and so it's not like even though everybody can cite a few bad examples on every side of the aisle. It's a case of an apple spoils the bunch, creating a prejudicial view. As long as you understand that and you're aware of that and you don't fall victim to it, then you don't judge everybody for the actions of a few. Islam, Christianity, polytheism. I'll throw that in there just to make sure Kevin's paying attention. Or Judaism or whatever else, or even atheists. There's some asshole atheists.
Yeah.
I mean, some of my best friends are Christians. Some of them are atheists. There are some Christians I'd rather hang out with than some of my atheist friends. It runs both ways. It's the quality of the person that matters to me, not their belief or motivation.
Exactly. Well, that's good.
Reuven's put there, Frank, if it makes you feel any better, stoning in the Hebrew refers to throwing a person off a high place, usually a mountain or hill. Only if they survive would they be stoned with rocks. I mean, bro, that's not much better. That's like, awful. Oh, gee, that makes me feel a lot better.
Wow.
You're joking, aren't you, bro?
It's... Unfortunately, it's probably so close to the truth I can't even laugh at it.
Yeah. He says it's true.
Yeah, see, I mean, if that's the truth, then how inspired really are those words? But we should have enough sense to see that it's an inspired word. Like, I mean, I probably will have people will disagree with me on this because of because of your orientations. But I just look at the writings of Paul, the ones that are the 7 letters that are verifiable as written by his hand. I find those exceptionally inspired writings. I don't agree with everything he says, but overall, I think you can't ignore the inspiration behind them. I mean, he just came up with an understanding of Jesus that was just really unheard of in such a short time after Jesus' death. That to me, it's evidence of God's work in his life, because he went from being a persecutor of Christians to being the most eloquent defender of the faith around the year 50 or wherever it was. And I think that in and of itself is an example of God's hand in his life. I don't think, to me, it's not highly unlikely that without the inspiration of God, that someone would have written with the eloquence and the understanding of Christianity that Paul did. So I don't know, that's always struck me when people ask for evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. To me, that looks like evidence to me that somebody could be transformed so dramatically from being a persecutor to being a defender, and a defender in a way that was, I mean, it was like, the guy was on fire. It was amazing. Now, having said that, I don't agree with everything he wrote, because he kind of, I think, was still writing in a way that was in agreement with some of the Old Testament stuff that was, kind of vengeful, like, listing the kind of people that will not inherit the kingdom of God, that kind of a thing. I think that was still sort of a vestige of his Old Testament upbringing. But overall, I just find it very inspirational words, and I still will find myself thinking in the same kind of terms as Paul was writing in as I'm going through my day. I don't think to memorize verses. I don't try to think of verses, but certain verses that Paul wrote, I get reminded of, and it's those things that are inspirational to me at key times in my life. Okay, Ruben wants me to know what I think of people like him who think Paul didn't write any of the epistles. I don't think anything of people like that. I'm a non-judger. Jesus, one of the things I think Jesus actually said was, "Judge not," and it has proven to me to be a worthwhile position to maintain. So I don't make any judgment on people who think Paul didn't write the epistles. No, it doesn't put. He's saying it puts a harpoon in my white whale. No, because whether it's Paul or somebody else, it doesn't matter. The words are. Oh, you're saying because if you started out as a persecutor of Christians, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, it might harpoon that whale, but it doesn't harpoon the inspiration I get out of the words that whoever wrote those words still are life-sustaining words, and so that's really what's important to me. Nice words that didn't come from Paul or an inspired person. Okay, I'll disagree with that. I think they're amazing words, very inspirational. Even somebody as skeptical as Burton Mack of the Jesus Seminar gives credit to the writer of those epistles, who he refers to as Paul, and he's a scholar. So.
There's an interesting book you should read. It's called St. Peter versus St. Paul.
Yeah.
And it goes into the theological differences of the early church, of the Peter/James camp versus the Pauline camp. And,
yeah. What do you like about that book?
It shows an interesting contrast in the theology differences, as well as faith versus works, along those lines, whether Gentiles or Jewish only should be able to be Christians, or if you have to convert to Judaism or adhere to the Jewish customs. And there were some internal debates in the early first, second century on that. It's a really fascinating book. I tried to find it on Kindle, but apparently it's only on print. But it's a really good book if you can get a copy of it.
Who's it by?
I'd have to look it up. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I had it up earlier. I'll paste it in the main chat logs. I can't do the one right here, but I can do the Hangout chat.
Yeah. So Ruben, did you read Price's book on Paul? Is that why you're preferring him? Or did Price inform your opinion on Paul not being the writer of the epistles? Did he make a convincing argument? No, it didn't originate with him. I wanted to read his book on Paul, but I just don't have the money to spend.
I just put it in the main chat window, not the one on the side panel, but I don't know if you can see it or not.
The only one I see is the side panel, but maybe I could find it later. What's the title of it?
It's St. Peter versus St. Paul,
Okay.
A Tale of Two Missions by Michael Golder. I guess it's pronounced Goulder.
Okay.
Did Reuben respond to the question on Price's book? Because that's one I've been meaning to read.
He put in a link here. I'm not sure what it's for. Oh, W.C. von Manen. All right, Reuben, thank you for that. I will add it to my list of things to do before I die. But right now I need a job. I was supposed to have an interview this morning, and they called me up and they canceled.
Oh, dude.
Your interview for the job that you need to pay your rent has been canceled. Thank you very much. Don't call us. We'll call you.
Frank, you live in the States, yeah?
Yeah, I live in Connecticut.
Oh, cool.
Where are you, Michael?
New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
South Island, Dunedin.
Any job openings there?
Yeah, bro. Let's work here. What do you do, man?
I'm an educator, special ed and administrator.
What do you mean by special ed?
Students who have special needs, like emotionally disabled or autistic or learning disabled, I'm certified to either teach them or run a school that services them.
Oh, dude, they were crying out for people like you here. In fact, I'm doing a course doing similar things for that next year. You would walk if you could get over here, man. You would walk into a job.
Yeah, well, maybe I should use the remainder of my life savings just to get to New Zealand.
Oh, bro, man. Well, I'll put you up until you need a place. I've got a Filipino friend that's gonna try and get work here, and I'm helping him get a visa and being his sponsor. So I mean, I'll do the same for you, brother.
Wow.
But
New Zealand's such a beautiful place too.
Thanks, man. It is, yeah. But so is the States, man. I just think New Zealand's like the States, but tiny. You know, you guys have got everything. You know, you got like deserts, you've got mountains, you've got everything. New Zealand's kind of like that. You can drive a couple of hours and you're in a totally different place. You know.
The area I grew up in, you could go north into lava flows, or you could go northeast and go into the Yellowstone Mountains. You could go west into the Salt Flats. You could go south into the Red Rock Canyons, or you could go east into the Rocky Mountains. So it's like 2 hours in either direction. You could be in a completely different terrain. So it was pretty neat. It was northern Utah area.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm actually going to go to New York next year to meet my girlfriend. So I met online.
New York City or New York State?
Staten Island, she lives in.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Nothing
she's,
like Manhattan, but everything up there is pretty cool.
Awesome. I can't wait, man. I've wanted to go to America's the country that I've wanted to go to since I was a kid, eh? I know more about American history than my own country's history or any other country in the world.
Probably no more than most Americans.
Oh, I love the people, I love the culture, I love everything, man.
Yeah, you gotta just do a day in Manhattan. You know, do the Broadway plays and go down to Wall Street. And, man, that city's its own persona.
It's about 8 million people, isn't it, New York?
I think right around there, yeah, give or take.
Which is, yeah, 3 times the population of New Zealand. It's like, wow.
And it's like 3 miles by 9 miles, I think. The whole island.
Oh, mate. Awesome. No, I can't wait. She's a beautiful girl.
I lived up there for about 6 months, man. It was awesome. You met her online, that's cool.
Yeah, I met her about 4 months ago, man, and we've only just got together. She's a little bit younger than me, so I was always like, nah. But like over 4 months of communicating with her every day, it was like, nah, I can't. This is awesome. We're just in love, eh?
See, I mean, that's the beauty of this technology in this day and age. You know, you could have 5 or 6 disparate people like us that probably never ever meet under normal circumstances. You know, from cultural differences to geographic, and then like in your case, online, meeting somebody you'd never run into. You know, maybe the person that you're going to be with for the next 50 years. You know,
exactly.
Without the technology of this day and age, we'd all be isolated within a few hundred miles of our birthplace or wherever we were living at the time. So it's kind of fascinating what a dynamic game changer that is from a sociological standpoint.
That is, mate. In fact, I say this all the time. I have better friends on Hangouts than I do in real life, because you've got nothing to. You know what I mean? There's no agendas, man. I'm here to talk, and I'm not here to borrow $50 off my neighbour or a scab of smoke off him, or you know what I mean? It's just.
Oh, exactly.
And I've just developed these beautiful relationships. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot with some of my online friends as well.
Yeah.
Seems to be a little bit more genuine at some levels.
Yeah. I mean, not to say that I don't have good, genuine friends, in the real world, but I definitely communicate with my online friends a lot more than I do with my real life ones. I don't know. Do you say Connecticut, Steve? Are you living in?
What's that?
Oh, Steve, Connecticut. Are you in Connecticut?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, Florida. Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought somebody said Connecticut earlier.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut.
Okay, so Florida's on the east coast, is it?
Yeah, it's in the southeast.
Yeah, and where's Connecticut, Frank?
It's also on the east, but in the north.
Okay.
I'm like 10 minutes from Yale University, which I like.
Nice.
Awesome.
Because I can just jump over there and listen to free classical music concerts or potentially some lectures. I haven't gone to any free lectures yet, but I'd like to do that.
Oh, like sort of trial, what do they call that over here?
Auditing.
Yeah, auditing. Thank you.
To audit, yeah. Or just to fly in and out if they would let me. I've done that. I've done that before in the past. Just enjoy going from spending a couple weeks, a few weeks in one course and going to another.
That's another one of the beauties of online is, between Google or YouTube, there's university courses, and you have some of the open courseware that MIT developed, where everybody puts their full coursework out online, free for anybody to take. You don't get credit, but you know, I mean, you could literally take courses from Yale, MIT, Caltech, you know, any university you wanted. Another salute to this day and age when we can educate ourselves on our own better than a university could in person in some cases.
No, absolutely. I mean, Kevin's an example of that. All the reading he's done in his neo-pagan studies is amazing.
Yeah, he did seem cool, some of the stuff he was talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's the breadth of knowledge is respectable.
Yeah, he'd probably rival anybody with their comparative religious studies degree, I'd say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the high praise.
All hail, Kevin.
Well, I got the coin made, so you know.
Nice.
Got my own currency, so. Halfway there.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you like that?
Well, it's 5 o'clock here, so I'm probably going to crash in a second. Definitely nice meeting everybody, and if anybody wants to throw me, I can't do it from my phone, but I'll come back probably tomorrow and try to add some people into Google Circles, or I'm on Facebook. Reuven has my profile if any of y'all are on Facebook.
Already circled you, buddy.
Perfect.
That
And like I
sounds
said,
good.
I probably do more Facebook than I do Google Circles or Google Hangout. Not so much the Hangouts, but the Google Plus. But for chat I use this, but for day-to-day posts or messages and stuff, I probably do a little bit more on the Facebook side. It's a little bit of both.
Yeah. Cool. Glad to meet you, man.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Good. Glad to meet everybody here. I mean, it was definitely this is one of the more. Even though it's gonna hate me in about 3 hours when my alarm goes off, but it was definitely worth it. Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, and Steve, you made it that much better, so thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thanks. You all have a wonderful night / day / whatever time zone.
Thanks, buddy.
You too.
Take care.
Take it easy.
What a dude. I saw him earlier in a hangout and didn't get much chance to talk to him, but awesome. Who's Dr. Price, Reuven?
You need to stay away from Dr. Price unless you want to give up your faith in Jesus.
That'll never happen, Frank.
No, I love.
Stuff.
He used to be a Christian, but he's not anymore. He's a Bible scholar who just he rips things to shreds with scholarly background. In the way that I was, railing against the Old Testament God, he actually will give you all kinds of sources to support an opinion like that, not just spout off half-cocked like I was just doing.
But isn't that a good thing, what he's doing there?
What he's doing, is it a good thing?
Well, does he believe what you believe, but does it with backing it up with?
No, he's not. He gave up his faith. He's not a believer.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So that's what I'm saying. He's very knowledgeable. You can learn a lot from him, but he might. I'm sure he's influenced people to do like he's done and give up the faith.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm not one of those people. I just appreciate, it's like I go to a mechanic to fix my car. I go to a historian to hear my history. So he doesn't affect my faith, but I can see him affecting other people's faith.
No, Jesus has done too much for me, man.
Yeah. Well, then you should check out Price. He's got all kinds of things on YouTube, or he's got his own blog. All kinds of things you could check out. He's very entertaining, very knowledgeable. He's funny. He's quite a unique character, and you can even email him and ask him questions and have direct, direct contact with a Bible scholar. I mean, how often does that happen?
Not often.
Yeah, and he's super nice guy. So yeah, he wouldn't give you a hard time. He'd respect your questions and give you honest answers. Yeah, there's the bio on him.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Ruben, what do you know of Price's criticisms of the Jesus Seminar? Because I know he used to be associated with them. I'm just wondering, what are his big complaints with those folks? We're making Ruben work.
He likes it. A lot of us self-taught types who spent the time we have getting this sort of knowledge, we spend a lot of time on our own, So when we're able to share information, type it away or whatever, hence why we often have the typing speed, maybe not as excessive as Ruben's over there, but we get this sort of little thrill when we're able to share like these grains of information that we've poured over, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little things that we've managed to pick up. So it's a very exciting thing. It's like when you're a little kid and you really figured something out, you want to tell all the other kids in your neighborhood. It has that kind of feeling to it. So that's what I love about the information. So I always feel that it's not in our best interest to hold information above people. Hold yourself over everyone else, because then you'll have nobody to share it with.
Yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, I don't want to spend the extra 5 seconds to type this," did you really want to share it in the first place?
Right. So, what time of day is it where you are, Michael?
It's 11:15 p.m.
Ah.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah. It's 5:15 in the morning here in Connecticut. But my hours are so crazy because I'm unemployed. It's like I usually don't go to bed till 8 in the morning.
And welcome to my world, man.
No, I knew what time it was where you are, Frank, because my girlfriend's in your time zone. I've got a little clock, so I can just sync with her.
Girlfriend in a different time zone. There you go.
Yeah, I'm in the future, man. She's yesterday, I'm in today.
Yeah.
I'm always telling her, man, if she wants to know what the winning lotto numbers are, just ask me.
Yeah.
Sorry, bad joke. Bad joke.
Nah, it was good. It was good.
How you been, Kevin? I haven't spoken to you for ages, man.
No, I'm doing all right. Just settling into my new apartment.
Yep.
Taking care of shit, you know.
Sorry, what was that?
Taking
Last
care
bit?
of shit, you know.
Oh yeah, yep. Good man, good.
Where are you, Kevin?
Southern California.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys know Mike the Monk?
Yeah, I know him.
Is he online, Bruce? I haven't heard anything from him lately. Has he been posting or?
I don't really pay much attention to Mike, so
Yeah.
I've not really liked his attitude of late. When I first met him, he seemed to be all right, and then he had come into several of the hangouts that I've been in, and his attitude towards certain things has been very abrasive. So I tend not to appreciate him quite as much as I did. He isn't outright defamatory, but he kind of says a lot of things sort of under his breath, or like he insinuates some things that are a little offensive.
Yeah. Like passive aggressive, you mean?
Yeah, he's a little passive aggressive, and I don't.
Yeah, I could never read him properly, and actually I brought a Muslim friend into one of his hangouts once that was meant to be interfaith topic, right? And my friend was so polite to him, addressed him like, "How are you, sir?" and all this sort of thing, and he just completely ignored him, and I was so offended by that. And I took him on about it later, and he just basically openly admitted, "I just don't like them," and I'm like, "What?" You know what I mean? It's like. And I didn't really have much.
And the conversation I have with him, even the ones that weren't as abrasive as the ones we've kind of had recently, he's very much on about himself. I mean, he can be very, very selfish, and I think that's what it all really boils down to. A person who's not selfish is not going to behave that way.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you got fair assessment.
He's got to do a little self-examination before he hops back onto these hangouts. With all the stuff he talks about and how he's trying to network and everything, a person with that much ego is not going to do well in that environment.
Yeah.
For his sake, I hope that he takes a little time to soul search.
Yeah. No, a lot of people have sort of shared the same sentiment, you know, about him.
Yeah.
We should have those kind of requirements before people get in the voting booth.
Yeah, I know, right?
You have to leave your ego at home.
Yeah. That would be great.
Wouldn't it, though? Can you imagine?
Oh, it would, man.
People voting, informed people who are voting for the common good and are not voting out of self-interest. That would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. I'd vote for Ron Paul if I was in America at the moment. That's who I'd be voting for. Ron Paul. You guys heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of him, Ron Paul?
He has some interesting points. I haven't really found all that many politicians that I've agreed with on any real definitive level. I usually sort of take the perspective that politicians serve a purpose in specific areas of the governmental structure. So, like certain parties and even certain people within certain aspects of parties are usually better suited for certain roles in society. But there's no one party that has all their shit together.
True.
I don't think they can. I don't think it's even possible.
No. We have a form of government here, which in New Zealand called MMP, multiple something. What's it called? Where we can have several parties ruling, and they all vying for what's it called? Basically, you can get like it's like one party just doesn't have all the say. Like say if two parties sort of got half the votes each, then they sort of shared the ruling. So they have to sort of make deals between each other. I think it's the same in Sweden or something.
A lot of.
Is it called NMP?
Yeah, a lot of partisan systems are that way. They're cooperative.
Yeah, Revan's just said it. New Zealand's proportional representation system. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is good, Revan. But I reckon they should do more by referendum. Like they should. Cause we've got the technology with computers now. The citizens could vote on everything. You know, give us a list of, you know, do you want this, and then we all vote online. You know, that would be fantastic. Oh, really? That's great, Revan. I just gotta let my cat in. Oh, that'd be awesome. Because we have referendums, but they're not binding. Like they're just like a survey or an opinion poll. They'll say in fact, the only referendum that New Zealanders voted on that was actually binding was: do we want proportional representation or do we want first past the post? And then every other referendum has just been, oh yeah, it's just to get your opinion. We somewhat invented the modern referendum in California. Yeah. Oh, do you? So like, you guys get to vote on issue for issue. That's awesome.
Some issues, not all.
Yeah. At least you get some. Okay.
But sometimes the majority doesn't have the right opinion.
That's true too. That's true. But at least it would be true democracy.
Yeah. That's why I always find it weird when the Supreme Court decides something for the entire nation and the vote is 5 against 4. It's like, all right, one extra person made a difference.
Yeah. What's that saying about democracy? It's like this.
It's like the best and the worst.
No, something about like. No, it's not that one either, Ruben. It's a really good one. I can't remember, but.
H.L. Mencken said something. It's the theory that the people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard.
Yeah, it's not that one either, but it's a good. Oh, never mind.
Well, maybe my ticket is to get an airplane ticket to New Zealand and be a special educator in New Zealand.
Oh, dude. You'd get a job here doing that. I mean, they're taking on people with no qualifications here and saying, we'll train you, you know, while you're working for us, and we'll pay you to, you know. There's lots of special needs people here, and they're crying out for workers. Yeah, hang on, that's it. Democracy is nothing more than mob rule where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. Thank you, Reuven. That is the one I was thinking of. Brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, I love American politics, bro. I like I like a lot of the founding fathers. Yeah, I like Jefferson.
Yeah, Mencken was a critic of democracy. He was more of a, you know, the educated people should make the decisions, and, you know, you should expect a mess that we have when you put things up for a vote, because people aren't necessarily voting with an educated background.
Yeah. So. Who's intelligent people should rule?
Sima Yi? Who is Sima Yi?
Must be a politician or someone.
Reuven, are you college educated, or are you just naturally brilliant?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Or,
I was just thinking that.
Or both? An autodidact?
Self-taught. I actually use that in my profile. It's a really good word. It makes you sound even more intelligent.
I was just going to say, man, you're pretty learned. He's got a lot of knowledge.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Well, if you're self-taught, if somebody can be as intelligent and educated as you and Kevin are without the aid of a college, I think we should just get rid of colleges.
I think if we make information more readily available to people, it'll ultimately come down to patience. Because a lot of what Reuven and I have learned over the years has really come down to that. So yeah, no, I totally tend to agree with Reuven on this one. If college courses were just available online, there would be a lot more generally educated people. It'd be a lot easier to get things done because people would already have the base knowledge they need to understand the world that they're living in.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of where the problems are, is that people they're confused. They don't know what the hell anything is going on about. So it floods into our public consciousness, into our media, into our interactions with one another, into our jobs, into our relationships. It's not even necessarily that people are, quote unquote, more or less intelligent. They're just more or less learned. They don't spend the time to read.
Some people don't want to, though, Kevin. I know people that just aren't interested in learning.
Well, I'm convinced that is enculturated, that concept is taught, that concept is ingrained in people, because there's always stuff to learn. There is always something that is interesting to you, and new stuff to learn about that you didn't even think you were fucking interested in.
Good point. Yep.
To work on a car. It's not just to work on a single car. It's to understand how an engine works, how to understand how yours work. What are the parts in that car? When was it made? What do you need to replace? How do you need to maintain that car? What kinds of maintenance do you need to do, and what can they do for you if you take it to a mechanic? How much is this going to cost? Can I get it cheaper? That takes time and energy. Just that one thing I just said about that one example, that's months of study.
Yeah.
But we treat study in this very dry, academic kind of sense. Like we think of old, musty books when we think of learning. But anything you do, anything where you have to acquire knowledge is a form of learning. We need to broaden our perspective on what learning means, and we'll include a lot more people.
Yeah.
And we can apply certain methods that work in other fields to ones that we have not done before. And simplify things that are overly complicated for no reason. I mean, there's a lot of aspects of academia. You see this in history, you see this in the sciences too, where they complexify the jargon that they use to describe certain things to keep out non-collegiate level people from actually learning about it.
Yep.
They'll never admit it, but I mean that's largely what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I like the Jesus seminar. The concept was to make the scholarly work available to people where they could interact more.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't have the support of quote unquote common people, you're never going to go anywhere, especially now. I mean, there's a lot of people who are becoming disinterested with academia right now. Not just because of the price, but because there are a lot of subjects that people would be interested in and would love to explore, but there's no money in it. But I think if we're able to incentivize learning in a way that doesn't necessarily lead to a specific career, but for the actual enjoyment of the wisdom itself, for the philosophia of it, then I think we'll have a lot better society.
Hey guys, I got a cruise, eh? But
Gotcha.
yeah,
all right,
awesome
Michael.
talking to you as well. Yep, lovely to meet you, Frank.
You too.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
All right.
Night, Ruben. Yep, night, Ruben. Night, Kevin.